The Odyssey by Homer, narrated by Norman Dietz. This recording is copyrighted 1989 by Recorded Books. And now, The Odyssey.
Part 1. The Homeward Voyage. Book 1. The Council of the Gods and the Summons to Telemachus. Tell of the storm-tossed man, O Muse, who wandered long after he sacked the sacred citadel of Troy. Many the men whose towns he saw, whose ways he proved, and many a pang he bore in his own breast at sea, while struggling for his life and his men's safe return. Yet even so, despite his zeal, he did not save his men, for through their own perversity they perished, having recklessly devoured the kine of the exalted sun, who therefore took away the day of their return. Of this, O goddess, daughter of Zeus, speak as thou wilt to us. Now all the others who were saved from utter ruin were at home, safe both from war and sea. Him only, longing for his home and wife, the potent nymph Calypso, a heavenly goddess, held in her hollow grotto, desiring him to be her husband. Nay, when the time had come in the revolving years at which the gods ordained his going home to Ithaca, even then, among his kin, he was not freed from trouble. Yet the gods felt compassion, all save Poseidon, who steadily strove with godlike Odysseus till he reached his land. But Poseidon now was with the far-off Ethiopians, remotest of mankind, who formed two tribes, one at the setting of the exalted one, one at his rising, awaiting there a sacrifice of bulls and rams. So, sitting at the feast, he took his pleasure. The other gods, meanwhile, were gathered in the halls of Zeus upon Olympus, when thus began the father of men and gods. For in his mind he mused of gallant Aegisthus, whom Agamemnon's far-famed son Orestes slew. Mindful of him, he thus addressed the immortals. Lo, how men blame the gods! From us, they say, comes evil. But through their own perversity, and more than is their due, they meet with sorrow, even as now Aegisthus, pressing beyond his due, married the lawful wife of the son of Atreus, and slew her husband on his coming home. Yet he well knew his own impending ruin, for we ourselves forewarned him, dispatching Hermes, our clear-sighted speedy-comer, and told him not to slay the man nor woo the wife. For vengeance follows from Orestes, son of Atreus, when he comes of age and longs for his own land. This Hermes said. But though he sought Aegisthus good, he did not change his purpose. And now Aegisthus makes atonement for it all. Then answered him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena. Our father, son of Cronus, most high above all rulers, that man assuredly lies in befitting ruin. So perish all who do such deeds. Yet is my heart distressed for wise Odysseus, hapless man, who, long cut off from friends, is meeting hardship upon a sea-girt island, the navel of the sea. Woody the island is, and there a goddess dwells, daughter of wizard Atlas, who knows the depths of every sea, and through his power holds the tall pillars firm which keep earth and sky asunder. It is his daughter who detains this hapless sorrowing man, ever with tender and insistent words enticing to forgetfulness of Ithaca. And still Odysseus, through longing once to see the smoke of his native land, would gladly die. Nevertheless, your heart turns not, Olympian one. Did not Odysseus pay you honor by the Argive ships, and offer sacrifices on the plain of Troy? Why, then, are you so wroth against him, Zeus? Then answered her cloud-gathering Zeus, and said, My child, what word has passed the barrier of your teeth? How could I possibly forget princely Odysseus, who is beyond all mortal men in wisdom, beyond them too in giving honor to the immortal gods, who hold the open sky. Nay, but Poseidon, the girder of the land, is ceaselessly enraged because Odysseus blinded of his eye the Cyclops, godlike Polyphemus, who of all Cyclops has the greatest power. A nymph, Thoosa, bore him, daughter of Phorcys, lord of the barren sea, for she within the hollow caves united with Poseidon. And since that day, earth-shaking Poseidon does not indeed destroy Odysseus, but ever drives him wandering from his land. Come then, let us all here plan for his turning home. So shall Poseidon lay by his anger, unable, in defiance of us all, to strive with the immortal gods alone. Then answered him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, Our father, son of Cronos, most high above all rulers, if it now please the blessed gods that wise Odysseus shall return to his own home, let us send Hermes forth, the guide, the speedy comer, into the island of Ogygia, straightway to tell the fair-haired nymph our steadfast purpose, that hardy Odysseus shall set forth upon his homeward way. I, in the meanwhile, go to Ithaca, to rouse his son yet more, and to put vigor in his breast, that, summoning to an assembly the long-haired Achaeans, he may denounce the band of suitors, men who continually butcher his huddling flocks and swing-paced, crook-horned oxen. To Sparta will I send him, and to sandy Pylos, to try to learn of his dear father's coming, and so to win a good report among mankind. So saying, under her feet she bound her beautiful sandals, immortal, made of gold, which carry her over the flood and over the boundless land swift as a breath of wind. She took her ponderous spear, tipped it with sharp bronze, thick, long, and strong, with which she vanquishes the ranks of men, of heroes even, when this daughter of a mighty sire is roused against them. Then she went dashing down the ridges of Olympus, and in the land of Ithaca stood at Odysseus' gate, on the threshold of his court. Holding in hand his brazen spear, she seemed the stranger Mentes, a Taphian leader. Here then she found the haughty suitors. They were amusing themselves with games of draughts before the palace door, seated on hides of oxen which they themselves had slain. Near by were pages and busy squires, some mixing wine and water in the bowls, others with porous sponges washing and laying tables, while others still carved them abundant meat. By far the first to see Athena was princely Telemachus, for he was sitting with the suitors, sad at heart, picturing in mind his noble father, how he might come from somewhere, make a scattering of the suitors, take to himself his honors, and be master of his own. Thus thinking, while he sat among the suitors, Athena met his eye. Straight to the door he went, at heart disturbed to have a stranger stand so long before his gate. So drawing near, and grasping her right hand, he took her brazen spear, and speaking in winged words, he said, Hail, stranger! Here with us you shall be welcome, and by, when you have tasted food, you shall make known your needs. Saying this, he led the way, and Pallas Athena followed. When they were come within the lofty hall, he carried the spear to a tall pillar, and set it in a well-worn rack, where also stood many a spear of hardy Odysseus. Athena herself he led to a chair, and seated, spreading a linen cloth below. Good was the chair, and richly wrought. Upon its lower part there was a rest for feet. Beside it, for himself, he set a sumptuous seat apart from all the suitors, for fear the stranger, meeting rude men and worried by their din, might lose his taste for food. And then that he might ask him too about his absent father. Now water for the hands a servant brought, in a beautiful pitcher made of gold, and poured it out over a silver basin for their washing, and spread a polished table by their side. And the grave housekeeper brought bread and placed before them, setting out food of many a kind, freely giving of her store. The carver, too, took platters of meat, and placed before them meat of all kinds, and set their golden goblets ready, while a page, pouring wine, passed to and fro between them. And now the haughty suitors entered. These soon took seats in order, on couches and on chairs. Pages poured water on their hands, maids heaped them bread in baskets, and young men brimmed the bowls with drink, and on the food spread out before them they laid hands. So after they had stayed desire for drink and food, then in their thoughts they turned to other things, the song and dance, for these attend a feast. A page put a beautiful harp into the hands of Phemius, who sang perforce among the suitors, and touching the harp he raised his voice and sang a pleasing song. Then said Telemachus to clear-eyed Athena, his head bent close that others might not hear, "Good stranger, will you feel offence at what I say? These things are all their care, the harp and song, an easy care when, making no amends, they eat the substance of a man whose white bones now are rotting in the rain, if lying on the land, or in the sea the waters roll them round. Yet were they once to see him coming home to Ithaca, they all would pray rather for speed of foot than stores of gold and clothing. But he, instead, by some hard fate is gone, and naught remains to us of comfort. No, not if any man on earth shall say he still will come. Past is his day of coming. But now declare me this, and plainly tell, who are you? Of what people? Where is your town and kindred? On what ship did you come, and how did sailors bring you to Ithaca? Whom did they call themselves? For I am sure you did not come on foot. And tell me truly this, that I may know full well if for the first time now you visit here, or are you my father's friend? For many foreigners once sought our home, because Odysseus also was a rover among men." Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "Well, I will very plainly tell you all. Mentes I call myself, the son of wise Anchialus, and I am lord of oar-loving Taphians. Even now I put in here, with ship and crew, when sailing over the wine-dark sea to men of a strange speech, to Temesa, for bronze. I carry glittering iron. Here my ship lies, just off the fields outside the town, within the bay of Rhithron, under woody Neion. Hereditary friends we count ourselves from early days, as you may learn if you will go and ask old Lord Laertes. He, people say, comes to the town no more, but far out in the country suffers hardship, an aged woman his attendant, who supplies him food and drink whenever weariness weighs down his knees, as he creeps about his slope of garden ground. Even now I came, for I was told your father was at home. But, as I see, the gods delay his journey, for surely nowhere yet on earth has royal Odysseus died. Living, he lingers somewhere still on the wide sea, upon some sea-girt island, and cruel men constrain him, savage folk, who hold him there against his will. Nay, I will make a prophecy as the immortals prompt my mind, and as I think will happen, although I am no prophet and have no skill in birds. Not long shall he be absent from his own dear land, though iron fetters bind him. Some means he will devise to come away, for many a shift has he. But now declare me this, and plainly tell, if you indeed, so tall, are the true son of Odysseus. You, surely, are much like him in head and beautiful eyes. So often we were together before he embarked for Troy, where others, too, the bravest of the Argives, went in their hollow ships. But since that day I have not seen Odysseus, nor he me." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "Yes, stranger, I will plainly tell you all. My mother says I am his child. I myself do not know, for no one ever yet knew his own parentage. Yet would I were the son of some blessed man on whom old age had come amongst his own possessions. But now the man born most ill-fated of all humankind, of him, they say, I am, since this you ask me." Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "Surely the gods meant that your house should never lack when they allowed Penelope to bear a son like you. But now declare me this, and truly tell, what means the feast? What company is this? And what do you do here? Is it a drinking bout or wedding? It surely is no festival at common cost. How rude they seem, and wanton, feasting about the hall. A decent man must be indignant who comes and sees such outrage." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "Stranger, since now you ask of this and question me, in former days this house bade fair to be wealthy and esteemed, so long as he was here. But the hard-purposed gods then changed their minds and shut him from our knowledge more than all men beside. For were he dead, I should not feel such grief if he had fallen among comrades in the Trojan land, or in the arms of friends when the skein of war was wound. Then would the whole Achaean host have made his grave, and for his son in after days a great name had been gained. Now, silently the robber winds have swept him off. Gone is he, past all sight and hearing, and sighs and sorrows he has left to me. Yet now I do not grieve and mourn for him alone. The gods have brought me other sore distress, for all the nobles who bear sway among the islands, Dulichian, Sema, and woody Zacynthus, and they who have the power in rocky Ithaca, all woo my mother and despoil my home. She neither declines the hated suit, nor has she power to end it, while they with feasting impoverish my home, and soon will bring me also to destruction." Stirred to anger, Pallas Athena spoke, "Alas, in very truth you greatly need absent Odysseus to lay hands on the shameless suitors. What if he comes even now, and here before his house stood at the outer gate, with helmet, shield, and his 2 spears, even such as when I saw him first at my own home, drinking and making merry, on his return from Ephyra, from Ilus, son of Murmerus? For thither on his swift ship went Odysseus, seeking a deadly drug in which to dip his brazen arrows. And Ilus did not give it, for he feared the immortal gods. My father, however, gave it, for he held him strangely dear. If, as he was that day, Odysseus now might meet the suitors, they all would find quick turns of fate and bitter rites of marriage. Still, on the gods' lap it lies if he shall come or no, and if within his hall he shall find vengeance. But yours it is to plan to thrust these suitors from the hall. Give me your ear, and heed my words. Tomorrow, summoning to an assembly the Achaean lords, announce your will to all, and call the gods to witness. Bid the suitors all disperse, each to his own. And for your mother, if her heart inclines to marriage, let her go hence to her rich father's house. They there shall make the wedding, and provide the many gifts which should accompany a well-loved child. Then, for yourself, I offer wise advice, and do you hearken. Man the best ship you have, with 20 oarsmen, and go in quest of your long-absent father. Perhaps some man may give you news, or you may hear some rumor sent from Zeus, which oftenest carries tidings. First go to Pylos, and question royal Nestor. Then on to Sparta, to light-haired Menelaus, for he came last of all the male Achaeans. And if you hear your father is alive and coming home, then, worn as you are, you might endure for 1 year more. But if you hear that he is dead, no longer with the living, you shall at once return to your own native land, and pile his mound and pay the funeral rites, full many as are due, and you shall give your mother to a husband. Moreover, after you have ended this and finished all, within your mind and heart consider next how you may slay the suitors in your halls, whether by stratagem or open force. You must behave no longer like a child, being the man you are. Have you not heard what fame royal Orestes gained with all mankind because he slew the slayer, wily Aegisthus, who had slain his famous father? You too, my friend, for certainly I find you fair and tall. Be strong, that men hereafter born may speak your praise. Now I will go to my swift ship, and to my comrades, who tire at my delay. Rely upon yourself. Heed what I say." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "Stranger, in this you speak with kindness, even as a father to a son. Never shall I forget it. But tarry now, though eager to be gone. Bathe and refresh yourself. Then, glad at heart, turn to your ship, bearing a gift of price and beauty, to be to you a keepsake from myself, even such a thing as dear friends give to friends." Then answered him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "Keep me no longer now, when pressing on my way, and any gift your kind heart bids you give when I come again, for me to carry home. Choose one exceeding beautiful. Yours, in return, shall be of equal worth." Saying this, clear-eyed Athena passed away, even as a bird, a sea-hawk, takes its flight. Into his heart she had brought strength and courage, turning his thoughts upon his father, more even than before. As he marked this in his mind, an awe came on him. He perceived it was a god. Straightway he sought the suitors, godlike himself. To them the famous bard was singing, while they in silence sat and listened. He sang of the return of the Achaeans, the sad return which Pallas Athena had appointed them on leaving Troy. Now from her upper chamber there heard this wondrous song the daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope, and she descended the long stairway from her room, yet not alone. 2 damsels followed her. And when the royal lady reached the suitors, she stood beside a column of the strong-built roof, holding before her face her delicate wimple, the while a faithful damsel stood upon either hand. Then, bursting into tears, she said to the noble bard, "Phemius, many another tale you know to charm mankind, exploits of men and gods, which bards make famous. Sit and sing one of these. The rest drink wine in silence, but cease this song of woe which harrows evermore the soul within my breast, because on me has fallen grief not to be appeased. So dear a face I miss, ever remembering one whose fame is wide through Hellas and mid-Argos." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "My mother, why forbid the honored bard to cheer us in whatever way his mind is moved? The bards are not to blame, but rather Zeus, who gives to toiling men even as he wills to each. And for the bard, there is no ground for censure if he sings the Danaans' cruel doom. The song which men most heartily applaud is that which comes the newest to their ears. Then let your heart and soul submit to listen. For not Odysseus only lost the day of his return at Troy, but many another perished also. Nay, seek your chamber and attend to matters of your own, the loom, the distaff, and bid the women ply their tasks. Words are for men, for all, especially for me, for power within this house rests here." Amazed, she turned to her own room again, for the wise saying of her son she laid to heart, and coming to the upper chamber with her maids, she there bewailed Odysseus, her dear husband, till on her lids clear-eyed Athena caused a sweet sleep to fall. But the suitors broke into uproar up and down the dusky hall, and longed to win her favor. Then thus discreet Telemachus began to speak. "Proud suitors of my mother, Let us now enjoy our feast and have no brawling. For a pleasant thing it is to hear a bard like this, one who is like the gods in voice. But in the morning we will have a meeting of the assembly. Let every man be there, and I shall tell you then in plainest terms to quit my halls. Seek other tables, and eat what is your own, changing from house to house. Or if it seems to you more profitable and pleasant to spoil the substance of a single man without amends, go wasting on. But I will call upon the gods that live forever, and pray that Zeus may grant me requital for your deeds. Then beyond all amends, here in this house, you shall yourselves be spoiled. He spoke, and all with teeth set in their lips marveled because Telemachus had spoken boldly. Then said Antinous, Eupeithes' son, Telemachus, surely the gods themselves are training you to be a man of lofty tongue and a bold speaker. But may the son of Cronos never make you king in sea-girt Ithaca, although it is by birth your heritage. Then answered him discreet Telemachus, Antinous, will you feel offence at what I say? Willingly would I take the rule if Zeus would grant it. Do you suppose a kingship is the worst fate in the world? Why, it is no bad thing to be a king. His house grows quickly rich, and he himself receives more honor. Still, here in sea-girt Ithaca are many other lords of the Achaeans, young and old, some one of whom may take the place, since royal Odysseus now is dead. But I myself will be the lord of our own house, and of the slaves which royal Odysseus brought as prizes home. Then answered him Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, Telemachus, in the gods' lap it lies to say which one of the Achaeans shall be king in sea-girt Ithaca. Your substance may you keep, and of your house be lord. May the man never come who, heedless of your will, shall strip you of that substance while men shall dwell in Ithaca. But, good sir, I would ask about this stranger, whence the man comes, and of what land he calls himself. Where are his kinsmen and his native fields? Does he bring tidings of your father? Or is he come with hope of his own gains? How hastily he went, not waiting to be known! And yet he seemed no low-born fellow by the face. Then answered him discreet Telemachus, Eurymachus, as for my father's coming, that is at an end. Tidings I trust no more. Let them come whence they may. Nor do I heed such divinations as my mother seeks, summoning a diviner to the hall. This stranger is my father's friend, a man of Taphus, Mentes he calls himself, the son of wise Anchialus, and he is lord of the oar-loving Taphians. So spoke Telemachus, but in his mind he knew the immortal goddess. Meanwhile the suitors to dancing and the gladsome song turned merrily, and waited for the evening to come on. And on their merriment dark evening came. So then, desiring rest, they each departed homeward. But off the beautiful court, where a chamber was built high upon commanding ground, Telemachus now went to bed with many doubts in mind, and walking by his side with blazing torch went faithful Eurycleia, daughter of Ops, Pisenor's son, whom once Laertes bought for himself when she was but a girl, and paid the price of 20 oxen. He gave her equal honor with the mistress of his house, but never touched her person or annoyed his wife. She it was now who bore the blazing torch beside Telemachus, for she of all the handmaids loved him most and was his nurse when little. He opened the doors of the strong chamber, sat down upon the bed, pulled his soft tunic off, and laid it in the wise old woman's hands. Folding and smoothing out the tunic, she hung it on a peg beside the well-bored bedstead, then left the chamber, and by its silver ring pulled to the door, drawing the bolt home by its strap. So there Telemachus, all the night long, wrapped in a fleece of wool, pondered in mind the course Athena counselled. Book 2. The assembly at Ithaca, and the departure of Telemachus. Soon as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, the dear son of Odysseus rose from bed, put on his clothes, slung his sharp sword about his shoulder, under his shining feet bound his fair sandals, and came forth from his chamber in bearing like a god. Straightway he bade the clear-voiced herald summon to an assembly the long-haired Achaeans. Thus summoned, these gathered very quickly. So when they were assembled, and all had come together, he went himself to the assembly, holding in hand a brazen spear. Yet not alone, 2 swift dogs followed after. And marvelous was the grace Athena cast about him, that all the people gazed as he drew near. He sat down in his father's seat. The elders made him way. The first to speak was Lord Aegyptius, a man bowed down with age, who knew 1,000 things. His dear son Antiphus, a spearman, had gone with godlike Odysseus in the hollow ships to Ilius, famed for horses. The savage Cyclops killed him in the deep cave, and on him made a supper last of all. 3 other sons there were. One joined the suitors, Eurynomus, and 2 still kept their father's farm. Yet not because of these did he forget to mourn and miss that other. With tears for him he thus addressed the assembly, saying, "Hearken now, men of Ithaca, to what I say. Never has our assembly once been held, no single session since royal Odysseus went away in hollow ships. Who is it calls us now so strangely? Who has such urgent need? Young or old is he? Has he heard tidings of the army's coming, and here brings news which he was first to learn? Or has he other public business to announce and argue? At any rate, a right good man he seems. Good luck attend him. May Zeus accomplish all the good his mind intends." As he thus spoke, the dear son of Odysseus rejoiced at what was said, and kept his seat no longer. He burned to speak. He rose up in the midst of the assembly, and in his hand a herald placed the scepter, a herald named Pisenor, discreet of understanding. Then turning first to the old man, he thus addressed him, "Sire, as you full soon shall know, not far off is he who called the people hither. For it is I, on whom has come sore trouble. No tidings of the army's coming have I heard, which I would plainly tell you so soon as I have learned. Nor have I other public business to announce and argue. Rather, it is my private need, ill falling on my house in 2-fold wise. For first I lost my noble father, who was formerly your king, kind father as e'er was, and now there comes a thing more grievous still, which soon will utterly destroy my home and quite cut off my substance. Suitors beset my mother sorely against her will, sons of the very men who are the leaders here. They will not go to the house of Icarius her father. Let him name the bride-gifts of his daughter, and give her then to whom he will, whoever meets his favor. But haunting this house of ours day after day, killing our oxen, sheep, and fatted goats, they hold high revel, drinking sparkling wine with little heed. Much goes to waste, for there is no man here fit like Odysseus to keep damage from our doors. We are not fit ourselves to guard the house. Attempting it, we should be pitiful, unskilled in conflict. Guard it I would, if only strength were mine, for deeds are done not to be longer borne, and with no decency my house is plundered. Shame you should feel yourselves, and some respect as well for neighbors living near you, and awe before the anger of the gods, lest haply they may turn upon you, vexed with your evil courses. Nay, I entreat you by Olympian Zeus, and by that justice which dissolves and gathers men's assemblies, forbear, my friends. Leave me to pine in bitter grief alone, unless indeed my father, good Odysseus, ever in malice wronged the mailed Achaeans, and in return for that you now with malice do me wrong, urging these people on. Better for me it were you should yourselves devour my stores and herds. If you devoured them, perhaps some day there might be payment made. for we would constantly pursue you through the town, demanding back our substance till all should be restored. Now woes incurable you lay upon my heart." In wrath he spoke, and dashed the sceptre to the ground, letting his tears burst forth, and pity fell on all the people. So all the rest were silent. None dared to make Telemachus a bitter answer. Antinous alone made answer, saying, "Telemachus, of lofty tongue and the unbridled temper, what do you mean by putting us to shame? On us you would be glad to fasten guilt. I tell you the Achaean suitors are not at all to blame. Your mother is to blame, whose craft exceeds all women's. The 3rd year is gone by, and fast the 4th is going, since she began to mock the hearts in our Achaean breasts. To all she offers hopes, has promises for each, and sends each messages, but her mind has different schemes. Here is the last pretext she cunningly devised. Within the hall she set up a great loom, and went to weaving. Fine was the web, and very large. And then to us said she, "Young men, who are my suitors, though royal Odysseus now is dead, forbear to urge my marriage till I complete this robe. Its threads must not be wasted. A shroud for Lord Laertes, against the time when the fell doom of death that lays men low shall overtake him. Achaean wives about the land, I fear, might give me blame if he should lie without a shroud, he who had great possessions." Such were her words, and our high hearts assented. Then in the daytime would she weave at the great web, but in the night unravel after her torch was set. Thus for 3 years she hid her craft, and cheated the Achaeans. But when the 4th year came, as time rolled on, then, at the last, one of her maids, who knew full well, confessed, and we discovered her unravelling the splendid web. So then she finished it against her will perforce. Wherefore to you the suitors make this answer, that you yourself may understand in your own heart, and that the Achaeans all may understand. Send forth your mother. Bid her to marry whomever her father wills, and him who pleases her. Or will she weary longer yet the sons of the Achaeans, mindful at heart of what Athena gave her in large measure, skill in fair works, shrewd wits, and such a craft as we have never known, even in those of old, those who were long ago fair-haired Achaean women, Tyro, Alcmena, and crowned Mycena, no one of whom in judgment matched Penelope. And yet, in truth, this time she judged not wisely. For just so long shall men devour your life and substance, as she retains the mind the gods put in her breast at present. Great fame she brings herself, but brings on you the loss of large possessions. For we will never go to our estates, nor elsewhere either, till she shall marry an Achaean, whom she will." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Antinous, against her will I cannot drive from home the one who bore and reared me. My father is far away, living or dead, and hard it were to pay the heavy charges to Icarius, which I needs must, if of my will alone I send my mother forth. For from her father's hand I shall meet ills, and heaven will send me more, when my mother calls upon the dread avengers as she forsakes the house. Blame, too, will fall upon me from mankind. Therefore that word I never will pronounce. And if your hearts chafe at your footing here, then quit my halls. Try other tables, and eat what is your own, changing from house to house. Or if it seems to you more profitable and pleasant to spoil the substance of a single man without amends, go wasting on. But I will call upon the gods that live forever, and pray that Zeus may grant me requital for your deeds. Then, beyond all amends, here in this house you shall yourselves be spoiled." So spoke Telemachus, and answering him, far-seeing Zeus sent forth a pair of eagles, flying from a mountain peak on high. These for a time moved on along the wind, close by each other and with outstretched wings. But as they reached the middle of the many-voiced assembly, wheeling about, they briskly flapped their wings, glared at the heads of all, and death was in their eyes. Then with their claws tearing each other's cheek and neck, they darted to the right across the town and houses. Men marveled at the birds as they beheld, and pondered in their hearts what they might mean. And to the rest spoke old Lord Halitherses, the son of Master, for he surpassed all people of his time in understanding birds and telling words of fate. He with good will addressed them thus, and said, "Hearken now, men of Ithaca, to what I say, and to the suitors especially I speak, declaring how there rolls on them a mighty wave of woe. Odysseus will not long be parted from his friends, and even now is near, sowing the seeds of death and doom for all men here. Aye, and on many others too shall sorrow fall who dwell in far-seen Ithaca. But long ere that, let us consider how to check these men, or rather let them check themselves at once their wiser way. And not as inexpert, I prophesy, but with sure knowledge. For this I say, all that comes true which I declared the day the Argive host took ship for Ilios, and with them also wise Odysseus went. I said that after suffering much, and losing all his men, unknown to all, in the 20th year he should come home. And now it all comes true." Then answered him Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, "Go home, old man, and play the prophet to your children, or else they may have trouble in the days to come. On matters here I am a better prophet than yourself. Plenty of birds flit in the sunshine, but not all are fateful. As for Odysseus, far away he died, and would that you had perished with him. You would not then be prating so of reading signs, nor would you, when Telemachus is hot, thus press him on, looking for him to send your house some gift. But this I tell you, and it shall come true. If you, who know all that an old man knows, delude this youth with talk and urge him on to anger, it shall be in the first place all the worse for him, for he shall accomplish nothing by the aid of people here, while on yourself, old man, we will inflict a fine which it will grieve you to the soul to pay. Bitter indeed shall be your sorrow. And to Telemachus, here before all, I give this counsel. Let him instruct his mother to go to her father's house. They there shall make the wedding and arrange the many gifts which should accompany a well-loved child. For not, I think, till then will the sons of the Achaeans quit their rough wooing. No fear have we of any man, not even of Telemachus, so full of talk. Nothing we care for auguries, which you, old man, idly declare, making yourself the more detested. So, now again his substance shall be miserably devoured, and no return be made, so long as she delays the Achaeans in her marriage. Moreover, we will wait here many a day as rivals for her charms, and not seek other women suitable for each to marry." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Eurymachus, and all you other lordly suitors, this will I urge no longer. I have no more to say, for now the gods and all the Achaeans understand. But give me a swift ship with 20 comrades, to help me make a journey up and down the sea. For I will go to Sparta and to sandy Pylos, to learn about the coming home of my long-absent father. Perhaps some man may give me news, or I may hear some rumor sent from Zeus, which oftenest carries tidings. If I shall hear my father is alive and coming home, worn as I am, I might endure for 1 year more. But if I hear that he is dead, no longer with the living, I will at once return to my own native land, and pile his mound and pay the funeral rites, full many as are due, and then will give my mother to a husband." So saying, down he sat. And up rose Mentor, who was the friend of gallant Odysseus. On going with the ships, Odysseus gave him charge of his whole house, that all should heed their elder, and he keep all safe and sound. He with good will addressed them thus, and said, Hearken now, men of Ithaca, to what I say. Never, henceforth, let sceptred king be truly kind and gentle, nor let him in his mind heed righteousness. Let him instead ever be stern and work unrighteous deeds, since none remembers princely Odysseus among the people whom he ruled, kind father though he was. No charge I make against the haughty suitors for doing deeds of violence in insolence of heart. For they, at hazard of their heads, thus violently devour the household of Odysseus, saying he will come no more. But with you other people I am wroth, because you all sit still, and uttering not a word do not resist the suitors, they so few, and you so many. Then answered him Evenor's son, Leiocritus. Mischievous mentor, crazy-witted, what do you mean by urging these to put us down? Hard would it be for many more than we to fight with us on question of our food. Indeed, should Ithacan Odysseus come himself upon us lordly suitors feasting in his house, and be resolved to drive us from the hall, his wife would have no joy, however great her longing, over his coming. But here he should meet shameful death, fighting with more than he. You spoke unwisely. Come, people, then, turn to your own affairs. For this youth here, Mentor shall speed his voyage, and Halitherses too, for they are from of old his father's friends. But I suspect he still will sit about, gather his news in Ithaca, and never make the voyage. He spoke, and hastily dissolved the assembly. So they dispersed, each to his home, but the suitors sought the house of princely Odysseus. Telemachus, however, walked alone along the shore, and washing his hands in the foaming water, prayed to Athena, Hear me, thou god who camest yesterday here to our home, and badst me go on shipboard over the misty sea, to ask about the coming home of my long-absent father. All thy commands the Achaeans hinder, chiefly the suitors in their wicked pride. So he spoke in his prayer, and near him came Athena, likened to Mentor in her form and voice, and speaking in winged words, she said, Telemachus, henceforth you must not be a base man nor a foolish, if in you stirs the brave soul of your father, and you, like him, can give effect to deed and word. So shall this voyage not be vain and fruitless. But if you are not the very son of him and of Penelope, then am I hopeless of your gaining what you seek. Few sons are like their fathers, most are worse, few better. Yet because you henceforth will not be base nor foolish, nor do you wholly lack the wisdom of Odysseus, there is good hope you will one day accomplish all. Disregard, then, the mind and mood of the mad suitors, for they are in no way wise or upright men. Nothing they know of death and the dark doom which now is near, nor know how all shall perish in a day. But for yourself, the voyage you plan shall not be long delayed. So truly am I your father's friend, I will provide you a swift ship, and be myself your comrade. But go you to the palace, mix with the suitors, and prepare the stores, securing all in vessels, wine in jars and barley meal, men's marrow in tight skins, while I about the town will soon collect a willing crew. The ships are many in sea-girt Ithaca, ships new and old. Of these I will select the best, and quickly making ready, we will sail the open sea. So spoke Athena, daughter of Zeus. No longer then lingered Telemachus when he heard the goddess speak. He hastened to the house, though with a heavy heart, and at the palace found the haughty suitors flaying goats and singeing swine within the court. Antinous laughingly came forward to Telemachus, and holding him by the hand he spoke, and thus addressed him. Telemachus, of the lofty tongue and the unbridled temper, do not again grow sore in heart at what we do or say. Now eat and drink, just as you used to do. All you have asked, of course, the Achaeans will provide, the ship and the picked crew to help you quickly find your way to hallowed Pylos, seeking for tidings of your noble father." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Antinous, I cannot, putting by my will, sit at the feast with you rude men and calmly take my ease. Was it not quite enough that in the days gone by you suitors wasted much good property of mine, while I was still a helpless child? But now that I am grown, and hear and understand what people say, and in me too the spirit swells, I will try to bring upon your heads an evil doom, whether I go to Pylos or remain here in this land. But go I will, nor vain shall be the voyage whereof I speak. Go even as a passenger with others, since I can have command of neither ship nor crew. So seemed it best to you." He spoke, and from the hand of Antinous quietly drew his own. Meanwhile the suitors in the house were busy with their meal. They mocked him, jeering at him in their talk, and a rude youth would say, "Really, Telemachus is plotting for our ruin. He will bring champions from sandy Pylos, or even from Sparta, so deeply is he stirred. Or else he means to go to Ephyra, that fruitful land, and fetch thence deadly drugs to drop into our wine-bowl, and so destroy us all." Then would another rude youth answer thus, "If he goes off upon a hollow ship, and wanders far from friends, who knows but he too may be lost, just as Odysseus was? And that would make us still more trouble. For all his goods we then must share, and to his mother give the house for her to keep, her and the one who gets her." So ran their talk. Meanwhile Telemachus passed down the house into his father's large and high-roofed chamber, where in a pile lay gold and bronze, clothing in chests, and stores of fragrant oil. Great jars of old delicious wine were standing there, holding within pure liquor fit for gods, in order ranged along the wall, in case Odysseus, after toil and trouble, ever came home again. Shut were the folding doors, close-fitting, double, and here both night and day a housewife stayed, who in her watchful wisdom guarded all. Eurycleia, daughter of Ops, Pisenor's son. To her now spoke Telemachus, calling her to the room. "Good nurse, come, draw me wine in jars, sweet wine, the mellowest next to that you keep, thinking that ill-starred man will one day come, high-born Odysseus, safe from death and doom. Fill 12, and fit them all with covers. Then pour me barley into well-sown sacks. Let there be 20 measures of ground barley meal. None but yourself must know. Get all together, and I tonight will fetch them, so soon as my mother goes to her chamber seeking rest. For I am going to Sparta and to sandy Pylos, to try to learn of my dear father's coming." As he said this, his dear nurse Eurycleia cried aloud and sorrowfully said in winged words, "Ah, my dear child, how came such notions in your mind? Where will you go through the wide world, our only one, our darling? High-born Odysseus is already dead, far from his home in some strange land, and now these men, the instant you are gone, will plot against you harm, that you by stealth may be cut off, and they thus share with one another all things here. Nay, stay you here, abiding with your own. You have no need to suffer hardship, roaming over barren seas." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "Courage, good nurse, for not without God's warrant is my purpose. But swear to speak no word of this to my dear mother till the 11th or 12th day comes, or until she miss me and hear that I am gone, that so she may not stain her beautiful face with tears." He spoke, and the old woman swore by the gods a solemn oath. Then, after she had sworn and ended all that oath, she straightway drew him wine in jars, and poured him barley into well-sown sacks. Telemachus, meanwhile, passed through the house and joined the suitors. Now a new plan the goddess formed, clear-eyed Athena. In likeness of Telemachus, she went throughout the town, and approaching one and another man, gave them the word, bidding them meet by the swift ship at eventide. Noemon next, the gallant son of Phronius, she begged for a swift ship, and this he gladly promised. Now the sun sank, and all the ways grew dark. Then she drew the swift ship to the sea, and put in all the gear that well-benched vessels carry. She moored her by the harbour's mouth. The good crew gathered round about, and the goddess heartened each. Then a new plan the goddess formed, clear-eyed Athena. She hastened to the house of princely Odysseus. There, on the suitors poured sweet sleep, confused them as they drank, and made the cups fall from their hands. They hurried off to rest throughout the town, and did not longer tarry, for sleep fell on their eyelids. Then to Telemachus spoke clear-eyed Athena, calling him forth before the stately hall, likened to Mentor in her form and voice. "Telemachus, already your mailed comrades sit at the oar, and wait your word to start. Let us be off, and not lose time upon the way." Saying this, Pallas Athena led the way in haste, he following in the footsteps of the goddess. And when they came to the ship and to the sea, they found upon the shore their long-haired comrades, to whom thus spoke revered Telemachus. "Up, friends, and let us fetch the stores. All are collected at the hall. My mother knows of nothing, nor do the handmaids either. One alone had my orders." So saying, he led the way. The others followed after, and bringing all the stores into their well-benched ship, they stowed them there, even as the dear son of Odysseus ordered. Then came Telemachus aboard. But Athena led the way, and at the vessel's stern she sat her down, while close at hand Telemachus was seated. The others loosed the cables, and coming aboard themselves took places at the pins. A favourable wind clear-eyed Athena sent, a brisk west wind that sang along the wine-dark sea. And now Telemachus, inspiriting his men, bade them lay hold upon the tackling, and they hearkened to his call. Raising the pine-wood mast, they set it in the hollow socket, binding it firm with forestays, and tightened the white sail with twisted ox-hide thongs. The wind swelled out the belly of the sail, and round the stem loudly the rippling water sang as the ship started. Onward she sped, forcing a passage through the waves. Making the tackling fast throughout the swift black ship, the men brought bowls brimming with wine, and to the gods that never die and never have been born they poured it forth, chiefest of all to her, the clear-eyed child of Zeus. So through the night and early dawn did the ship cleave her way. Book 3. At Pylos. And now the sun, leaving the beauteous bay, rose in the brazen sky, to shine for the immortals and for mortal men upon the fruitful fields. And the two drew near to Pylos, the stately citadel of Neleus. The townsfolk here were offering sacrifice upon the shore, slaying black bulls to the dark-haired earth-shaker. 9 groups were there, 500 men in each, and 9 bulls were presented for each group. The inward parts were tasted, and the thighs were burning to the god. When the two ran swiftly in, hauled up, and furled their trim ship's sail, brought her to anchor, and came forth themselves. So from the ship came forth Telemachus, but Athena led the way, and thus began the goddess, clear-eyed Athena. "Telemachus, no shyness now, for to accomplish this you crossed the sea, to make inquiry for your father, and to learn where he lies buried and what fate he met. Go then, straight forward to the horseman Nestor, and let us know what is the wisdom hidden in his breast. Beg him yourself to tell the very truth. Falsehood he will not speak, for just and wise is he." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "Mentor, how can I go? How importune him? In subtleties of speech I am not practised. Shyness befits a youth when questioning his elders." Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "Telemachus, Some promptings you will find in your own breast, and heaven will send still more. For certainly not unbefriended of the gods have you been born and bred." Saying this, Pallas Athena led the way in haste, he following in the footsteps of the goddess. So they approached the gathering of the men of Pylos, and the group where Nestor sat among his sons. Round him his people, making the banquet ready, were roasting meats and putting pieces on the spits. But as they saw the strangers, all the men crowded near, gave hands in welcome, and asked them to sit down. And Nestor's son, Pisistratus, approaching first, took each one by the hand and placed them at the feast on some soft fleeces laid upon the sands, beside his brother Thrasymedes and his father. He gave them portions of the inward parts, poured out some wine into a golden cup, and offering welcome, said to Pallas Athena, daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, "Here, stranger, make a prayer to Lord Poseidon. It is his feast you find at this your coming. Then, after you've poured and prayed as is befitting, give this man too the cup of honeyed wine for him to pour, for I suppose he also prays to the immortals. All men have need of gods, but he's the younger, young as I myself, so I will give you first the golden chalice." Saying this, he placed the cup of sweet wine in her hand, and Athena was pleased to find the man so wise and courteous, pleased that he gave her first the golden chalice. Forthwith she prayed a fervent prayer to Lord Poseidon. "Hearken, Poseidon, thou girder of the land, and count it not too much to give thy suppliants these blessings. First upon Nestor and his sons bestow all honor. Then to the rest grant gracious recompense. To all the men of Pylos for their splendid sacrifice, and grant still further that Telemachus and I may sail away having accomplished that for which we came upon our swift black ship." Thus did she pray, and was herself fulfilling all. To Telemachus she passed the goodly double cup, and in like manner also prayed the dear son of Odysseus. But when the rest had roasted the outer flesh and drawn it off, they divided out the portions and held a glorious feast. And after they had stayed desire for drink and food, then thus began the Gerenian horseman Nestor. "Now, then, it is more suitable to prove our guests and ask them who they are, now they are refreshed with food. Strangers, who are you? Where do you come from, sailing the watery ways? Are you upon some business? Or do you rove at random, as the pirates roam the seas, risking their lives and bringing ill to strangers?" Then answered him discreet Telemachus, plucking up courage. For Athena herself put courage in his heart, to ask about his absent father, and to win a good report among mankind. "O Nestor, son of Neleus, great glory of the Achaeans, you ask me whence we are, and I will tell you. We are of Ithaca, under Mount Neaeon. Our business is our own, no public thing, as I will show. I come afar to seek some tidings of my father, royal, hardy Odysseus, who once, they say, fought side by side with you, and sacked the Trojan town. For as to all the others who were in the war at Troy, we have already learned where each man met his doleful death. But this man's death, the son of Cronos, left unknown. No one can surely say where he has died, whether borne down on land by foes, or on the sea among the waves of Amphitrite. Therefore I now come hither to your knees, to ask if you will tell me of my father's doleful death, whether you saw it for yourself with your own eyes, or from some other learned that he was lost. For to exceeding grief his mother bore him. Use no mild word, nor yield to pity out of regard for me, but tell me fully all you chance to see. I do entreat you, if ever my father, good Odysseus, in word or deed kept covenant with you there in the Trojan land, where you Achaeans suffered, be mindful of it now. Tell me the very truth." Then answered him the Gerenian horseman Nestor. "Ah, friend, you make me call to mind the pains we bore in that far land, untamed in spirit as we sons of the Achaeans were. All we endured on shipboard on the misty sea, coasting for plunder where Achilles led, and all our fightings round the stronghold of King Priam, where so many of our bravest perished. There warlike Ajax lies, and there Achilles. There too Patroclus, the peer of gods in wisdom. There my own son, so strong and gallant, and Telemachus, exceeding swift of foot, a famous fighter. And many other woes we had, added to these. What mortal man could count them? Nay, should you tarry 5 or 6 years here to ask what woes the great Achaeans suffered, you would return to your own land wearied ere I could tell. For 9 years long we plotted their destruction, busy with craft of every kind, yet still the son of Cronus hardly brought us through. With one man there none sought to vie in wisdom, for far beyond us all in craft of every kind was royal Odysseus, your father, if you are indeed his child. I am amazed to see, and yet how fitting are your words. One wouldn't say a youth could speak so fitly. Well, all that while, royal Odysseus and I never once differed in the assembly or the council, but with one heart, with will and steadfast purpose, we planned how all might best be ordered for the Argives. Yet after we overthrew the lofty town of Priam, when we went away in ships and God dispersed the Achaeans, then Zeus purposed in his mind a sad voyage for the Argives. For no wise prudent and upright were all. So many a one came to an evil end, through the fell wrath of the dread father's clear-eyed child, who caused a strife twixt the 2 sons of Atreus. For these 2 summoned to an assembly all the Achaeans, in haste, not in due order, at the setting sun. And heavy with wine the young Achaeans came. Then each declared the reason why he called the host together. Now Menelaus exhorted all the Achaeans to turn their thoughts toward going home on the broad ocean ridges. But this pleased Agamemnon not at all. He wished to stay the host and offer sacred hecatombs, that so he might appease the dread wrath of Athena. Fool, who did not know she might not be persuaded, for a purpose is not lightly changed in gods who live forever. Thus stood the brothers exchanging bitter words, while up sprang other male Achaeans in wild din, and both the plans found favor. That night we rested, nursing in our breasts hard thoughts of one another. Zeus was preparing us the ill that comes from wrong. At dawn we dragged our ships into the sacred sea, and put therein our goods, and the low-girdled women. Half of the host held back, remaining with the son of Atreus, Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people, while we, the other half, embarked and sailed. Swiftly our ships ran on. God smoothed the billowy deep. Arrived at Tenedos, we offered sacrifices to the gods as homeward bound. But Zeus had not yet willed our coming home, cruel to waken bitter strife a second time. Part turned their curved ships back and sailed with Odysseus, keen and crafty, again to proffer aid to Agamemnon, the son of Atreus. I, with the company of ships which followed me, pressed onward, for I knew some power intended ill. On pressed the warlike son of Tydeus, too, inspiriting his men. Later upon our track came light-haired Menelaus, who overtook us while at Lesbos we debated on the long sea voyage, doubtful if we should sail above steep Chios by way of the island of Syria, with Chios on our left, or under Chios and past windy Mimas. We therefore begged of God to show some sign, and he made plain our way, bidding us cut the center of the sea straight for Euboea, if we would soonest flee from harm. The whistling wind began to blow, and swiftly along the swarming water sped our ships, and touched at night Geristus, where on Poseidon's altar we laid many thighs of bulls, thankful that we had compassed the wide sea. It was the 4th day when the crews of Diomed the horseman, son of Tydeus, moored their trim ships at Argos. I still held on toward Pylos, nor did the breeze once fall after the god first sent it forth to blow. And thus it was I came, dear child, bringing no tidings, Nothing I know about the rest of the Achaeans, which were saved and which were lost. But all that I have learned while sitting here at home, this, as is proper, you shall know. I will hide nothing from you. Safely, they say, returned the spearmen of the Myrmidons, whom the proud son of fierce Achilles led. Safely, too, Philoctetes, the gallant son of Poias. And back to Crete Idomeneus brought all his men. All who escaped the war, the sea took not a man. About the son of Atreus you yourselves have heard, though you live far away, how he returned, and how Aegisthus plotted his doleful death. And yet a fearful reckoning Aegisthus paid. When a man dies, how good it is to leave a son. That son took vengeance on the slayer, wily Aegisthus, who had slain his famous father. You too, my friend, for certainly I find you fair and tall, be strong, that men hereafter born may speak your praise. Then answered him discreet Telemachus. O Nestor, son of Neleus, great glory of the Achaeans, stoutly that son took vengeance, and the Achaeans shall spread his fame afar, that future times may know. Oh, that to me as well the gods would give the power to pay the suitors for their grievous wrongs, for they with insult work me outrage. But no such boon the gods bestowed on me and on my father. Now, therefore, all must simply be endured. Then answered him the Gerenian horseman Nestor. Friend, since you turn my thoughts to this by your own words, they say that many suitors of your mother, heedless of you, work evil in your halls. Pray, tell me, do you willingly submit, or are the people of your land adverse to you, led by some voice of God? Who knows but yet Odysseus may return and recompense their crimes, either alone or all the Achaeans with him? Ah, might clear-eyed Athena be pleased to be your friend as formerly she aided great Odysseus, there in the Trojan land where we Achaeans suffered. For I never knew the gods to show such open friendship as Pallas Athena showed in standing by Odysseus. If now to you she would be such a friend, and heartily give aid, perhaps some of these men would cease to think of marriage. Then answered him discreet Telemachus. Nay, sire, not soon, I think, will words like these come true. Too great is what you say. I am astonished. Hope what I might, such things could never be, not if the gods should will them. Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, Telemachus, what word has passed the barrier of your teeth? Easily may a god who will bring a man safe from far. Yes, I myself would gladly meet a multitude of woes, if so I might go home and see my day of coming, and not return and fall beside my hearth as Agamemnon fell, under the plottings of his own wife and Aegisthus. Yet death, 'tis true, the common lot, gods have no power to turn even from one they love, when the fell doom of death that lays man low once overtakes him. Then answered her discreet Telemachus, Mentor, let us talk of this no more. It makes us sad. For him no real return can ever be. Long time ago the immortals fixed his death and his dark doom. At present I would trace a different story, and question Nestor, since beyond all men else he knows the right and wise. 3 generations of mankind they say that he has ruled, and as I now behold him he seems like an immortal. O Nestor, son of Neleus, tell me the story true. How did the son of Atreus die, wide-ruling Agamemnon? And where was Menelaus? What was the deadly plot wily Aegisthus laid to kill a man much braver than himself? Was Menelaus absent from Achaean Argos, travelling to men afar, so that Aegisthus, taking courage, did the murder? Then answered him the Gerenian horseman Nestor. Well, I will tell you all the truth, my child. Indeed, you yourself guess how it had fallen out, if the son of Atreus, light-haired Menelaus, had found Aegisthus living in the palace when he returned from Troy. Then over dead Aegisthus men had heaped no mound of earth, but dogs and birds had feasted on him, lying on the plain outside the town. And no Achaean woman had made lament for him, for monstrous was the deed he wrought. At Troy we tarried, bringing to fulfillment many toils, while he, at ease, hidden in grazing Argos, strove hard to win the wife of Agamemnon by his words. At first, indeed, she scorned ill-doing, this royal Clytemnestra, being of upright mind. Moreover, a bard was with her, whom the son of Atreus strictly charged to guard his wife. But when at last the doom of gods constrained her to her ruin, then did Aegisthus take the bard to a lone island, and leave him there, the prey and prize of birds, while her, as willing as himself, he led to his own home. And many a thigh-piece did he burn upon the sacred altars of the gods, and many an offering render, woven stuffs and gold, at having achieved a deed so great as never in his heart he thought to see. Now, as we came from Troy, the son of Atreus and myself set sail together, full of loving thoughts. But when we were approaching sacred Sunion, a cape of Athens, Phoebus Apollo smote the helmsman of Menelaus, and slew him with his gentle arrows, while he held the rudder of the running ship within his hands. Phrontis it was, Onetor's son, one who surpassed all humankind in piloting a ship when winds are wild. So Menelaus tarried, though eager for his journey, to bury his companion and to pay the funeral rites. But when he also, sailing in his hollow ships over the wine-dark sea, reached in his course the steep height of Malea, from that point on far-seeing Zeus gave him a grievous way. He poured forth blasts of whistling winds and swollen waves as huge as mountains. Dividing the ships, he brought a part to Crete, where the Sidonians dwelt around the streams of Iardanus. Here is a cliff smooth and steep toward the water, at the border land of Gortyn, on the misty sea, where the south wind drives heavy waves against the western point, toward Festus. And this small rock holds back the heavy waves. Some came in here, the men themselves hardly escaping death, their ships the waves crushed on the ledges. But the 5 other dark-bowed ships, wind and wave, bore to Egypt. So Menelaus gathered there much substance and much gold, coasting about on shipboard to men of alien speech. And all this time at home Aegisthus foully plotted. Slaying the son of Atreus, he reigned 7 years in rich Mycenae. The people were held down, but in the 8th ill came. For royal Orestes came from Athens and slew the slayer, wily Aegisthus, who had slain his famous father. The slaughter done, he held a funeral banquet for the Argives over his hateful mother and spiritless Aegisthus. And on that self-same day came Menelaus, good at the war-cry, bringing a store of treasure, all the freight his ships could bear. You too, my friend, wander not long and far from home, leaving your wealth behind, and persons in your house so insolent as these. For they may swallow all that wealth, sharing with one another while you are gone a fruitless journey. And yet, I say, go visit Menelaus. Indeed, I bid you go. For he's lately come from foreign lands, and from those nations whence one could not really hope to come, when once the storms had swept him off into so vast a sea from which birds do not travel in a year, so vast and terrible it is. Go then at once with your own ship and crew, or if you like, by land. Chariot and horses are ready for you, and ready too my sons to be your guide to sacred Lacedaemon, where lives light-haired Menelaus. Beg him yourself to tell the very truth. Falsehood he will not speak, for just and wise is he. As he thus spoke, the sun went down, and darkness came, and the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, said to them, Sire, certainly these words of yours are fitly spoken, but come, cut up the tongues and mix the wine, and after we have poured libations to Poseidon and the rest of the immortals, we may seek our rest, since it is time for rest. For now the day has turned to dusk, and surely it is not well to tarry long at the gods' feast, rather to rise and go." So spoke the daughter of Zeus, and they hearkened to her saying. Pages poured water on their hands, young men brimmed bowls with drink, and served to all, with a first pious portion for the cup. They themselves threw the tongues into the flame, and rising poured libations. So after they had poured and drunk as their hearts would, then would Athena and princely Telemachus set off together for their hollow ship. But Nestor checked them and rebuked them, saying, "Zeus and the other immortal gods forbid that you should leave my house and turn to a swift ship. As if I were a man quite without clothes, and poor, a man who had not robes and rugs enough at home for himself and friends to sleep in comfort. But in my house are goodly robes and rugs, and never surely shall the loving son of our Odysseus lie on ship's deck while I am living, or while within my halls children remain to entertain such guests as visit house of mine." Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "Well have you said in this, kind sir, and good it were Telemachus should heed, for it is far more seemly so. Nay, he shall now attend you and sleep within your halls. But as for me, I go to the black ship to cheer my men and tell their duties. For I am the only man of years among them all. The others, younger men, follow me out of friendship, and all are of the age of bold Telemachus. There would I lay me down by the black hollow ship tonight. But in the morning I will go to the bold Cauconians, where there are debts now due me, not recent ones, nor small. As for Telemachus, who stays with you, send him upon his way by chariot with your son, and give him horses that have swiftest speed and best endurance." Saying this, clear-eyed Athena passed away in likeness of an osprey. Awe fell on all who saw. The old man marveled as he gazed, grasped by the hand Telemachus, and said as he addressed him, "Dear friend, you will not prove, I trust, a base man lacking in spirit, if, when so young, the gods become your guides. This is none else of those who have their dwelling on Olympus than the daughter of Zeus, Tritogeneia, who honored your good father too amongst the Argives. Ah, Queen, be gracious and vouchsafe me fair renown, me and my children and my honored wife, and I will give to thee a glossy heifer, broad of brow, unbroken, one no man ever brought beneath the yoke. Her I will give, tipping her horns with gold." So spoke his prayer, and Pallas Athena heard. Then the Gerenian horseman Nestor led sons and sons-in-law to his fair palace. And they, on reaching the far-famed palace of the king, took seats in order on couches and on chairs. And the old man mixed for all his comers a vessel of sweet wine, which now 11 years old the housewife opened, unfastening the lid. A bowl of this the old man mixed, and fervently he prayed, pouring libation to Athena, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus. Then after they had poured and drunk as their hearts would, desiring rest, they each departed homeward. But in the house itself the Gerenian horseman Nestor prepared the bed of Telemachus, the son of princely Odysseus, upon a well-bored bedstead beneath the echoing portico. By him he placed Pisistratus, that sturdy spearman, one ever foremost, he who was still the bachelor among the sons at home. But Nestor slept in the recess of the high hall, his wife the queen making her bed beside him. Soon as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, the Gerenian horseman Nestor rose from bed, and coming forth sat down on the smooth stones which stood before his lofty gate, white, glistening as with oil. On them in former days Neleus had sat, the peer of gods in council. But long ago he met his doom and went to the house of Hades. And now Gerenian Nestor sat thereon as warder of the Achaeans, holding the sceptre. Round him his sons collected in a group, on coming from their chambers, Echephron and Stratius, Perseus, Aretus, and gallant Thrasymedes, and sixth and last came Lord Pisistratus. Then they led forward godlike Telemachus and set him by their side, and thus began the Gerenian horseman Nestor. Hasten, dear children, and fulfill my vow, that first of all the gods I seek the favor of Athena, who came to me in open presence at the gods' high feast. Go, one among you, to the field, and have a heifer quickly brought, and let the neat-herd drive her. One go to the black ship of bold Telemachus, and bring here all his crew, leave only 2 behind. Let one again summon the smith, Laerces, hither, to tip with gold the heifer's horns. The rest of you stay here together. But tell the maids within our famous palace to spread a feast, to fetch some seats, some logs of wood, and some fresh water. He spoke, away went all in breathless haste. And now there came the heifer from the field. There came from the swift-balanced ship the crew of brave Telemachus. There came the smith with his smith's tools in hand, his implements of art, anvil and hammer, and the shapely tongs with which he works the gold. There came Athena, too, to meet the sacrifice. Then the old horseman Nestor furnished gold, and so that other welded it round the heifer's horns, smoothing it till the goddess might be pleased to view the offering. Now by the horns Stratius and noble Echephron led up the heifer. Aretus brought lustral water in a flowered basin from the storeroom, and in his other hand held barley in a basket. And dauntless Thrasymedes, a sharp axe in his hand, stood by to fell the heifer, while Perseus held the blood bowl. Then the old horseman Nestor began the opening rites of washing hands and sprinkling meal, and fervently he prayed Athena at beginning, casting the forelocks in the fire. So, after they had prayed and strewn the barley meal, forthwith the son of Nestor, ardent Thrasymedes, drew near and dealt the blow. The axe cut through the sinews of the neck and broke the heifer's power. A cry went up from the daughters of Nestor, the sons' wives, and his own honored wife, Eurydice, the eldest of the daughters of Clemenus. The sons then raised the beast up from the trodden earth and held her so, while Pisistratus, ever foremost, cut the throat. And after the black blood had flowed and life had left the carcass, they straightway laid it open, quickly cut out the thighs, all in due order, wrapped them in fat in double layers, and placed raw flesh thereon. On billets of wood the old man burned them, and poured upon them sparkling wine, while young men by his side held 5-pronged forks. So after the thighs were burned, and the inward parts were tasted, they sliced the rest, and stuck it on their forks, and roasted all, holding the pointed forks in hand. Meanwhile to Telemachus fair Polycaste gave a bath, she who was youngest daughter of Nestor, son of Menelaus. And after she had bathed him, and anointed him with oil, and put upon him a goodly robe and tunic, forth from the bath he came, in bearing like the immortals, and he went and sat by Nestor, the shepherd of the people. The others, too, when they had roasted the outer flesh and drawn it off, sat down and fell to feasting. Picked men attended them, pouring the wine into their golden cups. So after they had stayed desire for drink and food, then thus began the Gerenian horseman Nestor. "My sons, go fetch the full-maned horses for Telemachus, and yoke them to the car, to bring him on his way." So he spoke, and willingly they heeded and obeyed. Quickly they harnessed the swift horses to the car. The housewife put in bread and wine and dainties, such things as heaven-descended princes eat. And now Telemachus mounted the goodly chariot, and Nestor's son Pisistratus, ever foremost, mounted the chariot too, and took the reins in hand. He cracked the whip to start, and not unwillingly the pair flew off into the plain, left the steep citadel of Pylos, and all day long they shook the yoke they bore between them. Now the sun sank, and all the ways grew dark, and the men arrived at Phyrae, before the house of Diocles, the son of Orsilochus, whose father was Alphaeus. There for the night they rested. He gave them entertainment. Then, as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they harnessed the horses, mounted the gay chariot, and off they drove from porch and echoing portico. Pisistratus cracked the whip to start, and not unwillingly the pair flew off. So into the plain they came, where wheat was growing, and through this by and by they reached their journey's end. So fast their horses sped them. Then the sun sank, and all the ways grew dark. Book 4. At Lacedaemon. Into the low land now they came of caverned Lacedaemon, and drove to the palace of famous Menelaus. They found him holding a wedding feast for all his kin, in honor of the son and gentle daughter of his house. To the son of Achilles, that breaker of the line, he gave his daughter. For long ago at Troy he pledged himself to give her, and now the gods brought round their wedding. Accordingly, today, with horses and with chariots, he sent her forth to the famed city of the Myrmidons, whose king her bridegroom was. Then for his son, stout Megapenthes, he took to wife Alector's daughter out of Sparta, his son a favourite, though born of a slave mother. The gods gave Helen no more issue after she in the early time had borne her lovely child Hermione, who had the grace of golden Aphrodite. Thus at the feast in the great high-roofed house, neighbours and kinsmen of famous Menelaus sat and made merry. Among them sang the sacred bard, and touched his lyre. A pair of dancers went whirling down the middle as he began the song. Now at the palace gate 2 youths and their horses stopped, princely Telemachus and the proud son of Nestor. Great Eteonius came forth and saw them. He was a busy squire of famous Menelaus, and hastened through the hall to tell the shepherd of the people, and standing close beside him he said in winged words, "Here are 2 strangers, heaven-descended Menelaus, and they are like the seed of mighty Zeus. Say, shall we unharness their swift horses, or shall we send them forth for someone else to entertain?" Then, deeply moved, said light-haired Menelaus, "Heretofore you were no fool, Boethius' son, Eteonius, but now you chatter folly like a child. Why, we ourselves are here through having oftentimes had food from strangers, and we must look to Zeus henceforth to keep us safe from harm. No, take the harness from the strangers' horses, and bring the men themselves within to share our feast." He spoke, and Eteonius hastened along the hall and called on other busy squires to follow. They took the sweating horses from the yoke, tied them securely at the mangers, threw them some corn and mixed therewith white barley, then tipped the chariot up against the bright face wall, and brought the men into the lordly house. And they, beholding, marvelled at the dwelling of the heaven-descended king, for a sheen as of the sun or moon played through the high-roofed house of famous Menelaus. Now after they had satisfied their eyes with gazing, they went to the polished baths and bathed. And when the maids had bathed them and anointed them with oil, and put upon them fleecy coats and tunics, they took their seats by Menelaus, son of Atreus. And water for the hands a servant brought, in a beautiful pitcher made of gold, and poured it out over a silver basin for their washing, and spread a polished table by their side. Then the grave housekeeper brought bread and placed before them, setting out food of many a kind, freely giving of her store. The carver, too, took platters of meat and placed before them, meat of all kinds, and set their golden goblets ready. And greeting the pair, said light-haired Menelaus, "Break bread, and have good cheer, and by, when you have eaten, we will ask what men you are. Surely the parent stock suffers no loss in you, but you are of some line of heaven-descended sceptred kings, for common men have no such children." So saying, he set before them fat slices of a chine of beef, taking up in his hands the roasted flesh which had been placed before him as the piece of honour, and on the food spread out before them they laid hands. But after they had stayed desire for drink and food, Telemachus said to Nestor's son, his head bent close that others might not hear, "O son of Nestor, my heart's delight, notice the blaze of bronze throughout the echoing halls, the gold, the amber, silver, and ivory. The court of Olympian Zeus within must be like this. What untold wealth is here, I am amazed to see." What he was saying, light-haired Menelaus overheard, and speaking in winged words, he said, "Dear children, know, no mortal man may vie with Zeus. Eternal are his halls and his possessions. But one of humankind to vie with me in wealth there may or may not be. Through many woes and wanderings I brought it in my ships, 8 years upon the way. Cyprus, Phoenicia, Egypt I wandered over, came to the Ethiopians, Sidonians, and Arembians, and into Libya, where the lambs are full-horned at their birth. 3 times a year the flocks bear young. No prince or peasant there lacks cheese, meat, or sweet milk, but the ewes give their milk the whole year round. While I was gathering thereabouts much wealth and wandering on, a stranger slew my brother when off his guard, by stealth, and through the craft of his accursed wife. Therefore I have no joy as lord of my possessions. But from your fathers you will have heard the tale, whoever they may be, for great was my affliction, and desolate the house, which once stood fair and stored with many goods. Would I were here at home with but the 3rd part of my wealth, and they were safe today who fell on the plain of Troy, far off from grazing Argos. But no, and for them all I often grieve and mourn when sitting in my halls. Now with a sigh I ease my heart, then check myself. Soon comes a surfeit of benumbing sorrow. Yet in my grief it is not all I so much mourn as one alone who makes me loathe my sleep and food when I remember him. For no Achaean bore the brunt as did Odysseus, and came victor off. And still on him it was appointed woe should fall, and upon me a ceaseless pang because of him. So long he tarries, whether alive or dead we do not know. For him now mourn the old Laertes, steadfast Penelope, and Telemachus, whom he left at home a newborn child." So he spoke, and stirred in Telemachus yearnings to mourn his father. Tears from his eyelids dropped upon the ground when he heard his father's name, and he held with both his hands his purple cloak before his eyes. This Menelaus noticed, and hesitated in his mind and heart whether to leave him to make mention of his father, or first to question him and prove him through and through. While he thus doubted in his mind and heart, forth from her fragrant high-roofed chamber Helen came, like golden-shafted Artemis. For her Adraste placed a carven chair, Alcippe brought a covering of soft wool, and Philo a silver basket, which Alcandra gave, the wife of Polybus, who lived at Thebes in Egypt, where there is wealth in plenty. He gave to Menelaus 2 silver bathtubs, a pair of kettles, and 10 golden talents. And then, besides, his wife gave Helen beautiful gifts. She gave a golden distaff, and a basket upon rollers fashioned of silver, and its rim finished with gold. This her attendant Philo now brought and set beside her, filled with a fine-spun yarn. Across it lay the distaff, charged with dark wool. Seated upon her chair, with a footstool for her feet, she straightway questioned thus her husband closely. "Do we know, heaven-descended Menelaus, who these men visiting our house assert themselves to be? Shall I disguise my thought or speak it plainly? My heart bids speak. None have I ever seen, I think, so like another. No man, no woman, amazed am I to see, as this man here is like the son of brave Odysseus, even like Telemachus, whom his father left at home a newborn child, when you Achaeans, for the sake of worthless me, came under the walls of Troy, eager for valorous fighting." Then, answering her, said light-haired Menelaus, "Now I too note it, wife, as you suggest. Such were Odysseus' feet and hands, his turn of eye, his head and hair above, and even now, as I begin to call to mind Odysseus, and to tell what grievous toils he bore in my behalf, this youth let fall a bitter tear from under his brows, and held his purple cloak before his eyes." Then Nestor's son, Pisistratus, made answer, "O son of Atreus, heaven-descended Menelaus, leader of hosts, this is in truth his son, as you have said. But he is modest and too bashful in his heart to make display of talk on his first coming here, before you, too, whose voice we both enjoy as if it were a god's. The Gerenian horseman Nestor sent me forth to be his guide, for he desired to see you, hoping that you might give him aid by word or deed. Oh, many a grief the son of an absent father meets at home when other helpers are not by. So with Telemachus. The one is gone, and others there are none in all the land to ward off ill." Then, answering him, said light-haired Menelaus, "What? Is there then within my house the son of one so dear, one who for me bore many a conflict? I used to say I should rejoice over his coming home far more than over that of all the other Argives, if through the seas Olympian far-seeing Zeus let our swift ships find passage. In Argos I would have granted him a city, and would here have built his house, and I would have brought him out of Ithaca, him and his goods, his child, and all his people, clearing its dwellers from some single city that lies within my neighborhood, and owns me as its lord. So, living here, we had been much together, and nothing further could have parted than our joyous friendship, till death's dark cloud closed round. But God himself must have been envious of a life like this, and made that hapless man alone to fail of coming." So he spoke, and stirred in all a yearning after tears. Then Argive Helen wept, the child of Zeus. Telemachus too wept, and Menelaus, son of Atreus. Nor yet did Nestor's son keep his eyes tearless. For in his mind he mused on good Antilochus, whom the illustrious son of the bright dawn had slain. Remembering whom, he spoke in winged words, "O son of Atreus, that you were wise beyond the wont of men, old Nestor used to say, when we would mention you at home and questions raise. But now, if you will, give ear to me, for after a feast I do not like to sit and grieve. Tomorrow's sun shall shine. Not that I think it ill to weep for one who dies and meets his doom. It is the only honor sorrowing men can pay, to cut the hair and let the tear fall down the cheek. A brother of mine once died, and not the meanest of the Argives. You must have known him. I never looked upon his face and never knew him. But Antilochus, they say, was swift of foot, a famous fighter." Then, answering him, said light-haired Menelaus, "Friend, You have said just what a man of understanding might say and even do, were he indeed your elder. For sprung from such a father you talk with understanding. Easily is his offspring known, to whom the son of Cronos allots a boon in birth and marriage. And thus has he blessed Nestor continually all his days, granting him hale old age at home, and children who are youths of wisdom, mighty with the spear. Let us then check the lamentation which arose a while ago, and turn once more to feasting. Let them pour water on our hands. Again, tomorrow, for Telemachus and me, there will be tales to tell." He spoke, and Asphalion poured water on their hands. He was a busy squire of famous Menelaus. Then on the food spread out before them they laid hands. Now, elsewhere, Helen turned her thoughts, the child of Zeus. Straightway she cast into the wine of which they drank a drug which quenches pain and strife, and brings forgetfulness of every ill. He who should taste it, mingled in the bowl, would not that day let tears fall down his cheeks, although his mother and his father died, although before his door a brother or dear son fell by the sword, and his own eyes beheld. Such cunning drugs had the daughter of Zeus, drugs of a healing virtue, which Polydamna gave, the wife of Thon, in Egypt, where the fruitful soil yields drugs of every kind, some that when mixed are healing, others deadly. There everyone is a physician, skilful beyond all humankind, for they are of the race of Paeon. So, after she had cast the drug into the bowl and bidden pour, then once more taking up the word, she said, "Heaven-descended son of Atreus, Menelaus, and you too, children of worthy men, though Zeus to one in one way, to another in another, distributes good and ill, and is almighty, yet now, since you are sitting at a feast within our hall, amuse yourselves with tales. One suiting the occasion I will tell. Fully I cannot tell, nor even name the many feats of hardy Odysseus. But this is the sort of deed that brave men did and dared there in the Trojan land, where you Achaeans suffered. Marring himself with cruel blows, casting a wretched garment round his shoulders, and looking like a slave, he entered the wide-wayed city of his foes. And other than his own true self, he made himself appear in this disguise, even like a beggar, far as he was from such an one at the Achaean ships. In such a guise he entered the Trojans' town. They took no notice, one and all. I alone knew him for the man he was, and questioned him. He shrewdly tried to foil me. But while I washed him, and anointed him with oil, and brought him clothing, after I swore a solemn oath not to make known Odysseus to the Trojans till he should reach the swift ships and the camp, then he told me all the Achaeans had in mind. So, slaying many Trojans with his trenchant sword, he went off to the Argives and carried back much knowledge. Thereat the other Trojan women raised a loud lament. My soul was glad, for my heart already turned toward going home, and I would mourn the blindness Aphrodite brought when she lured me thither from my native land, and bade me leave my daughter, my chamber, and my husband, a man who lacked for nothing, either in mind or person. Then, answering her, said light-haired Menelaus, "Yes, all your tale, my wife, is told right well. I have in days gone by tested the wisdom and the will of many heroes, and I have travelled over many lands. But never have I found a soul so true as that of stout Odysseus. Consider what that brave man did and dared within the wooden horse, where all we Argive chiefs were lying, bearing the Trojans' death and doom. Ere long you passed that way. Some god must have impelled you, who sought to bring the Trojans honour. Godlike Deiphobus was following after. Thrice walking round our hollow ambush, touching it here and there, you called by name the Danaan chiefs, feigning the voice of every Argive's wife. Now I and the son of Tydeus and royal Odysseus, crouched in the middle, heard your call, and we too, starting up, were minded to go forth, or else to answer straightway from within. But Odysseus held us back and stayed our madness. So all the other sons of the Achaeans held their peace. Anticlus only was determined to make answer to your words. But Odysseus firmly closed his mouth with his strong hands, and so saved all the Achaeans. All through the time he held him thus, till Pallas Athena led you off. Then answered him discreet Telemachus, O son of Atreus, heaven-descended Menelaus, leader of hosts, so much the worse. All was of no avail against a doleful death, though an iron heart was his. Nay, bring us to our beds, that so at last, lulled in sweet sleep, we may get comfort. He spoke, and Argive Helen bade the maids to set a bed beneath the portico, to lay upon it beautiful purple rugs, spread blankets over these, and then place woolen mantles on the outside for a covering. So the maids left the hall, with torches in their hands, and spread the bed, and a page led forth the strangers. Thus, in the porch, slept Prince Telemachus, and the illustrious son of Nestor. But the son of Atreus slept in the recess of the high hall, and by him long-robed Helen lay, a queen of women. Soon, as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Menelaus, good at the war-cry, rose from bed, put on his clothes, slung his sharp sword about his shoulder, under his shining feet bound his fair sandals, and came forth from his chamber in bearing like a god. Then, seating himself beside Telemachus, he thus addressed him, saying, What business brings you here, my lord Telemachus, to sacred Lacedaemon on the broad ocean ridges? Public or private is it? Tell me the very truth. Then answered him discreet Telemachus, O son of Atreus, heaven-descended Menelaus, leader of hosts, I came to see if you could give me tidings of my father. My home is swallowed up, my rich estate is wasted. With men of evil hearts my house is filled, men who continually butcher my huddling flocks and swing-paced, crook-horned oxen, the suitors of my mother, overweening in their pride. Therefore I now come hither to your knees, to ask if you will tell me of my father's doleful death, whether you saw it for yourself with your own eyes, or from some other learned that he was lost. For to exceeding grief his mother bore him. Use no mild word, nor yield to pity out of regard for me, but tell me fully all you chance to see. I do entreat you, if ever my father, good Odysseus, in word or deed kept covenant with you there in the Trojan land, where you Achaeans suffered, be mindful of it now. Tell me the very truth. Then, deeply moved, said light-haired Menelaus, Heavens, in a very brave man's bed these sought to lie, the weaklings, as when in the den of a strong lion a hind has laid asleep her newborn sucking fawns, then roams the slopes and grassy hollows seeking food, and by into his lair the lion comes, and on both hind and fawns brings ghastly doom. So shall Odysseus bring on these a ghastly doom. Oh, Father, Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, if with the power he showed one day in stately Lesbos, when he rose and wrestled in a match with Thylamoleides, and down he threw him heavily, while the Achaeans all rejoiced, if, as he was that day, Odysseus now might meet the suitors, they all would find quick turns of fate and bitter rites of marriage. But as to what you ask thus urgently, I will not speak deceitfully, misleading you. But what the unerring old man of the sea reported, in not a word will I disguise or hide from you. At the river of Egypt, eager as I was to hasten home, the gods still held me back, because I did not make the offerings due. And the gods will us to be ever mindful of their laws. Now, in the surging sea an island lies, Pharos they call it, as far from the river as in a day a hollow ship will run when a whistling wind blows after. By it there lies a bay with a good anchorage, from which they send the trim ships off to sea and get them drinking water. Here the gods kept me 20 days. Not once came the sea breezes which guide the course of ships on the broad ocean ridges. So all my stores would have been spent, and my men's courage, had not a certain goddess pitied and preserved me. This was Idothea, daughter of mighty Proteus, the old man of the sea. For I deeply touched her heart as she met me on my solitary way, apart from my companions. For they were ever roaming round the island, fishing with crooked hooks, as hunger pinched their bellies. She, drawing near me, spoke, and thus said she, "Are you so witless, stranger, and unnerved, or do you willingly give way, taking a pleasure in your pains? So long you have remained upon the island, unable to discover an escape, while fainter grows the courage of your comrades." So she spoke, and answering her, said I, "Then let me tell you, whatsoever goddess you may be, that I remain here through no will of mine, but I must have given offence to the immortals, who hold the open sky. Rather tell me, for gods know all, which of the immortals chains me here and bars my progress, and tell me of my homeward way, how I may pass along the swarming sea." So I spoke, and straight the heavenly goddess answered, "Well, stranger, I will plainly tell you all. There haunts this place a certain old man of the sea, unerring and immortal, Proteus of Egypt, who knows the depths of every sea, and is Poseidon's minister. He is, men say, my father, who begot me. If you could only lie in wait and seize on him, he would tell you of your course, the stages of your journey, and of your homeward way, how you may pass along the swarming sea. And he would tell you, heaven-descended man, if you desire, all that has happened at your home, of good or ill, while you have wandered on your long and toilsome way." So she spoke, and answering her, said I, "Do you instruct me how to lie in wait for the old god, lest he, foreseeing or foreknowing, may escape? Hard is a god for mortal man to master." So I spoke, and straight the heavenly goddess answered, "Yes, stranger, I will truly tell you all. When the sun reaches the mid-sky, forth from the water comes the unerring old man of the sea at a puff of the west wind, and veiled in the dark ripple. When he is come, he lays him down under the caverned cliffs, while round him seals, the brood of a fair sea-nymph, huddle and sleep on rising from the foaming water, and pungent is the scent they breathe of the unfathomed sea. There will I bring you at the dawn of day, and lay you in the line. Meantime, do you choose carefully for comrades the 3 best men you have among the well-benched ships, and I will tell you all the old man's wicked ways. First, he will count the seals, and go their round, and when he has told them off by 5s and found them all, he will lie down among them like a shepherd with his flock. As soon as you see him sleeping, summon all your might and main, and hold him fast, although he strive and struggle to escape. He will make trial of you, turning into whatsoever moves on earth, to water even, and heaven-kindled fire. Yet hold unflinchingly, and clasp the more. But when at length he questions you in his own shape, in the same shape as when you saw him sleeping, then, hero, cease from violence, and set the old man free. But ask what god afflicts you, and ask about your homeward way, how you may pass along the swarming sea." Saying this, she plunged into the surging sea. I to the ships which lay along the sands turned me away, and as I went my heart was sorely troubled. But when I came to the ship and to the sea, and we had made our supper, and the immortal night drew near, we laid us down upon the beach to sleep. Then, as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, along the shore of the wide-stretching sea I went with many supplications to the gods. I took 3 comrades with me, men whom I trusted most for any enterprise. She, in the meantime, having plunged into the sea's broad bosom, brought forth from the deep 4 skins of seals. All were fresh flayed, and she prepared the plot against her father. She had scooped hollows in the sand and sat awaiting us. Near her we drew. She made us all lie down in order, and threw a skin on each. Then might our ambuscade have proved a hard one, for the pestilent stench of the sea-born seals oppressed us sorely. Who, indeed, would make his bed by a monster of the sea? But she preserved us, and contrived for us great ease. Under the nose of each she set ambrosia, sweet of smell, and this destroyed the creature's stench. So all the morning did we wait with patient hearts. At last the seals came trooping from the sea, and by lay down in order on the beach. At noon, out of the sea came the old man, found his fat seals, went over all, and told their number, telling us first among the creatures, and never in his heart suspected there was fraud. At length he too lay down. Then with a shout we sprang and threw our arms about him, and the old man did not forget his crafty wiles. For first he turned into a bearded lion, then to a dragon, leopard, and huge boar. He turned into liquid water, into a branching tree. Still we held firm with steadfast hearts. But when the old man wearied, skilful though he was in wicked ways, at last in open speech he questioned me and said, "Which of the gods, O son of Atreus, aided your plot to seize me here against my will by ambuscade? What would you have?" So he spoke, and answering him, said I, "You know, old man, why put me off with questions? How long a time I have remained upon this island, unable to discover an escape, while fainter grows my heart within. Rather, tell me, for gods know all, which of the immortals chains me here and bars my progress, and tell me of my homeward way, how I may pass along the swarming sea." So I spoke, and straightway, answering me, said he, "Nay, but to Zeus and to the other gods you should have made good offerings on setting forth, if you would quickly reach your land, sailing the wine-dark sea. For now it is appointed you to see your friends no more, nor reach your stately house and native land, till you have gone again to Egypt's waters, to its heaven-descended stream, and offered sacred hecatombs to the immortal gods who hold the open sky. Then shall the gods grant you the course which you desire." As thus he spoke, my very soul was crushed within me, because he bade me cross again the misty sea and go to Egypt's river, a long and weary way. Yet still I answered thus, and said, "Old man, all that you bid me I will do. Only declare me this, and plainly tell. Did all the Achaeans with their ships return unharmed, whom Nestor and I left on our setting forth from Troy? Did any die by grievous death at sea, or in the arms of friends when the skein of war was wound?" So I spoke, and straightway answering me, said he, "Son of Atreus, why question me of this? Better it were that you should not see nor comprehend my knowledge, for you will not long be free from tears after you learn the truth. Yes, many were cut off, and many spared. Of leaders, only 2 among the mailed Achaeans died on the journey home. As for the battle, you yourself were there, and one, still living, lingers yet on the wide sea. Ajax was lost, he and his long-oared ships. At first Poseidon wrecked him on the great rocks of Ogygia, but saved him from the sea. And so he might have escaped his doom, though hated by Athena, had he not uttered overweening words, puffed up with pride. For he said he had escaped the great gulf of the sea in spite of gods. Poseidon heard his haughty boasting, and straightway, grasping the trident in his sturdy hands, he smote the rock of Ogygia, splitting it open. One part still held its place. The broken piece fell in the sea. It was on this Ajax at first had sat, puffed up with pride. it bore him down into the boundless surging deep. So there he died, drinking the briny water. Your brother escaped his doom, and came in safety, he and his hollow ships. For powerful Hera saved him. But when he was about to reach the steep height of Melea, a sweeping storm bore him once more along the swarming sea, loudly lamenting to the confines of that country where Thyestes dwelt in former days, but where now dwelt Thyestes' son, Aegisthus. And when, at last, from this point on, his course was clear of danger, and the gods changed the wind about, and home came all, then with rejoicing did he tread his country's soil, and he kissed and clasped that soil, while from him many hot tears fell at seeing the welcome land. But from a tower a watchman spied him, whom wily Aegisthus posted there, and promised him for pay 2 golden talents. He had been keeping guard throughout the year, lest unobserved the king might come and try the force of arms. He hastened to the house to tell the shepherd of the people, and soon Aegisthus contrived a cunning plot. Selecting 20 of the bravest in the land, he laid an ambush, and just across the hall bade that a feast be spread. Then he went to welcome Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people, with horses and with chariots, while meditating crime. He led him up, unheeding, to his death, and slew him at the feast, even as one cuts the ox down at his stall. Not a follower of the son of Atreus lived, nor a follower of Aegisthus. All died within the hall. As thus he spoke, my very soul was crushed within me, and sitting on the sands I fell to weeping. My heart would no more live and see the sun. But when of weeping and of writhing I had had my fill, then said the unerring old man of the sea, "Do not, O son of Atreus, long and unceasingly thus weep, because we know there is no remedy. Seek rather with all speed to reach your native land, for either you will find Aegisthus still alive, or Orestes will have slain him, so forestalling you, and you may join the funeral feast." So he spoke, and the heart and sturdy spirit in my breast, through all my grief, again grew warm, and speaking in winged words, I said, "Of these men then I know, but name the third who still alive lingers on the wide sea, or be he dead, spite of my grief I fain would hear." So I spoke, and straightway answering me said he, "It is Laertes' son, whose home is Ithaca. I saw him on an island, letting the big tears fall, in the hall of the nymph Calypso, who holds him there by force. No power has he to reach his native land, for he has no ships fitted with oars, nor crews to bear him over the broad ocean ridges. As for yourself, heaven-favoured Menelaus, it is not destined you to die and meet your doom in grazing Argos. But to the Elysian plain and the earth's limits the immortal gods shall bring you, where fair-haired Rhadamanthus dwells. Here, utterly at ease, passes the life of men. No snow is here, no winter long, no rain, but the loud blowing breezes of the west the ocean stream sends up to bring men coolness. For you have Helen, and are counted son-in-law of Zeus." Saying this, he plunged into the surging sea. I, with my gallant comrades, turned to our ships, and as I went, my heart was sorely troubled. But when we came to the ship and to the sea, and we had made our supper, and the immortal night drew near, we laid us down to sleep upon the beach. Then, as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, we, in the first place, launched our ships into the sacred sea, put masts and sails in the trim ships. The men embarked themselves, took places at the pins, and sitting in order smote the foaming water with their oars. So back again to Egypt's waters, to its heaven-descended stream, I brought my ships and made the offerings due. And after appeasing the anger of the gods that live forever, I raised a mound to Agamemnon, that his fame might never die. This done, I sailed away. The gods gave wind and brought me swiftly to my native land. But come, remain a while here at my hall until 11 or 12 days pass. Then I will send you forth with honor, giving you splendid gifts, 3 horses and a polished car. Moreover, I will give a goodly chalice, that, as you pour libations to the immortal gods, you may be mindful all your days of me." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "O son of Atreus, keep me no long time here, though I could be content to stay a year, and no desire for kindred or for home would ever come. For I take astonishing pleasure in hearing your tales and talk. But already friends at hallowed Pylos are uneasy, and you still hold me here. As for the gift that you would give, pray let it be some keepsake. Horses I will not take to Ithaca, but leave them as an honor here for you. For you rule open plains where lotus is abundant, marsh grass and wheat and corn, and the white broad-eared barley. In Ithaca there are no open runs, no meadows, a land for goats and pleasanter than grazing country. Not one of the islands is a place to drive a horse. None has good meadows, of all that rest upon the sea, Ithaca least of all." He spoke, and Menelaus, good at the war cry, smiled, patted him with his hand, and said, "Of noble blood you are, dear child, as your words show. Yes, I will make the change. I can with ease. And out of all the gifts stored in my house as treasures, I will give you that which is most beautiful and precious. I will give a well-wrought bowl. It is of solid silver, its rim finished with gold, the work of Hephaestus. Lord Phaedimus, the king of the Sidonians, gave it to me, when his house received me on my homeward way. And now to you I gladly give it." So they conversed together. But banqueters were coming to the palace of the noble king. Men drove up sheep and brought the cheering wine, and their veiled wives sent bread. So busy were they with the feast within the hall. Meanwhile, before the palace of Odysseus, the suitors were making merry, throwing the discus and the hunting spear upon the level pavement, holding riot as of old. Here sat Antinous and godlike Eurymachus, the leaders of the suitors, for they in manly excellence were quite the best of all. To them Noemon, son of Phronius, now drew near, and questioning Antinous, thus he spoke. "Antinous, do we know, or do we not, when Telemachus will come from sandy Pylos? He took a ship of mine and went away, and now I need her for crossing to broad Elis, where I keep my 12 brood mares. The hardy mules, their foals, are still unbroken. One I would fetch away and break him in." So he spoke. The others were amazed. They had been saying Telemachus was not gone to Pylos, to the land of Neleus. They thought he still was somewhere at the farm, among the flocks, or with the swineherd. Then said Antinous, Eupeithes' son, "Tell me precisely when he went, and what young men were with him. Picked men of Ithaca? Or did he take his hirelings and slaves? That indeed he might do. And tell me truly this, that I may rest assured. Did he with violence, against your will, take the black ship? Or did you give it willingly, because he begged?" Then answered him Noemon, son of Phronius, "I gave it willingly. What else could anybody do, when one like him with troubles on his heart entreated? Hard would it be to keep from giving. The youths who next to us are noblest in the land are his companions. I marked their captain as he went on board, and it was Mentor, or a god exactly like him. Yet this is strange. Here I saw noble Mentor yesterday in the morning, and there he was embarking on the ship for Pylos." So saying, he departed to his father's house. But the proud spirits of the two were stirred. They made the suitors seat themselves and stop their sports. And then Antinous, Eupeithes' son, addressed them in displeasure. With fierce anger was his dark soul filled. His eyes were like bright fire. By heavens, here is a monstrous action impudently brought to pass, this journey of Telemachus. We said it shouldn't be, and here, in spite of all of us, this young boy simply goes, launching a ship and picking out the best men of the land. Before we think he will begin to be our bane. But may Zeus blast his power before he reaches man's estate. Come then, and give me a swift ship with 20 comrades, and I will lie in wait upon his way, and guard the strait twixt Ithaca and the rugged Samos. So to his grief he cruises off to find his father. He spoke, and all approved and urged him on. And presently they rose and entered the hall of Odysseus. But now Penelope, no long time after, learned of the plans on which the suitors' hearts were brooding. For the page Medon told her, who overheard the plot and stood outside the court while they within it framed their scheme. He hastened through the palace with the tidings to Penelope, and as he crossed her threshold, Penelope thus spoke. "Page, why have the lordly suitors sent you here? Was it to tell the maids of princely Odysseus to put by work and lay their table? Oh, that they had not wooed or gathered here, or that they here today might eat their last and latest meal. You troop about and squander all our living, even all the estate of wise Telemachus. To your fathers of old you gave no heed when you were children, nor heard what sort of man Odysseus was among your elders, how he did no wrong by deed or word to any in the land. And that is the common way with high-born kings. One man they hate and love another, but he wrought no iniquity to any man. Yet what your disposition is, and what your shameful deeds, is plain to see. There is no gratitude for good deeds done." Then Medon spoke, a man of understanding. "Ah, Queen, I would that were our greatest ill. But weightier matters yet, a sorer evil, the suitors now propose, which may the son of Cronos hinder. They have resolved to slay Telemachus with the keen sword as he sails home. He went away for tidings of his father to hallowed Pylos and to sacred Lacedaemon." As thus he spoke, her knees grew feeble, and her very soul. Long time a speechless stupor held her. Her 2 eyes filled with tears, her voice stayed. But at the last she answered thus, and said, "Page, why is my child gone? What need had he to mount the coursing ships, which served men for sea-horses and cross the mighty flood? Was it to leave no name among men here?" Then answered Medon, that man of understanding, "I do not know whether a god impelled him, or if his own heart stirred within to go to Pylos, to gather tidings of his father's coming, or there to learn what fate he met." So saying, he departed along the hall of Odysseus. But upon her heart-eating anguish fell. No longer had she strength to sit upon a chair, though many were in the room, but down she sank upon the floor of her rich chamber, pitifully moaning. Round about her maids were sobbing, all her household, young and old, and with repeated cries Penelope thus spoke. "Listen, dear maids. Surely the Olympian gave me exceeding sorrow, beyond all women born and bred by mates. For I in former days lost my good husband, a man of lion heart, for every excellence honoured among the Danaans. Good man, his fame is wide through Hellas and mid-Argos. Moreover now my darling son the winds have snatched away silently from my halls. I heard not of his going. Hard-hearted maids, no one of you took thought to rouse me from my bed, though well your own hearts knew when he embarked on the black hollow ship. Ah, had I learned that he was purposing this journey, surely he would have stayed, however eager for the journey, or else he should have left me dead within the hall. But now let someone haste and call old Dolius, the slave my father gave when I came here, who tends my orchard trees. that he may quickly go, seat himself by Laertes, and telling all, learn if Laertes can devise a way to come before the people, and cry out against the men who seek to crush his race, and that of great Odysseus. Then answered her the good nurse Eurycleia, Dear lady, slay me with the ruthless sword, or leave me in the hall. I will not hide my story. I knew of all. I gave him what he wanted, bread and sweet wine, but he extracted from me a solemn oath to speak no word to you until 12 days were past, or until you should miss him and hear that he was gone. That so you might not stain your beautiful face with tears. Now therefore, bathe, and putting on fresh garments, go to your upper chamber with your maids, and offer prayer to Athena, daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, for thus she may preserve him safe from death. Vex not an old man vexed already. Surely I cannot think the Arcesian line is wholly hateful to the blessed gods. Nay, one shall still survive to hold the high-roofed house and the fat fields around. She spoke, and lulled the others' cries, and stayed her eyes from tears. Penelope bathed, and putting on fresh garments, went to her upper chamber with her maids, took barley in a basket, and thus she prayed Athena. Hear me, thou child of aegis-bearing Zeus, unwearied one. If ever wise Odysseus, when at home, burned the fat thighs of ox or sheep to thee, thereof be mindful now. Preserve me, my dear son. Guard him against the cruel suitors' wrongs. Thus having said, she raised the cry, and the goddess heard her prayer. But the suitors broke into uproar up and down the dusky hall, and a rude youth would say, Ha ha! At last the long-wooed queen makes ready for our marriage. Little she thinks that for her son death is in waiting. So they would say, but knew not how things were. And now Antinous addressed them, saying, Good sirs, beware of haughty talk of every kind, or someone may report it indoors too. Come, rather let us rise, and quietly as we may, let us effect the scheme which pleased the hearts of all. So saying, he chose the 20 fittest men, who went to the swift ship and to the shore. They, in the first place, launched the ship into deep water, put mast and sail in the black ship, fitted the oars into their leathern slings, all in due order, and up aloft spread the white sail. Stately squires carried their armour. Out in the stream they moored the boat. They themselves disembarked, took supper there, and waited for the evening to come on. But in her upper chamber, heedful Penelope still lay fasting, tasting neither food nor drink, anxious whether her gallant son would escape death, or by the audacious suitors be borne down, as doubts a lion in a crowd of men, in terror as they draw the crafty circle round him. To her in such anxiety sweet slumber came, and lying back she slept, and every joint relaxed. Now a new plan the goddess formed, clear-eyed Athena. She shaped a phantom fashioned in a woman's form, even like Ithaca, daughter of brave Icarius, her whom Eumelus married, that had his home at Phyrae. And this she sent to the house of princely Odysseus, that it might make Penelope, mourning and sighing now, cease from her griefs and tearful cries. It came into the chamber, passed the bolt-strap, stood by her head, and thus addressed her. Are you asleep, Penelope, dear troubled heart? No, never shall the gods that live at ease leave you to weep and pine, for still your son is destined to return, since in the gods' sight he is no transgressor. Then answered heedful Penelope, very sweetly slumbering at the gates of dreams, Why, sister, have you come? You never before were with me, because your home is very far away. And you bid me cease from grief and all the pangs that vex my mind and heart, me who in former days lost my good husband, a man of lion heart, for every excellence honoured among the Danaans, good man, his fame is wide through Hellas and mid-Argus. Moreover, now my darling son is gone on a hollow ship, a mere boy, too, but little skilled in cares and counsels. Therefore for him I mourn even more than for that other. For him I tremble, and I fear that he may meet with ill, either from those within the land where he is gone, or on the sea. For many evil-minded men now plot against him, and seek to cut him off before he gains his native land. And answering her, said the dim phantom, Take heart, and be not in your mind too sore afraid. So true a guide goes with him as other men have prayed for aid, for powerful is she, Pallas Athena. Seeing you grieve, she pities you, and it was she who sent me here to tell you so. Then heedful Penelope said to her, If you are a god, and have obeyed some heavenly bidding, come tell me also of that hapless one, if still he lives and sees the sunshine, or is he now already dead, and in the house of Hades? And answering her said the dim phantom, Of him I will not speak at length, be he alive or dead. To speak vain words is ill. So saying, it glided past the doorpost's bolt into the airy breezes, and out of sleep awoke Icarius' daughter, and her very soul was warmed, so clear a dream was sent her in the dead of night. Meanwhile the suitors, embarking in their ship, sailed on their watery journey, purposing in their minds the speedy murder of Telemachus. Now in mid-sea there is a rocky island, midway from Ithaca to rugged Samos, Star Islet called, of no great size. It has a harbour, safe for ships on either side. And here it was the Achaeans waited, watching. Book 5. The Raft of Odysseus. Dawn, from her couch by high Tithonus, rose to bring light to immortals and to men. And now the gods sat down to council. With them was Zeus, who thunders from on high, whose power is over all. And to them Athena, ever mindful of Odysseus, told of his many woes, for she was troubled by his stay at the dwelling of the nymph. O Father Zeus, and all you blessed gods that live forever, never again let sceptred king in all sincerity be kind and gentle, nor let him in his mind heed righteousness. Let him instead be ever stern and work unrighteous deeds, since none remembers princely Odysseus among the people whom he ruled, kind father though he was. Upon an island now he lies, deeply distressed, at the hall of the nymph Calypso, who holds him there by force. No power has he to reach his native land, for he has no ships fitted with oars, nor crews to bear him over the broad ocean ridges. Now too men seek to slay his darling son as he sails home. He went away for tidings of his father, to hallowed Pylos, and to sacred Lacedaemon. Then, answering, said cloud-gathering Zeus, My child, what word has passed the barrier of your teeth? For was it not yourself proposed the plan to have Odysseus crush these men by his return? As for Telemachus, aid him upon his way with wisdom, as you can, that he may come unharmed to his own native land, and the suitors in their ship may be turned back again. He spoke and said to Hermes, his dear son, Hermes, since you in all things are my messenger, tell to the fair-haired nymph our steadfast purpose, that hardy Odysseus shall set forth upon his homeward way, not with God's guidance, nor with that of mortal man, but by himself, beset with sorrows, on a strong-built raft, he shall in 20 days reach fertile Scyria, the land of the Phaeacians, who are kinsmen of the gods. There shall they greatly honor him, as if he were a god, and bring him on his way by ship to his own native land, giving him stores of bronze and gold and clothing, more than Odysseus would have won from Troy itself, had he returned unharmed with his due share of spoil. Thus, then, it is his lot to see his friends, and reach his high-roofed house and native land. So he spoke, and the guide, the speedy comer, did not disobey, Forthwith under his feet he bound his beautiful sandals, immortal, made of gold, which carry him over the flood, and over the boundless land swift as a breath of wind. He took the wand with which he charms to sleep the eyes of whom he will, while again whom he will he wakens out of slumber. With this in hand, the powerful speedy-comer began his flight. On coming to Pieria, out of the upper air he dropped down on the deep and skimmed along the water like a bird, a gull, which down the fearful hollows of the barren sea, snatching at fish, dips its thick plumage in the spray. In such wise, through the multitude of waves moved Hermes. But when he neared the distant island, there, turning landward from the dark blue sea, he walked until he came to a great grotto where dwelt the fair-haired nymph. He found she was within. Upon the hearth a great fire blazed, and far along the island the fragrance of cleft cedar and of sandalwood sent perfume as they burned. Indoors, and singing with sweet voice, she tended her loom and wove with golden shuttle. Around the grotto, trees grew luxuriantly, alder and poplar and sweet-scented cypress, where long-winged birds had nests, owls, hawks, and sea-crows ready-tongued, that ply their business in the waters. Here, too, was trained over the hollow grotto a thrifty vine, luxuriant with clusters, and 4 springs in a row were running with clear water, making their soft way from one another here and there. On every side soft meadows of violet and parsley bloomed. Here, therefore, even an immortal who should come might gaze at what he saw, and in his heart be glad. Here stood and gazed the guide, the speedy-comer. Now, after he had gazed to his heart's fill on all, straightway he entered the wide-mouthed grotto, and at a glance Calypso, the heavenly goddess, failed not to know it was he. For not unknown to one another are immortal gods, although they have their dwellings far apart. But sturdy Odysseus he did not find within, for he sat weeping on the shore, where, as of old, with tears and groans and griefs racking his heart, he watched the barren sea and poured forth tears. And now Calypso, the heavenly goddess, questioned Hermes, seating him on a handsome shining chair. "Pray, Hermes of the golden wand, why are you come, honored and welcome though you are? You were not often with me hitherto. Speak what you have in mind. My heart bids me to do it, if I can do it, and it is a thing that can be done. But follow me first, and let me give you entertainment." So saying, the goddess laid a table, loading it with ambrosia and mixing ruddy nectar. And so the guide, the speedy-comer, drank and ate. But when the meal was ended, and his heart was stayed with food, then thus he answered her and said, "Goddess, you question me, a god, about my coming hither, and I will truly tell my story as you bid. Zeus ordered me to come, against my will. Who of his own accord would cross such stretches of salt sea, interminable? And no city of men at hand to make an offering to the gods, and bring them chosen hecatombs. Nevertheless, the will of aegis-bearing Zeus no god may cross or set at naught. He says a man is with you, the most unfortunate of all who fought for Priam's town 9 years, and in the 10th destroyed the city and departed home. They, on their homeward way, offended Athena, who raised ill winds against them and a heavy sea. Thus all the rest of his good comrades perished, but wind and water brought him here. This is the man whom Zeus now bids you send away, and quickly too. For it is not ordained that he shall perish far from friends. It is his lot to see his friends once more, and reach his high-roofed house and native land." As he said this, Calypso, the heavenly goddess, shuddered, and speaking in winged words, she said, "Hard are you gods, and envious beyond all, to grudge that goddesses should mate with men, and take without disguise mortals for lovers. Thus when rosy-fingered Dawn chose Orion for her lover, You gods that live at ease straight so begrudged him that at Ortygia chaste Artemis from her golden throne attacked and slew him with her gentle arrows. Again, when fair-haired Demeter, yielding to her heart, met Jason in the thrice-ploughed field, not long was Zeus unmindful, but hurled a gleaming bolt and laid him low. So again now, you gods, grudge me the mortal tarrying here. Yet it was I who saved him as he rode astride his keel alone, when Zeus with a gleaming bolt smote his swift ship and wrecked it in the middle of the wine-dark sea. There all the rest of his good comrades perished, but wind and water brought him here. I loved and cherished him, and often said that I would make him an immortal, young forever. But since the will of aegis-bearing Zeus no god may cross or set at naught, let him depart, if Zeus commands and bids it, over the barren sea. Only I will not aid him on his way, for I have no ships fitted with oars, nor crews to bear him over the broad ocean ridges. But I will freely give him counsel, and not hide how he may come unharmed to his own native land. Then said to her the guide, the speedy comer, Even so, then, let him go. Beware the wrath of Zeus. Let not his anger by and by grow hot against you. So saying, the powerful speedy comer went his way, while the potent nymph hastened to brave Odysseus, obedient to the words of Zeus. She found him sitting on the shore, and from his eyes the tears were never dried. His sweet life ebbed away in longings for his home, because the nymph pleased him no more. Yet, being compelled, he slept at night within the hollow grotto, as she desired, not he. But in the daytime, sitting on the rocks and sands, with tears and groans and griefs racking his heart, he watched the barren sea and poured forth tears. Now, drawing near, the heavenly goddess said, Unhappy man, sorrow no longer here, nor let your days be wasted, for I at last will freely let you go. Come then, hew the long timbers, and fashion with your axe a broad-beamed raft. Build a high bulwark round, and let it bear you over the misty sea. I will supply you bread, water, and the ruddy wine you like to keep off hunger. I will provide you clothing, and will send a wind to follow, that you may come unharmed to your own native land, if the gods will who hold the open sky, for they are mightier than I to purpose or to fulfill. As she said this, long-tried royal Odysseus shuddered, and speaking in winged words he said, Some other purpose, goddess, you surely have in this than aid upon my way, when you thus bid me cross on a raft that great gulf of the sea, terrible, toilsome, which trim ships cannot cross, although they speed so fast, glad in the breeze of Zeus. But I will never, notwithstanding what you say, set foot upon a raft till you consent, goddess, to swear a solemn oath that you are not meaning now to plot me further woe. He spoke. Calypso, the heavenly goddess, smiled, caressed him with her hand, and spoke thus, saying, A cunning rogue you are, never inclined to folly. How could you think of uttering such words? Hear this, then, earth, and the broad heaven above, and thou downflowing water of Styx, which is the strongest and most dreaded oath among the blessed gods. I am not meaning now to plot you further woe. Nay, I have that in mind, and that I here purpose, which I would seek for my own good were such need laid on me. Indeed, my thoughts are upright. No iron heart is in my breast, but one of pity. So saying, the heavenly goddess led the way in haste, and he walked after in the footsteps of the goddess. And now to the hollow grotto came the goddess and the man, who sat him down upon the chair whence Hermes had arisen. The nymph then set before him all food to eat and drink, which are the meats of men, and took her seat over against princely Odysseus, while maids set forth for her ambrosia and nectar. Then on the food spread out before them they laid hands. So after they were satisfied with food and drink, then thus began Calypso, the heavenly goddess. High-born son of Laertes, ever-scheming Odysseus, do you wish to go at once home to your native land? Farewell, then, even so. But if at heart you knew how many woes you must endure before you reach that native land, you would remain with me, become the guardian of my home, and be immortal, in spite of your wish to see your wife, whom you are always longing for day after day. Yet not inferior to her I count myself, either in form or stature. Surely it is not likely that mortal women rival the immortals in form and beauty. Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, O lady goddess, be not wroth at what I say. Full well I know that heedful Penelope, compared with you, is poor to look upon in height and beauty. For she is human, but you are an immortal, young forever. Yet even so, I wish, yes, every day I long to travel home and see my day of coming. And if again one of the gods shall wreck me on the wine-dark sea, I will be patient still, bearing within my breast a heart well tried with trouble. For in times past much have I borne, and much have toiled in waves and war. To that let this be added. As he thus spoke, the sun went down, and darkness came, and going to the inner chamber of the hollow grotto, they stayed together for the happy night. Soon as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, quickly Odysseus dressed in coat and tunic, and the nymph dressed herself in a long silvery robe, fine-spun and graceful. She bound a beautiful golden girdle round her waist, and put a veil upon her head. Then she prepared to send forth brave Odysseus. She gave him a great axe, which fitted well his hands. It was an axe of bronze, sharp on both sides, and had a beautiful olive handle, strongly fashioned. She gave him, too, a polished adze. And now she led the way to the island's farther shore, where trees grew tall, alder and poplar and sky-stretching pine, long-seasoned, very dry, that would float lightly. When she had shown him where the trees grew tall, homeward Calypso went, the heavenly goddess, while he began to cut the logs. Quickly the work was done. 20 in all he felled, and trimmed them with the axe, smoothed them with skill, and levelled them to the line. Meanwhile Calypso, the heavenly goddess, brought him augers, with which he bored each piece and fitted all, and then with pins and cross-beams fastened the whole together. As when a man, skilful in carpentry, lays out the deck of a broad freight ship, of such a size Odysseus built his broad-beamed raft. He raised a bulwark, set with many ribs, and finished with long timbers on the top. He made a mast and sail-yard fitted to it. He made a rudder, too, with which to steer. And then he caulked the raft from end to end with willow withes, to guard against the water, and much material he used. Meanwhile Calypso, the heavenly goddess, brought him cloth to make a sail, and well did he contrive this too. Braces and halyards and sheet-ropes he set up in her, and then with levers heaved her into the sacred sea. The 4th day came, and he had finished all. So on the 5th, divine Calypso sent him from the island, putting upon him fragrant clothes, and giving him a bath. A skin the goddess gave him filled with dark wine, a second large one full of water, and provisions in a sack. She put upon the raft whatever dainties pleased him, and sent along his course a fair and gentle breeze. Joyfully to the breeze royal Odysseus spread his sail, and with his rudder skilfully he steered from where he sat. No sleep fell on his eyelids as he gazed upon the Pleiads and Boötes, which sets late, and on the Bear, which men call Wagon, too, which turns around one spot, watching Orion, and alone does not dip in the ocean stream. For Calypso, the heavenly goddess, bade him to cross the sea with the Bear upon his left. So 17 days he sailed across the sea. On the 18th there came in sight the dim heights of Phaeacia, where nearest him it lay. It seemed a shield laid on the misty sea. But now the mighty earth-shaker, coming from Ethiopia, spied him afar, from the mountains of the Sulamai. For Odysseus came in sight as he sailed along the sea. And Poseidon grew more wroth in spirit, and shaking his head he muttered to his heart, So then the gods have changed their plan about Odysseus, while I was with the Ethiopians. And here he is, close to the land of the Phaeacians, where he's destined to escape from the ending of the woe that follows him. Yet still I hope to plunge him into sufficient ill." So saying, he gathered clouds and stirred the deep, grasping the trident in his hands. He started tempests of wind from every side, and covered with his clouds both land and sea. Night broke from heaven. Forth rushed together Eurus and Notus, hard-blowing Zephyrus and sky-born Boreas, rolling up heavy waves. Then did Odysseus' knees grow feeble, and his very soul, and in dismay he said to his stout heart, "Oh, woe is me! What will become of me at last? I fear that all the goddess told was true, when she declared that on the sea, before I reached my native land, I should have my fill of sorrow. Now all has come to pass. Oh, with what clouds Zeus overcast the outstretched sky! He stirred the deep, and tempests of wind hurry from every side. Swift death is sure. Thrice 4 times happy Danaans, who in the time gone by fell on the plain of Troy to please the sons of Atreus. Would I had died there too and met my doom, the day the Trojan host hurled at me brazen spears over the body of the son of Peleus. Then had I found a burial, and the Achaeans had borne my name afar. Now I must be cut off by an inglorious death." As thus he spoke, a great wave broke on high, and madly plunging, whirled his raft about. Far from the raft he fell, and sent the rudder flying from his hand. The mast snapped in the middle, under the fearful tempest of opposing winds that struck, and far in the sea canvas and sail-yard fell. The water held him long submerged. He could not rise at once after the crash of the great wave, for the clothing which divine Calypso gave him weighed him down. At length, however, he came up, spitting from out his mouth the bitter brine, which plentifully trickled also from his head. Yet even then, spent as he was, he did not forget his raft, but pushing on amongst the waves together, so the winds drove her up and down the deep. One moment Notus tossed her on for Boreas to drive, the next would Eurus give her up for Zephyrus to chase. But the daughter of Cadmus saw him, fair-ankled Ino, that goddess pale who formerly was mortal and of human speech, but now in the water's depths shares the gods' honours. She pitied Odysseus, cast away and meeting sorrow, and like a petrel on the wing she rose from the sea's trough, and lighting on his strong-built raft, spoke to him thus: "Unhappy man, why is earth-shaking Poseidon so furiously enraged that he makes many ills spring up around you? Destroy you shall he not, however wroth he be. Only do this. You seem to me not to lack understanding. Strip off these clothes, and leave your raft for winds to carry. Then strike out with your arms, and seek a landing on the Phaeacian coast, where fate allows you safety. Here, spread this wimple underneath your breast. It is immortal. Have no fear of suffering or death. But when your hands shall touch the shore, untie and fling the wimple into the wine-dark sea, well off the shore, yourself being turned away." Saying this, the goddess gave the wimple, and she herself plunged back into the surging sea in likeness of a petrel. The dark wave closed around. Then hesitated long-tried royal Odysseus, and in dismay he said to his stout heart, "Oh me, I fear that here again an immortal plots me harm in bidding me leave my raft. I will not yet obey, for in the distance I saw land where it was said my safety lies. This I will do, for best it seems. So long as the beams hold in the fastenings, here will I stay and bide what I must bear. But when the surge shatters my raft, then I will swim. There's no better plan." While he thus doubted in his mind and heart, earth-shaking Poseidon raised a great wave, gloomy and grievous and with arching crest, and launched it on him. And as a gusty wind tosses a heap of grain when it is dry, and some it scatters one way, some another, so were the long beams scattered. But Odysseus, mounting a beam, as if he rode a steed, stripped off the clothing which divine Calypso gave, spread quickly the wimple underneath his breast, and plunged down headlong in the sea with hands outstretched, ready to swim. The great earth-shaker spied him, and shaking his head he muttered to his heart, "Thus, after meeting many ills, be tossed about the sea until you join a people who are favourites of Zeus. But even then, I trust, you will not laugh at danger." Saying this, he lashed his full-maned horses and came to Ogygia, where his lordly dwelling stands. And now Athena, daughter of Zeus, formed a fresh project. She barred the pathway of the other winds, bade them to cease and all be laid to rest. But she roused bustling Boreas, and before it broke the waves that safely among the oar-loving Phaeacians might come high-born Odysseus, freed from death and doom. Then 2 nights and 2 days on the resistless waves he drifted. Many a time his heart faced death. But when the fair-haired dawn brought the 3rd day, then the wind ceased. There came a breathless calm, and close at hand he spied the coast, as he cast a keen glance forward, upborne on a great wave. As when the precious life is watched by children in a father who lies in sickness, suffering great pain and slowly wasting, for a hostile power assails him, and then the one thus prized, the god set free from danger, so precious in Odysseus' eyes appeared the land and trees. Onward he swam, impatient for his feet to touch the ground. But when he was as far away as one can call, he heard a pounding of the ocean on the ledges, for the great waves roared as on the barren land they madly dashed, and all was whirled in spray. There was no harbour here to hold a ship, no open roadstead, only projecting bluffs, ledges, and reefs. At this Odysseus' knees grew feeble, and his very soul, and in dismay he said to his stout heart, "Alas, when Zeus now lets me see unlooked-for land, and forcing my way along the gulf I finally reach its end, no landing anywhere appears out of the foaming sea. Outside are jagged reefs, around thunder the surging waves, and smooth and steep rises the rocky shore. To the edge the sea is deep, and possible it is not to get a footing with both feet, and so escape from harm. If I should try to land, great sweeping waves might dash me on the solid rock. Useless would the attempt be. But if I swim still farther, hoping to find a sloping shore and harbours off the sea, I fear a sweeping storm may bear me yet again along the swarming sea, loudly lamenting. Or God may send upon me a monster of the deep, and many such great Amphitrite breeds, for I know how angry is the great land-shaker." While he thus doubted in his mind and heart, a huge wave bore him onward toward the rugged shore. There would his skin have been stripped off and his bones broken, had not the goddess clear-eyed Athena given him counsel. Struggling, he grasped the rock with both his hands and clung there, groaning, till the great wave passed. That one he thus escaped, but the back-flowing water struck him again, still struggling, and swept him out to sea. And just as when a polyp is torn from out its bed, about its suckers clustering pebbles cling, so on the rocks pieces of skin were stripped from his strong hands. The great wave covered him. Then miserably before his time Odysseus would have died, if clear-eyed Athena had not given him ready thought. Rising beyond the waves, which thundered on the coast, he swam along outside, eyeing the land, in hopes to find a sloping shore and harbours off the sea. But when, as he swam, he reached the mouth of a fair-flowing river, there the ground seemed most fit, clear of all stones and sheltered from the breeze. As he felt the river flowing forth, within his heart he prayed, "Hearken, O Lord, whoe'er thou art! Thee long desired I find, when flying from the sea and from Poseidon's threats. Respected even of immortal gods is he who comes a fugitive, as I here now come to thy current and thy knees through weary toil. Show pity, Lord, I call myself thy suppliant." He spoke, and the god straightway stayed the stream and checked the waves, before him made a calm, and brought him safely into the river's mouth. Both knees hung loose, and both his sturdy arms, for by the brine his power was broken. His body was all swollen, and water gushed in streams from mouth and nostrils. So, breathless and speechless, in a swoon he lay, and dire fatigue o'ercame him. But when he gained his breath, and in his breast the spirit rallied, then he unbound the wimple of the goddess and dropped it in the river running out to sea. And a great wave bore it back down the stream, and Ino soon received it in her friendly hands. But he, retreating from the river, lay down among the rushes and kissed the bounteous earth. And in dismay he said to his stout heart, "Ah me, what shall I do? What will become of me even now? If by the stream I watch throughout the weary night, may not the bitter frost and the fresh dew together after this swoon end my exhausted life? The breeze from off a river blows cool toward early morning. But if I climb the hillside up to the dusky wood, and sleep in the thick bushes, supposing that the chill and weariness depart, and pleasant sleep come on, I'm afraid I may become the wild beast's prey and prize." Yet, on reflecting thus, this seemed the better way. He hastened, therefore, to the wood. This he found near the water, with open space around. He crept under a pair of shrubs sprung from a single spot. The one was wild, the other common, olive. These no force of wind with its chill breath could pierce. No sunbeams smite, nor rain pass through. They grew so thickly intertwined with one another. Under them crept Odysseus, and quickly with his hands he scraped a bed together, an ample one, for a thick fall of leaves was there, enough to shelter 2 or 3 men in winter time, however severe the weather. This long-tried royal Odysseus saw with joy, and lay down in the midst, heaping the fallen leaves above. As a man hides a brand in a dark bed of ashes, at some outlying farm where neighbours are not near, hoarding a seed of fire no otherwise to be lighted, even so did Odysseus hide himself in leaves, and on his eyes Athena poured a sleep, quickly to ease him from the fatigue of toil, letting his eyelids close. Book 6. The Landing in Phaeacia. Thus long-tried royal Odysseus slumbered here, heavy with sleep and toil. But Athena went to the land and town of the Phaeacians. This people once, in ancient times, lived in the open highlands, near that rude folk the Cyclops, who often plundered them, being in strength more powerful than they. Moving them thence, godlike Nausithous, their leader, established them at Scheria, aloof from trading folk. He ran a wall around the town, built houses there, made temples for the gods, and laid out farms. But he long since had met his doom and gone to the house of Hades, and Alcinous now was reigning, trained in wisdom by the gods. To this man's dwelling came the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, planning a safe return for brave Odysseus. She hastened to a chamber richly wrought, in which a maid was sleeping, of form and beauty like the immortals, Nausicaa. daughter of proud Alcinous. Nearby 2 damsels, dowered with beauty by the Graces, slept by the threshold, one on either hand. The shining doors were shut, but Athena, like a breath of air, moved to the maid's couch, stood by her head, and thus addressed her, taking the likeness of the daughter of Dymas, the famed seaman, a maiden just Nausicaa's age, dear to her heart. Taking her guise, thus spoke clear-eyed Athena. "Nausicaa, how did your mother have a child so heedless? Your gay clothes lie uncared for, though the wedding time is near, when you must wear fine clothes yourself and furnish them to those that may attend you. From things like these a good repute arises, and father and honored mother are made glad. Then let us go a-washing at the dawn of day, and I will go to help, that you may soon be ready. For really not much longer will you be a maid. Already you have for suitors the chief ones of the land throughout Phaeacia, where you too were born. Come, then, beg your good father early in the morning to harness the mules and cart, so as to carry the men's clothes, gowns, and bright-hued rugs. Yes, and for you yourself it is more decent so than setting forth on foot. A long way from the city are the pools." Saying this, clear-eyed Athena passed away, off to Olympus, where they say the dwelling of the gods stands fast forever. Never with winds is it disturbed, nor by the rain made wet, nor does the snow come near, but everywhere the upper air spreads cloudless, and a bright radiance plays over all, and there the blessed gods are happy all their days. Thither now came the clear-eyed one, when she had spoken with the maid. Soon bright-throned morning came, and waked fair-robed Nausicaa. She marveled at the dream, and hastened through the house to tell it to her parents, her dear father and her mother. She found them still indoors. Her mother sat by the hearth among the waiting women, spinning sea-purple yarn. She met her father at the door, just going forth to join the famous princes at the council, to which the high Phaeacian summoned him. So, standing close beside him, she said to her dear father, "Papa dear, could you not have the wagon harnessed for me, the high one with good wheels, to take my nice clothes to the river to be washed, which now are lying dirty? Surely for yourself it is but proper, when you are with the first men holding councils, that you should wear clean clothing. 5 good sons, too, are here at home, 2 married, and 3 merry young men still, and they are always wanting to go to the dance wearing fresh clothes, and this is all a trouble on my mind." Such were her words, for she was shy of naming the glad marriage to her father. But he understood it all, and answered thus, "I do not grudge the mules, my child, nor anything beside. Go, quickly shall the servants harness the wagon for you, the high one, with good wheels, fitted with rack above." Saying this, he called to the servants, who gave heed. Out in the court they made the easy mule cart ready. They brought the mules and yoked them to the wagon. The maid took from her room her pretty clothing and stowed it in the polished wagon. Her mother put in a chest food the maid liked, of every kind, put dainties in, and poured some wine into a goatskin bottle. The maid, meanwhile, had got into the wagon, and gave her in a golden flask some liquid oil, that she might bathe and anoint herself, she and the waiting women. Nausicaa took the whip and the bright reins, and cracked the whip to start. There was a clatter of the mules, and steadily they pulled, drawing the clothing and the maid, yet not alone. Beside her went the waiting women too. When now they came to the fair river's current, where the pools were always full, for in abundance clear water bubbled from beneath to cleanse the foulest stains, they turned the mules loose from the wagon, and let them stray along the eddying stream, to crop the honeyed pasturage. Then from the wagon they took the clothing in their arms, carried it into the dark water, and stamped it in the pits with rivalry and speed. And after they had washed and cleansed it of all stains, they spread it carefully along the shore, just where the waves washed up the pebbles on the beach. Then, bathing and anointing with the oil, they presently took dinner on the river bank, and waited for the clothes to dry in the sunshine. And when they were refreshed with food, the maids and she, they then began to play at ball, throwing their wimples off. White-armed Nausicaa led their sport. And as the huntress Artemis goes down a mountain, down long Taygetus or Erymanthus, exulting in the boars and the swift deer, while round her sport the woodland nymphs, daughters of Aegis-bearing Zeus, and glad is Leto's heart, for all the rest her child o'ertops by head and brow, and easily marked is she, though all are fair, so did this virgin pure excel her women. But when Nausicaa thought to turn toward home once more, to yoke the mules and fold up the clean clothes, then a new plan the goddess formed, clear-eyed Athena. For she would have Odysseus wake and see the bright-eyed maid, who might to the Phaeacian city show the way. Just then the princess tossed the ball to one of her women, and missing her, it fell in the deep eddy. Thereat they screamed aloud. Royal Odysseus woke, and sitting up, debated in his mind and heart. Alas, to what men's land am I come now? Lawless and savage are they, with no regard for right? Or are they kind to strangers, and reverent toward the gods? It was as if there came to me the delicate voice of maids, nymphs, it may be, who haunt the craggy peaks of hills, the springs of streams, and grassy marshes. Or am I now, perhaps, near men of human speech? Suppose I make a trial for myself and see. So saying, royal Odysseus crept from the thicket, but with his strong hand broke a spray of leaves from the close wood, to be a covering round his body for his nakedness. He set off like a lion that is bred among the hills, and trusts its strength. Onward it goes, beaten with rain and wind, its 2 eyes glare, and now, in search of oxen or of sheep, it moves, or tracking the wild deer. Its belly bids it make trial of the flocks, even by entering the guarded folds. So was Odysseus about to meet those fair-haired maids, all naked though he was, for need constrained him. To them he seemed a loathsome sight, befouled with brine. They hurried off, one here, one there, over the stretching sands. Only the daughter of Alcinous stayed, for in her breast Athena had put courage, and from her limbs took fear. Steadfast she stood to meet him. And now Odysseus doubted whether to make his suit by clasping the knees of the bright-eyed maid, or, where he stood, aloof, in winning words to make that suit, and try if she would show the town and give him clothing. Reflecting thus, it seemed the better way to make his suit in winning words, aloof, for fear if he should clasp her knees, the maid might be offended. Forthwith he spoke, a winning and shrewd speech. I am your suppliant, princess. Are you some god or mortal? If one of the gods who hold the open sky to Artemis, daughter of mighty Zeus, in beauty, height, and bearing, I find you likest. But if you are a mortal, living on the earth, most happy are your father and your honored mother, most happy your brothers also. Surely their hearts ever grow warm with pleasure over you, when watching such a blossom moving in the dance. And then exceeding happy he beyond all others, who shall with gifts prevail and lead you home. For I never before saw such a being with these eyes, no man, no woman, I am amazed to see. At Delos once, by Apollo's altar, something like you I noticed, a young palm shoot springing up. For thither too I came, and a great troop was with me, upon a journey where I was to meet with bitter trials. And just as when I looked on that, I marvelled long within, since never before sprang such a stalk from earth, so, lady, I admire and marvel now at you, and greatly fear to touch your knees. Yet grievous woe is on me. Yesterday, after 20 days, I escaped the wine-dark sea, and all that time the waves and boisterous winds bore me from the island of Ogygia. Now some god cast me here, that probably here also I may meet with trouble. For I do not think trouble will cease, but much the gods will first accomplish. Then, princess, have compassion, for it is you to whom through many grievous toils I first am come. None else I know of all who own this city and this land. Show me the town, and give me a rag to throw around me, if you had perhaps on coming here some wrapper for your linen. And may the gods grant all that in your thoughts you long for, husband and home and true accord may they bestow. For a better and higher gift than this there cannot be, when with accordant aims man and wife have a home. Great grief it is to foes and joy to friends, but they themselves best know its meaning. Then answered him white-armed Nausicaa, Stranger, because you do not seem a common senseless person, and Olympian Zeus himself distributes fortune to mankind, and gives to high and low, even as he will to each. And this he gave to you, and you must bear it therefore. Now you have reached our city and our land, you shall not lack for clothes, nor anything besides, which it is fit a hard-pressed suppliant should find. I will point out the town, and tell its people's name. The Phaeacians own this city and this land, and I am the daughter of proud Alcinous, on whom the might and power of the Phaeacians rests. She spoke, and called her fair-haired waiting women. My women, stay. Why do you run because you saw a man? You surely do not think him evil-minded? The man is not alive, and never will be born, who can come and offer harm to the Phaeacian land, for we are very dear to the immortals. And then we live aloof, far on the surging sea. No other tribe of men has dealings with us. But this poor man is here through having lost his way, and we should give him aid. For in the charge of Zeus all strangers and beggars stand, and a small gift is welcome. Then give my women to the stranger food and drink, and bathe him in the river where there is shelter from the breeze. She spoke, the others stopped and called to one another, and down they brought Odysseus to the place of shelter, even as Nausicaa, daughter of proud Alcinous, had ordered. They placed a robe and tunic there for clothing. They gave him in the golden flask the liquid oil, and bade him bathe in the stream's currents. Then to the waiting women said royal Odysseus, Women, stand here aside, while by myself I wash the salt off from my back, and with the oil anoint me. For it is long since ointment touched my skin. But before you I will not bathe, for I am ashamed to bear myself among you fair-haired maids. So he spoke. The women went away, and told it to the maid. And now with water from the stream royal Odysseus washed his skin clean of the salt, which clung about his back and his broad shoulders, and wiped from his head the foam brought by the barren sea. And when he had thoroughly bathed and oiled himself, and had put on the clothing which the chaste maiden gave, Athena, daughter of Zeus, made him taller than before, and stouter to behold, and she made the curling locks to fall around his head as on the hyacinth flower. As when a man lays gold on silver, some skilful man whom Hephaestus and Pallas Athena have trained in every art, and he fashions graceful work, so did she cast a grace upon his head and shoulders. He walked apart along the shore, and there sat down, beaming with grace and beauty. The maid observed, then to her fair-haired waiting women said, Hearken, my white-armed women, while I speak. Not without purpose on the part of all the gods that hold Olympus is this man's meeting with the godlike Phaeacians. A while ago he really seemed to me ill-looking, but now he is like the gods who hold the open sky. Oh, might a man like this be called my husband, having his home here and content to stay? But give, my women, to the stranger food and drink. She spoke, and very willingly they heeded and obeyed, and set beside Odysseus food and drink. Then long-tried royal Odysseus eagerly drank and ate, for he had long been fasting. And now to other matters white-armed Nausicaa turned her thoughts. She folded the clothes and laid them in the beautiful wagon. She yoked the stout-hoofed mules, mounted herself, and calling to Odysseus, thus she spoke and said, "Arise now, stranger, and hasten to the town, that I may bring you on the way to my wise father's house, where you shall see, I promise you, the best of all Phaeacia. Only do this. You seem to me not to lack understanding. While we are passing through the fields and farms, here with my women, behind the mules and cart, walk rapidly along, and I will lead the way. But as we near the town, round which is a lofty rampart, a beautiful harbour on each side, and a narrow road between, there curved ships line the road, for every man has his own mooring place. Beyond is the assembly near the beautiful grounds of Poseidon, constructed out of blocks of stone deeply embedded. Further along they make the black ship's tackling, cables, and canvas, and shape out the oars. For the Phaeacians do not care for bow and quiver, only for masts and oars of ships, and the trim ships themselves, with which it is their joy to cross the foaming sea. Now the rude talk of such as these I would avoid, that no one afterwards may give me blame. For very forward persons are about the place, and some coarse man might say, if he should meet us, "What tall and handsome stranger is following Nausicaa? Where did she find him? A husband he will be, her very own. Some castaway, perhaps, she rescued from his vessel, some foreigner, for we have no neighbours here. Or at her prayer some long-entreated god has come straight down from heaven, and he will keep her his forever. So much the better, if she has gone herself and found a husband elsewhere. The people of our own land here, Phaeacians, she disdains, though she has many high-born suitors. So they will talk, and for me it would prove a scandal. I should myself censure a girl who acted so, who, heedless of friends, while father and mother were alive, mingled with men before her public wedding. And, stranger, listen now to what I say, that you may soon obtain assistance and safe conduct from my father. Near our road you will see a stately grove of poplar trees belonging to Athena. In it a fountain flows, and round it is a meadow. That is my father's park, his fruitful vineyard, as far from the town as one can call. There sit and wait a while, until we come to the town and reach my father's palace. But when you think we have already reached the palace, enter the city of the Phaeacians, and ask for the palace of my father, proud Alcinous. Easily is it known. A child, though young, could show you the way, for the Phaeacians do not build their houses like the dwelling of Alcinous, their prince. But when his house and court receive you, pass quickly through the hall until you find my mother. She sits in the firelight by the hearth, spinning sea-purple yarn, a marvel to behold, and resting against a pillar. Her handmaids sit behind her. Here, too, my father's chair rests on the self-same pillar, and here he sits and sips his wine like an immortal. Passing him by, stretch out your hands to our mother's knees, if you would see the day of your return in gladness and with speed, although you come from far. If she regards you kindly in her heart, then there is hope that you may see your friends and reach your stately house and native land." Saying this, with her bright whip she struck the mules, and fast they left the river's streams, and well they trotted, well they plied their feet, and skilfully she reined them, that those on foot might follow, the waiting women and Odysseus, and moderately she used the lash. The sun was setting when they reached the famous grove, Athena's sacred ground, where royal Odysseus sat him down. And thereupon he prayed to the daughter of mighty Zeus. "Hearken, thou child of aegis-bearing Zeus, unwearied one. O hear me now, although before thou didst not hear me, when I was wrecked, what time the great land-shaker wrecked me. grant that I come among the Phaeacians welcomed and pitied by them." So spoke he in his prayer, and Pallas Athena heard, but did not yet appear to him in open presence, for she regarded still her father's brother, who stoutly strove with godlike Odysseus till he reached his land. Book 7. The Welcome of Alcinous. Here, then, long-tried royal Odysseus made his prayer. But to the town the strong mules bore the maid, and when she reached her father's famous palace, she stopped before the doorway, and round her stood her brothers, men like immortals, who from the cart unyoked the mules and carried the clothing in. The maid went to her chamber, where a fire was kindled for her by an old Aparian woman, the chamber servant Eurymedusa, whom long ago curved ships brought from Epira. Her they had chosen from the rest to be the gift of honor for Alcinous, because he was the lord of all Phaeacians, and people listened to his voice as if he were a god. She was the nurse of white-armed Nausicaa at the palace, and she it was who kindled her the fire, and in her room prepared her supper. And now Odysseus rose to go to the city, but Athena kindly drew thick clouds around Odysseus, for fear some bold Phaeacian, meeting him, might trouble him with talk and ask him who he was. And just as he was entering the pleasant town, the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, came to meet him, disguised as a young girl bearing a water jar. She paused as she drew near, and royal Odysseus asked, "My child, could you not guide me to the house of one Alcinous, who is ruler of this people? For I am a toil-worn stranger, newly come from a distant foreign shore. Therefore I know not one among the men who own this city and this land." Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "Certainly, good old stranger, I will show you the house for which you ask, for it is not far from my good father's. But follow in silence. I will lead the way. Cast not a glance at any man, and ask no questions, for our people do not well endure a stranger, nor courteously receive a man who comes from elsewhere. They trust in their swift ships, and traverse the great deep as the earth-shaker allows them. Swift are their ships as wing or thought." Saying this, Pallas Athena led the way in haste, and he walked after in the footsteps of the goddess. So the Phaeacians, famed for shipping, did not observe him walking through the town among them, because Athena, the fair-haired powerful goddess, did not allow it, but in the kindness of her heart cast a magic mist about him. And now Odysseus admired the harbours, the trim ships, the meeting places of the lords themselves, and the long walls that were so high, fitted with palisades, a marvel to behold. Then, as they neared the famous palace of the king, the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, thus began, "Here, good old stranger, is the house you bade me show. You will see heaven-descended kings sitting at table here, but enter and have no misgivings in your heart, for the courageous man in all affairs better attains his end, come he from whence he may. First you shall find the queen within the hall. Arete is her name, sprung from the self-same ancestry as King Alcinous. In early days, earth-shaking Poseidon begot Nausithous by Peribea, the chief of womankind in beauty, and youngest daughter of that bold Eurymedon, who once was king of the presumptuous giants, but now brought ruin on his impious tribe and on himself. By Peribea, Poseidon had a son, sturdy Nausithous, who was king of the Phaeacians. Nausithous begot Rhexenor and Alcinous. But before Rhexenor had a son, Apollo of the silver bow smote him within his hall, soon after he was wed, and he left behind an only child, Arete. Alcinous took Arete for his wife, and he has honored her as no one else on earth is honored among the women who today keep houses for their husbands. Such heartfelt honor has she had, and has it still, from her own children, from Alcinous himself, and from the people also, who gaze on her as on a god and greet her with welcomes when she walks about the town. For of sound judgment, woman though she is, she has no lack, and those whom she regards, though men, find troubles clear away. If she regards you kindly in her heart, then there is hope that you may see your friends and reach your high-roofed house and native land." Saying this, clear-eyed Athena passed away over the barren sea. She turned from pleasant Scheria, and came to Marathon, and wide-wayed Athens, and entered there the strong house of Erechtheus. Meanwhile Odysseus neared the lordly palace of Alcinous, and his heart was deeply stirred, so that he paused before he crossed the brazen threshold. For a sheen as of the sun or moon played through the high-roofed house of proud Alcinous. On either hand ran walls of bronze from threshold to recess, and round about the ceiling was a cornice of dark metal. Doors made of gold closed in the solid building. The doorposts were of silver, and stood on a bronze threshold, silver the lintel overhead, and gold the handle. On the two sides were gold and silver dogs. These had Hephaestus wrought with subtle craft to guard the house of proud Alcinous, creatures immortal, young forever. Within were seats planted against the wall, on this side and on that, from threshold to recess, in long array, and over these were strewn light, fine-spun robes, the work of women. Here the Phaeacian leaders used to sit, drinking and eating, holding constant cheer. And golden youths on massive pedestals stood, and held flaming torches in their hands to light by night the palace for the feasters. In the king's house are 50 serving maids, some grinding at the mill the yellow corn, some plying looms or twisting yarn, who as they sit are like the leaves of a tall poplar, and from their close-spun linen liquid oil will fall. And as Phaeacian men are skilled beyond all others in speeding a swift ship along the sea, so are their women practised at the loom, for Athena has given them in large measure skill in fair works and noble minds. Without the court, and close beside its gate, is a large garden covering 4 acres. Around it runs a hedge on either side. Here grow tall, thrifty trees, pears, pomegranates, apples with shining fruit, sweet figs and thrifty olives. On them fruit never fails. It is not gone in winter or in summer, but lasts throughout the year, for constantly the west wind's breath brings some to bud and mellows others. Pear ripens upon pear, apple on apple, cluster on cluster, fig on fig. Here, too, a teeming vineyard has been planted, one part of which, the drying place, lying on level ground, is heating in the sun. Elsewhere men gather grapes, and elsewhere still they tread them. In front, the grapes are green and shed their flower, but a second row are now just turning dark. And here trim garden beds along the outer line spring up in every kind, and all the year are gay. Nearby 2 fountains rise, one scattering its streams throughout the garden, one bounding by another course beneath the courtyard gate toward the high house. From this the townsfolk draw their water. Such at the palace of Alcinous were the gods' splendid gifts. Here long-tried royal Odysseus stood and gazed. Then, after he had gazed to his heart's fill on all, he quickly crossed the threshold and came within the house. He found the Phaeacian captains and counsellors pouring libations from their cups to the clear-sighted speedy-comer, to whom they always offer a last cup when they prepare for bed. Along the hall went long-tried royal Odysseus, still clad in the thick cloud which Athena cast about him, until he came to Arete and to King Alcinous. About Arete's knees Odysseus threw his arms, and then the magic cloud retreated. Seeing the man, the people of the house were hushed and marveled as they gazed, and thus Odysseus made his supplication. "Arete, daughter of divine Rhexenor, to your husband I am come, and to your knees through many toils, and to these feasters too. The gods bestow upon them the blessing of long life, and to his children may each leave the wealth within his hall, and every honor men have given. But quickly grant me aid to reach my native land, for, long cut off from friends, I have been meeting hardship." When he had spoken thus, he sat down on the hearth among the ashes by the fire, while all were hushed to silence. At last the old Lord Aeneas spoke, the oldest man of the Phaeacian race, preeminent in speech and full of knowledge of the past. He, with good will, addressed them thus, and said, "Alcinous, this is not quite honorable for you. It is unseemly that a stranger should be sitting on the hearth among the ashes. Awaiting words of yours, these men hold back. Come, then, rise up the stranger, seat him on a silver-studded chair, and bid the pages mix more wine, that we may also pour to Zeus the Thunderer, who waits on worthy suppliants. And let the housekeeper give supper to the stranger from what she has in store." Now when revered Alcinous heard his word, he took by the hand Odysseus, keen and crafty, raised him from the hearth, and placed him on a shining chair, making his son arise, manly Laodamas, who sat beside his father, for his father loved him best. And water for the hands a servant brought, in a beautiful pitcher made of gold, and poured it out over a silver basin for their washing, and spread a polished table by their side. And the grave housekeeper brought bread and placed before them, setting out food of many a kind, freely giving of her store. So long-tried royal Odysseus drank and ate. And now to the page revered Alcinous said, "Pontanus, mix a bowl, and pass the wine to all within the hall, that we may also pour to Zeus, the Thunderer, who waits on worthy suppliants." He spoke. Pontanus stirred the cheering wine and served to all, with a first pious portion for the cup. So after they had poured and drunk as their hearts would, then thus Alcinous addressed them, saying, "Hearken, Phaeacian captains and counsellors, and let me tell you what the heart within me bids. After the feast is over, go to your homes and rest, and in the morning we will call more elders hither, and entertain the stranger at the hall, and make fit offering to the gods. Then afterwards we will take thought about his going, so that the stranger, free from toil and trouble, may by our guidance reach his land in gladness and with speed, although he comes from far. So shall he, meanwhile, meet no ill or harm till he set foot in his own land. There, in the days to come, he shall receive whatever fate and the stern spinners wove in his birth thread, when his mother bore him. But if he be some deathless one come from above, then do the gods herein deal with us strangely, for heretofore the gods have always shown themselves without disguise, and when we offer splendid hecatombs, they sit beside us at the feast, even like ourselves. And if a man, walking alone, meet them upon his way, they do not hide, for we are of their kin, as are the Cyclops and the wild tribes of giants." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Alcinous, other thoughts of me be yours. I am not like the deathless ones who hold the open sky, either in form or bearing. But, on the contrary, I am like men that die. And whomsoever you have known bearing most grief among mankind, his sorrows I could equal. Yes, even more distresses still I might relate, which first and last I bore at the gods' bidding. But let me now, though sick at heart, take food, for nothing is more brutal than an angry belly. Perforce it bids a man attend sadly, though he be worn, though grief be on his mind. Even so, I too have grief upon my mind, and yet this evermore calls me to eat and drink. All I have borne it makes me quite forget, and bids me take my fill. But do you hasten at the dawn of day, to land unhappy me in my own country, much though I still must bear, and let life cease when once I have beheld my goods, my slaves, and my great high-roofed house." He spoke, and all approved, and bade send forth the stranger, for rightly he had spoken, Then, after they had poured and drunk as their hearts would, desiring rest, they each departed homeward. So in the hall was royal Odysseus left behind. Arete, too, and godlike Alcinous sat beside him, while servants cleared away the dishes of the meal. Then thus began white-armed Arete. For when she saw Odysseus, she knew his robe and tunic to be the beautiful clothing which she herself had made, she and her waiting women. And speaking in winged words, she said, "Stranger, I will myself first ask you this. Who are you? Of what people? Who gave this clothing to you? Did you not say you came to us when lost at sea?" Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Hard it were, Queen, fully to tell my woes, because the gods of heaven have given me many. Still, what you ask and seek to know I will declare. Ogygia is an island lying far out at sea, where the daughter of Atlas dwells, crafty Calypso, a fair-haired, powerful goddess. Her no one visits, neither god nor mortal man. But hapless me some heavenly power brought to her hearth, and all alone, for Zeus with a gleaming bolt smote my swift ship and wrecked it in the middle of the wine-dark sea. There all the rest of my good comrades perished, but I myself caught in my arms the keel of my curved ship and drifted for 9 days. Upon the 10th, in the dark night, gods brought me to the island of Ogygia, where dwells Calypso, the fair-haired, powerful goddess. Receiving me, she loved and cherished me, and often said that she would make me an immortal, young forever. But she never beguiled the heart within my breast. Here for 7 years I lingered, and often with my tears bedewed the immortal robes Calypso gave. But when the 8th revolving year was come, she bade me, even urged me to depart, whether through message sent from Zeus, or that her own mind changed. Upon a strong-built raft she sent me forth, giving abundant food, bread, and sweet wine. She clad me in immortal robes, and sent along my course a fair and gentle breeze. For 17 days I sailed across the sea. On the 18th there came in sight the dim heights of your coast, and I was glad at heart. Ill-fated, I who yet must meet the sore distress which earth-shaking Poseidon on me sent. For he awoke the winds and barred my progress, stirred marvellously the waters, and the waves did not suffer me, spite of my many groans, to ride my raft. This soon the tempest shattered, but I, by swimming, forced my way through the flood, till at your coast the wind and water brought me in. Here, as I tried to land, the waves upon the shore might well have overcome me, casting me on great rocks and on forbidding ground. But I turned back and swam until I reached a stream where the ground seemed most fit, all clear of stones and sheltered from the breeze. Gathering my strength, I staggered out, and the immortal night drew near. Off to a distance from the heaven-descended stream I walked, and fell asleep among the bushes, heaping the leaves around. And here God poured upon me a slumber without end. For lying among the leaves and sad at heart, I slept all night till morning, then till noon. The sun was going down as the sweet slumber left me. And now upon the shore I saw your daughter's maids playing a game, and she among them seemed a goddess. To her I made entreaty, and she did not lack sound judgment, such as you could not think that a young person meeting you would show, for usually the young are giddy. She gave me bread enough and sparkling wine. She bathed me in the river, and gave to me these clothes. Thus, though in trouble, I have told you all the truth." Then answered him Alcinous, and said, "Stranger, in this my child behaved not rightly, in that she did not bring you hither with her maids, yet it was she from whom you first sought aid." Then wise Odysseus answered him, and said, "Sire, do not for this reproach the blameless girl. for she instructed me to follow with the maids. But I would not, for fear and very shame, lest possibly your heart might be offended at the sight. Suspicious creatures are we sons of men on earth." Then answered him Alcinous, and said, "Stranger, the heart within my breast is not one lightly troubled. Better good sense in all things. O Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, that such a man as you, so like in mind to me, might take my child, be called my son-in-law, and here abide. For I would give you house and goods, if you would like to stay. Against your wish shall no Phaeacian hold you. That Father Zeus forbid. Nay, I will fix your setting forth, and you may rest secure. Tomorrow shall it be. And you shall be lying all the time wrapped in a sleep, while my men speed you onward over calm seas until you reach your land and home, or anywhere you please. Yes, though it were beyond Euboea, which is called the farthest shore by those among our people who once saw it, when they carried light-haired Rhadamanthus to visit Tityus, the son of Gaia. So far they went without fatigue, performing all, and on the self-same day finished the journey home. But you yourself shall judge how excellent my ships and young men are in tossing up the water with the oar." He spoke, and glad was long-tried royal Odysseus, who, making his prayer, uttered these words, and said, "O Father Zeus, all that Alcinous has said may he fulfill. Then on the fruitful earth his name shall never die, and I shall reach my home." So they conversed together. Meantime, white-armed Arete bade her maids to set a bed beneath the portico, to lay upon it beautiful purple rugs, spread blankets over these, and then place woolen mantles on the outside for a covering. So the maids left the hall with torches in their hands, and after they had spread the comfortable bed with busy speed, they summoned Odysseus, drawing near and saying, "Up, stranger, come to sleep, your bed is ready." So did they speak, and to him rest seemed delightful. Thus long-tried royal Odysseus laid him down to sleep upon the well-bored bedstead beneath the echoing portico. But Alcinous slept in the recess of his high hall, his wife, the queen, making her bed beside him. Book 8. The Stay in Phaeacia. Soon as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, revered Alcinous rose from bed, and up rose also high-born Odysseus, spoiler of cities. And now revered Alcinous led the way to the assembly place of the Phaeacians, which lay beside the ships. When they were come, they took their seats on polished stones set side by side, while Pallas Athena went throughout the town in likeness of the page of shrewd Alcinous, planning a safe return for brave Odysseus. And approaching one and another man, she gave the word, "Come hither, Phaeacian captains and counsellors. Come, hasten to the assembly to hear about the stranger who came but lately to the house of wise Alcinous, when cast away at sea. In form he is like the immortals." With words like these she stirred in each a zeal and a desire, and speedily the assembly place, and all its seats, were filled with those who came. Then many marvelled when they saw the wise son of Laertes, for Athena cast a wondrous grace about his head and shoulders, and made him taller than before, and stouter to behold, that so he might find favour in all Phaeacian eyes as one of power and of worth, and that he might win, too, the many games in which the Phaeacians tried Odysseus. So when they were assembled, and all had come together, Alcinous thus addressed them, saying, "Hearken, Phaeacian captains and counsellors, and let me tell you what the heart within me bids. This stranger, who he is I do not know, came hither as a wanderer from peoples east or west. He begs us for assistance, and prays it be assured. Then let us, even as heretofore, furnish assistance promptly, for never has a stranger reached my halls and tarried long distressed for lack of aid. Come, let us launch into the sacred sea a black ship, freshly fitted, and let the 52 youths be chosen from the land who have at former times been found the best. Then, after lashing carefully the oars upon the pins, all disembark and take a hasty meal, coming for this to me. I will make good provision for you all. That charge I give the youths. But for the rest of you, you sceptred kings, come to my goodly palace, that there within my hall we entertain the stranger. Let none refuse, and call the sacred bard Telemachus, for surely God has granted him exceeding skill in song, to cheer us in whatever way his soul is moved to sing." So saying, he led the way. The sceptred princes followed, and a page went to seek the sacred bard, while 52 picked young men departed, as he ordered, to the shore of the barren sea. On coming to the ship and to the sea, they launched the black ship into deep water, put mast and sail in the black ship, fitted the oars into their leathern slings, all in due order, and up aloft spread the white sail. Out in the stream they moored her, then took their way to the great house of wise Alcinous. Filled were the porticos, the courts and rooms with those already come. Many were there, both young and old. For them Alcinous sacrificed 12 sheep, 8 white-toothed swine, 2 swing-paced oxen. These the men flayed and served, and made a merry feast. Meanwhile the page drew near, leading the honored bard. The Muse had greatly loved him, and had given him good and ill. She took away his eyesight, but gave delightful song. Pontonous placed for him among the feasters a silver-studded chair, backed by a lofty pillar, and hung the tuneful lyre upon its peg above his head, and the page showed him how to reach it with his hand. By him he set a tray and a good table, and placed thereon a cup of wine to drink as need should bid. So on the food spread out before them they laid hands. Now after they had stayed desire for drink and food, the Muse impelled the bard to sing men's glorious deeds, a lay whose fame was then as wide as is the sky. He sang the strife of Odysseus with Pelian Achilles, how they once quarrelled at the gods' high feast with furious words, and Agamemnon, king of men, rejoiced in spirit when the bravest of the Achaeans quarrelled. For Phoebus Apollo had by oracle declared it so should be, at hallowed Pytho, when Agamemnon crossed its stony threshold to ask for a response. Then was the day the tide of woe began to roll on Trojans and on Danaans by will of mighty Zeus. So sang the famous bard. Meanwhile Odysseus clutched his great purple cloak in his stout hands and drew it round his head, hiding his beautiful face, for he felt shame before the Phaeacians, as from beneath his brow he dropped the tears. But when the sacred bard paused in the song, Odysseus dried his tears, took from his head the cloak, and seizing his double cup poured offerings to the gods. Then, as the other would begin again, cheered on to sing by the Phaeacian chiefs, for they enjoyed the story, again would Odysseus, covering his head, break into sobs. And yet he hid from all the rest the tears he shed. Only Alcinous marked him and took heed, for he sat near and heard his deep-drawn sighs. And to the Phaeacians, who delight in oars, he straightway said, "Hearken, Phaeacian captains and counsellors. Now have we satisfied desire for the impartial feast and for the lyre, which is the fellow of the stately feast. Let us, then, come away and try all kinds of games, so that the stranger, going home, may tell his friends how greatly we surpass all other men in boxing, wrestling, leaping, speed of foot." So saying, he led the way. The others followed after. The page hung on its peg the tuneful lyre, then took by the hand Telemachus and led him from the hall, guiding his steps along the self-same road by which the rest of the Phaeacian chiefs went forth to view the games. Thus to the assembly place they came, a great troop following after, thousands in number, and many a gallant youth stood waiting there. Forth stood Acroneus, Ochialus, and Elatreus, Nautius and Primnius, Anchialus and Eretmius, Pontius and Prorius, Thoon, Anabassinius, and Amphialus the son of Polonius, son of the carpenter. Fourth also stood a youth like murderous Ares, Euryalus the son of Nobalus, who was the first in beauty and in stature of all Phaeacians after brave Laodamas. Fourth stood 3 sons of good Alcinous, Laodamas, Halius, and matchless Clytonius. At first they tried each other in the foot race. Straight from a mark their track was measured, and all flew swiftly off together, raising the dust along the plain. Best in the race was gallant Clytonius, and by such space as at the plough the mule course runs, so far he shot ahead and reached the crowd. The rest were left behind. Next, in the hardy wrestling match they had a trial, and here Euryalus surpassed all champions. At leaping, Amphialus was foremost, while at the discus the leader was Elatrius. In boxing it was Laodamas, the good son of Alcinous. So when all hearts were gladdened by the games, up spoke Laodamas, son of Alcinous. "Come, friends, and let us ask the stranger if he knows games and has some skill in any. In build, at all events, he's no common man. In thighs and calves and arms above, strong neck and massive chest. Fit years he does not lack, only he has been broken down by many hardships. For nothing, I maintain, is worse to break a man than sea life, however strong he be." Then answered him Euryalus, and said, "Laodamas, what you say is rightly spoken. Go challenge him yourself by word of mouth." Now, when the good son of Alcinous heard his words, he went and stood before them all, and thus addressed Odysseus. "Come, good old stranger, do you also try the games, if you have skill in any. Games, you should know, there's no greater glory for a man in all his life than when he wins with his own feet and hands. Come then and try. Drive trouble from your heart. Your journey hence shall not be long delayed. Already the ship is launched, the sailors ready." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Laodamas, why mock me with this challenge? Sorrow is on my heart far more than games, for in times past much have I borne and much have toiled, and now I sit in your assembly, longing for my home, and supplicate your king and all his people." Then answered back Euryalus, and mocked him to his face. "No, indeed, stranger, you do not look like one expert in games, much as these count with men. More like a person moving to and fro on ships of many oars, captain of trading seamen, one whose mind is on his cargo, watching freights and greedy gains. You are not like an athlete." But looking sternly on him, wise Odysseus said, "Stranger, your words are rude. You seem a heedless person. So true it is that not to all alike the gods grant what is pleasing, in stature, wisdom, and the power of speech. For one man is in form inferior, but God crowns his words with beauty, and men behold him and rejoice. With sure effect he speaks, and a sweet modesty. He shines where men are gathered, and as he walks the town men gaze as on some god. And one again in form is like the immortals, but his is not the crowning grace of words. So you, in form, are excellent. Better God could not fashion, but you're weak in judgment. You stirred the very soul within my breast by talking so unmannerly. No, I am not unskilled in games, as you declare. I was among the foremost, I maintain, while I could trust my youth and these my arms. Now I am overwhelmed with pain and trouble. For much have I endured, cleaving my way through wars of men and through the boisterous seas. Still, even so, all woe-worn as I am, I will attempt the games, because your words were galling. You provoked me, talking thus." He spoke, and with his cloak still on, he sprang and seized a discus larger than the rest, and thick, heavier by not a little than those which the Phaeacians were using for themselves. This, with a twist, he sent from his stout hand. The stone hummed as it went. Down to the ground crouched the Phaeacian oarsmen, notable men at sea, at the stone's cast. Past all the marks it flew, swift speeding from his hand. Athena marked the distances, taking a human form, and thus she spoke and cried aloud. "A blind man, stranger, could pick out your peace by feeling merely, because it is not huddled in the crowd but lies ahead of all. Have a good heart, this bout at least, for no Phaeacian will reach that or overpass it." She spoke, and glad was long-tried royal Odysseus, pleased that he saw a true friend in the ring. And now with lighter heart he called the Phaeacians. "Come up to that, young men. Soon I will send another as far, I think, or farther. And if there's one among you all whose heart and spirit bids, come, let him try me, for you vexed me very sore. In boxing, wrestling, or the foot race even, it matters not to me. Let any Phaeacian try, except Laodamas. He is my host, and who would quarrel with his entertainer? Witless the man must be, and altogether worthless, who challenges his host to games, when in a foreign land he hinders his own welfare. None of the rest I either dread or scorn, but I will gladly know you all and prove you face to face. Not at all weak am I in any games men practice. I understand full well handling the polished bow, and I should be the first to strike my man when sending an arrow in the throng of foes, however many comrades stood around and shot at their men too. None except Philoctetes excelled me with the bow at Troy, when we Achaeans tried the bow. All others, I declare, I far surpass, all that are living now and eating bread on earth. The men of former days I will not seek to rival, Hercules and Eurytus of Icalia, for these would rival with the bow immortals even. Wherefore great Eurytus died all too soon. No age came upon him in his home, because in wrath Apollo slew him, for Eurytus had challenged him to try the bow. I send the spear farther than other men an arrow. Only I fear that in the foot race some Phaeacian may outstrip me, for rudely battered have I been on many waters, having no ease at sea for any length of time. Therefore my joints are weakened." So he spoke, and all were hushed to silence. Only Alcinous answering said, "Stranger, without discourtesy to us is all you say. You merely seek to prove the prowess that is yours, indignant that the man beside you in the ring insulted you, though surely no man would dispraise your prowess, who knew within his heart what it was fit to say. But listen now to words of mine, that you may have a tale to tell to other heroes, when, feasting in your hall with wife and children, you recollect our prowess, and the feats Zeus has vouchsafed us from our fathers' days till now. We are not faultless boxers, no, nor wrestlers, but in the foot race we run swiftly, and in our ships excel. Dear to us ever is the feast, the harp, the dance, changes of clothes, warm baths, and bed. Come then, Phaeacian dancers, the best among you make us sport, so that the stranger on returning home may tell his friends how we surpass all other men in sailing, running, in the dance and song. Go, one of you, forthwith, and fetch Demodocus, the tuneful lyre that lays within our hall." So spoke godlike Alcinous, and a page sprang to fetch from the king's house the hollow lyre. Then rose the appointed umpires, 9 in all, whose public work it was to order all things at the ring. They smoothed the dancing ground and cleared a fair wide ring. Meanwhile the page drew near and brought his tuneful lyre to Demodocus, who thereupon stepped to the centre, and round him stood young men in the first bloom of years, skilful at dancing. They struck the splendid dance-ground with their feet. Odysseus watched their twinkling feet and was astonished. And now Alcinous called on Helios and Laodamas to dance alone, for none could rival them. So taking in hand a goodly purple ball, which skilful Polybus had made them, one, bending backward, flung it toward the dusky clouds. The other, leaping upward from the earth, easily caught the ball before his feet touched ground again. Then, after they had tried the ball straight in the air, they danced upon the bounteous earth with tossings to and fro. Other young men beat time for them, standing around the ring, and a loud sound of stamping rose. Then to Alcinous said royal Odysseus, "Mighty Alcinous, renowned of all, you boasted that your dancers were the best, and now it's proved true. I'm amazed to see." He spoke. Revered Alcinous was pleased. And to the Phaeacians, who delight in oars, he straightway said, "Hearken, Phaeacian captains and counsellors, this stranger really seems a man of understanding. Come then, and let us give such guest-gift as is meet. 12 honoured kings bear sway throughout this land, and are its rulers, and a 13th am I. Let each present a spotless robe and tunic, and a talent of precious gold. And let us speedily fetch all together, so that the stranger, having these in hand, may come to supper glad at heart. Let too Euryalus give satisfaction to the man by word and gift, for his speech was unbecoming." He spoke, and all approved and gave their orders, and for the bringing of the gifts each man sent forth his page. But Euryalus made answer to the king, and said, "Mighty Alcinous, renowned of all, I will indeed give satisfaction to the stranger as you bid, for I will give this brazen blade. Its hilt is silver, and a sheath of fresh-cut ivory encloses it. Of great worth he will find it." So saying, he put into Odysseus' hands the silver-studded sword, and speaking in winged words he said, "Hail, good old stranger! If any word was uttered that was harsh, straight let the sweeping winds bear it away. But the gods grant that you may see your wife and reach your land, for long cut off from friends you have been meeting hardship." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "You too, my friend, all hail. May the gods grant you fortune, and may you never miss the sword you give, making amends besides in what you say." He spoke, and round his shoulders slung the silver-studded sword. As the sun set, the noble gifts were there. Stately pages bore them to the palace of Alcinous, where the sons of good Alcinous, receiving them, laid the fair gifts before their honoured mother. But for the princes revered Alcinous led the way, and entering the house they sat them down on the high seats. Then to Arete spoke revered Alcinous, "Bring hither, wife, a serviceable chest, the best you have, and lay therein a spotless robe and tunic. Then heat upon the fire a cauldron for the stranger, and warm some water, that having bathed and seen all gifts put safely by, which the kind Phaeacians brought him, he may enjoy the feast and hear the singer's song. Moreover, I will give him my goodly golden chalice, that as he pours libations at his hall to Zeus and to the other gods, he may be mindful all his days of me." He spoke, and Arete told the maids to set a great kettle on the fire as quickly as they could. They set the kettle, which supplied the bath, upon a blazing fire. They poured in water, put the wood beneath, and lighted. Around the belly of the kettle crept the flame, and so the water warmed. Meanwhile, Arete brought the stranger a goodly chest from out the chamber. She put therein the beautiful gifts, the clothing and the gold which the Phaeacians gave, and she herself put in a robe and goodly tunic, and speaking in winged words she said, "See to the lid yourself, and deftly tie the cord, lest someone rob you on the way, when, sailing by and by on the black ship, you rest in pleasant sleep." When long-tried royal Odysseus heard these words, he straightway fitted on the lid, and deftly tied the cunning knot which potent Circe once had taught him. Therefore the housewife called him to come to the bath and bathe. And he was pleased to see the steaming water, for he was not used to care like this since he had left fair-haired Calypso's home. But there he had as constant care as if he were a god. Now, when the maids had bathed him and anointed him with oil, and put upon him a goodly coat and tunic, forth from the bath he came, and went to join the drinkers. And Nausicaa, with beauty given her of the gods, stood by a column of the strong-built roof, and marvelled at Odysseus, as she looked into his eyes. And speaking in winged words, she said, Stranger, farewell. When you are once again in your own land, remember me, and how before all others it is to me you owe the saving of your life." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Nausicaa, daughter of proud Alcinous, Zeus grant it so, he the loud thunderer, husband of Hera, that I go home and see my day of coming. Then would I there too, as to any god, give thanks to you for ever, all my days. For, maiden, it was you who gave me life." He spoke, and took his seat by King Alcinous. Men were already serving food and mixing wine. The page drew near, leading the honored bard, Demodocus, beloved of all, and seated him among the feasters, backed by a lofty pillar. Then to the page said wise Odysseus, cutting a piece of chine with plenty of meat upon it from out a white-toothed boar, the rich fat on its sides, "Page, set before Demodocus this piece of meat, that he may eat and I may do him homage, sad though I be myself. For at the hands of all on earth bards meet respect and honor, because the Muse has taught them song and loves the race of bards." He spoke, and the page bore the food and put it in the hands of Lord Demodocus. He took it and was pleased, and on the food spread out before them they laid hands. But after they had stayed desire for drink and food, then to Demodocus said wise Odysseus, "Demodocus, I praise you beyond all mortal men, whether your teacher was the Muse, the child of Zeus, or was Apollo. With perfect truth you sing the lot of the Achaeans, all that they did and bore, the whole Achaean struggle, as if yourself were there, or you had heard the tale from one who was. Pass on, then, now, and sing the building of the wooden horse, made by Epeus with Athena's aid, which royal Odysseus once conveyed into the citadel, a thing of craft filled full of men, who by its means sacked Ilius. And if you now rightly relate the tale, forthwith I will declare to all mankind how bounteously God gave to you a wondrous power of song." So he spoke. Thereat the other, stirred by the god, began and showed his skill in song, starting the story where some Argives, boarding the well-benched ships, were setting sail and spreading fire through the camp, while others still, under renowned Odysseus, lay in the assembly of the Trojans, hidden in the horse, for the Trojans themselves had dragged it to their citadel. So there it stood, while long and uncertainly the people argued, seated around it. 3 plans were finding favor, either to split the hollow trunk with ruthless axe, or else to drag it to the height and hurl it down the rocks, or, still, to spare the monstrous image, as a propitiation for the gods. And thus at last it was to end, for it was fated they should perish if their city should enclose the enormous wooden horse, where all the Argive chiefs were lying, bearing to the Trojans death and doom. He sang how they o'erthrew the town, these sons of the Achaeans, issuing from the horse, leaving their hollow ambush. Each for himself, he sang, pillaged the stately city. But Odysseus went like Ares to the palace of Deiphobus with godlike Menelaus, and there, he said, braving the fiercest fight, at last he won the day by aid of fierce Athena. So sang the famous bard. Odysseus melted into tears, and all below his eyes his cheeks were wet. And as a woman wails and clings to her dear husband, who falls for town and people, seeking to shield his home and children from the ruthless day, seeing him dying, gasping, she flings herself on him with a piercing cry, while men behind, smiting her with their spears on back and shoulder, force her along to bondage to suffer toil and trouble. With pain most pitiful her cheeks are thin. So pitifully fell the tears beneath Odysseus' brows. And yet he hid from all the rest the tears he shed. Only Alcinous marked him and took heed, for he sat near and heard his deep-drawn sighs. And to the Phaeacians, who delight in oars, he straightway said, "Hearken, Phaeacian captains and counsellors, and let Demodocus hush now the tuneful lyre, because not to the pleasure of us all he sings today. For since we supped, and since the sacred bard began, this stranger has not ceased from bitter sighs. Surely some grief hovers about his heart. Let then the bard cease singing, that all alike be merry, stranger and entertainers, for that is better far. Since, for the worthy stranger's sake, all things are ready now, escort and friendly gifts which heartily we grant, even as a brother is the stranger and the suppliant treated by any man who has a grain of understanding. And do not you, with wily purpose, longer hide what I shall ask. Plain speech is better. Tell me the name by which at home your father and mother called you, they and the other folk, your townsmen and your neighbors. For none of all mankind can lack a name, be he of low degree or high, when once he has been born, since in the very hour of birth parents give names to all. And tell me of your land, your home and city, that thither our ships may bear you with a discerning aim. For on Phaeacian ships there are no pilots, nor are there rudders such as other vessels carry, but the ships understand the will and mind of man. They know the cities and rich lands of every nation, and swiftly they cross the sea gulf, shrouded in mist and cloud. On them there is no fear of being harmed or lost. Still, this is what I heard Nausithous my father tell. He said Poseidon was displeased because we were safe guides for all mankind, and he averred the god one day would wreck a staunch ship of the Phaeacians, returning home from pilotage upon the misty sea, and then would throw a lofty mound about our city. That was the old man's story, and this God may fulfill, or else it may go unfulfilled, as pleases him. But now declare me this, and plainly tell where you have wandered, and what countries you have seen. About the men and stately towns, too, let me hear. What ones were fierce and savage, with no regard for right, what ones were kind to strangers and reverent toward the gods. And tell me why you weep and grieve within your breast on hearing of the lot of Argive Danaans of Ilius. This the gods wrought. They spun the thread of death for some, that others in the time to come might have a song. Had you some relative who fell at Ilios? One who was dear, some daughter's husband or wife's father? They who stand closest to us after our flesh and blood? Or was it possibly some friend who pleased you well, a gallant comrade? For a friend with an understanding heart is worth no less than a brother. Book 9. The Story Told to Alcinous. The Cyclops. Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, Mighty Alcinous, renowned of all, surely it is a pleasant thing to hear a bard like this, one who is even like the gods in voice. For happier occasion I think there cannot be than when good cheer possesses a whole people, and feasting through the houses they listen to a bard seated in proper order, while beside them stand the tables supplied with bread and meat, and dipping wine from out the mixer, the pourer bears it round and fills the cups. That is a sight most pleasing. But your heart bids you learn my grievous woes, and so to make me weep and sorrow more. What shall I tell you first, then, and what last? For many are the woes the gods of heaven have given me. First I will tell my name, that you, like all, may know it. And I, accordingly, seeking deliverance from my day of doom, may be your guest friend, though my home is far away. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, who for all craft am noted among men, and my renown reaches to heaven. My home is Ithaca, a land far seen, for on it is the lofty height of Neriton, covered with waving woods. Around lie many islands, very close to one another, Dulichian, Sema, and woody Zacynthus. Ithaca itself lies low along the sea, far to the west, the others stretching eastward toward the dawn, a rugged land, and yet a kindly nurse. A sweeter spot than my own land I shall not see. Calypso, a heavenly goddess, sought to keep me by her side within her hollow grotto, desiring me to be her husband. So too Aeaean Circe, full of craft, detained me in her palace, desiring me to be her husband. But they never beguiled the heart within my breast. Nothing more sweet than home and parents can there be, however rich one's dwelling far in a foreign land, cut off from parents. But let me tell you of the grievous journey home which Zeus ordained me on my setting forth from Troy. The wind took me from Ilius and bore me to the Ciconians, to Ismarus. There I destroyed the town and slew its men. But from the town we took the women and great stores of treasure, and parted all, that none might go lacking his proper share. This done, I warned our men swiftly to fly, but they in utter folly did not heed. Much wine was drunk, and they slaughtered on the shore a multitude of sheep and swing-paced, crook-horned oxen. Meanwhile, escaped Ciconians began to call for aid on those Ciconians who were their neighbors, and more numerous and brave than they, a people dwelling inland, skillful at fighting in chariot or on foot as need might be. Accordingly, at dawn they gathered, thick as leaves and flowers appear in spring. And now an evil fate from Zeus beset our luckless men, causing us many sorrows. For setting the battle in array by the swift ships, all fought and hurled their brazen spears at one another. While it was morning and the day grew stronger, we steadily kept them off and held our ground, though they were more than we. But as the sun declined toward stalling time, then the Ciconians turned our men and routed the Achaeans. 6 of the crew of every ship fell in their harness there. The rest fled death and doom. Thence we sailed on with aching hearts, glad to be clear of death, though missing our dear comrades. Yet the curved ships did not pass on, till we had called 3 times to each poor comrade who died upon the plain, cut off by the Ciconians. But now cloud-gathering Zeus sent the north wind against our ships in a fierce tempest, and covered with his clouds both land and sea. Night broke from heaven. The ships drove headlong onward, their sails torn into tatters by the furious wind. These sails we lowered in terror for our lives, and rowed the ships themselves hurriedly toward the land. There for 2 nights and days continuously we lay, gnawing our hearts because of toil and trouble. But when the fair-haired dawn brought the 3rd day, we set our masts, and hoisting the white sails we sat us down, while wind and helmsman kept us steady. And now I should have come unharmed to my own land, but that the swell and current, in doubling Melea, and northern winds turned me aside, and drove me past Cythera. Thence for 9 days I drifted before the deadly blasts along the swarming sea, but on the 10th we touched the land of lotus-eaters, men who make food of flowers. So here we went ashore and drew us water, and soon by the swift ships my men prepared their dinner. Then after we had tasted food and drink, I sent some sailors forth to go and learn what men who live by bread dwelt in the land, selecting 2 and joining with them a herald as a 3rd. These, straightway, went and mingled with the lotus-eaters. These lotus-eaters had no thought of harm against our men. Indeed, they gave them lotus to taste. But whosoever of them ate the lotus honey fruit wished to bring tidings back no more, and never to leave the place. But with the lotus-eaters there desired to stay, to feed on lotus and forget his going home. These men I brought back weeping to the ships by very force, and dragging them under the benches of our hollow ships I bound them fast, and bade my other trusty men to hasten and embark on the swift ships, that none of them might eat the lotus and forget his going home. Quickly they came aboard, took places at the pins, and sitting in order smote the foaming water with their oars. Thence we sailed on with aching hearts, and came to the land of the Cyclops, a rude and lawless folk, who, trusting to the immortal gods, plant with their hands no plant, nor ever plough, but all things spring unsown and without ploughing: wheat, barley and grapes with wine in their heavy clusters, for rain from Zeus makes the grape grow. Among this people no assemblies meet. They have no stable laws. They live on the tops of lofty hills in hollow caves. Each gives the law to his own wife and children, and cares for no one else. Now, a rough island stretches along outside the harbor, not close to the Cyclops' coast, nor yet far out, covered with trees. On it, innumerable wild goats breed. No tread of man disturbs them. None comes here to follow hounds, to toil through woods and climb the crests of hills. The island is not held for flocks or tillage, but all unsown, untilled, it evermore is bare of men and feeds the bleating goats. Among the Cyclops are no red-cheeked ships, nor are there shipwrights who might build the well-benched ships to do them service, sailing to foreign towns, as men are wont to cross the sea in ships to one another. With ships they might have worked the well-placed island, for it is not at all a worthless spot, but would bear all things duly. For here are meadows on the banks of the grey sea, moist with soft soil. Here vines could never die. Here is smooth ploughing land, a very heavy crop, and always well in season might be reaped, for the undersoil is rich. Here is a quiet harbor, never needing moorings, throwing out anchor stones or fastening cables, but merely to run in and wait a while till sailor hearts are ready and the winds are blowing. Just at the harbor's head, a spring of sparkling water flows from beneath a cave. Around it poplars grow. Here we sailed in, some god our guide, through murky night. There was no light to see, for round the ships was a dense fog. No moon looked out from heaven. It was shut in with clouds, so no one saw the island. And the long waves rolling on the shore we did not see until we beached our well-benched ships. After the ships were beached, we lowered all our sails, and forth we went ourselves upon the shore, where, falling fast asleep, we awaited sacred dawn. But when the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, in wonder at the island we made a circuit round it, and nymphs, daughters of aegis-bearing Zeus, started the mountain goats to give my men a meal. Forthwith we took our bending bows and our long hunting spears from out the ships, and, parted in 3 bands, began to shoot. And soon God granted ample game. 12 ships were in my train. To each there fell 9 goats, while 10 they set apart for me alone. Then all throughout the day till setting sun we sat and feasted on abundant meat and pleasant wine. For the ruddy wine of our ships was not yet spent. Some still was left, because our crews took a large store in jars the day we seized the sacred citadel of the Ciconians. And now we looked across the land of the neighboring Cyclops, and marked the smoke, the sounds of men, the bleat of sheep and goats. But when the sun went down and darkness came, we laid us down to sleep upon the beach. Then, as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, holding a council, I said to all my men, "The rest of you, my trusty crews, stay for the present here. But I myself, with my own ship and my own crew, go to discover who these men may be, if they're fierce and savage, with no regard for right, or kind to strangers and reverent toward the gods." When I had spoken thus, I went on board my ship and called my crew to come on board and loose the cables. Quickly they came, took places at the pins, and sitting in order smote the foaming water with their oars. But when we reached the neighboring shore, there at the outer point, close to the sea, we found a cave high, overhung with laurel. Here many flocks of sheep and goats were nightly housed. Around was built a yard with a high wall of deep embedded stone, tall pines and crested oaks. Here a man-monster slept, who shepherded his flock alone and far apart. With others he did not mingle, but quite aloof followed his lawless ways. Thus had he grown to be a marvelous monster, not like a man who lives by bread, but rather like a woody peak of the high hills, seen single, clear of others. Now to my other trusty men I gave command to stay there by the ship and guard the ship. But I myself chose the 12 best among my men and sallied forth. I had a goatskin bottle of the dark sweet wine, given me by Meron, son of Evanthes, priest of Apollo, who watches over Ismarus. He gave me this because we guarded him and his son and wife through holy fear, for he dwelt within the shady grove of Phoebus Apollo. He brought me splendid gifts. Of fine wrought gold he gave me 7 talents, gave me a mixing bowl of solid silver, and afterwards filled me 12 jars with wine, sweet and unmixed, a drink for gods. None knew that wine among the slaves and handmaids of his house, none but himself, his own dear wife, and one sole house-dame. Whenever they drank the honeyed ruddy wine, he filled a cup and poured it into 20 parts of water, and still from the bowl came a sweet odor of a surprising strength. Then, to refrain had been no easy matter. I filled a large skinful of this and took it with me, and also took provision in a sack, for my stout heart suspected I should soon meet a man arrayed in mighty power, a savage, ignorant of rights and laws. Quickly we reached the cave, but did not find him there, for he was tending his fat flock afield. Entering the cave, we looked around. Here crates were standing, loaded down with cheese, and here pens thronged with lambs and kids. In separate pens, each sort was folded, by themselves the older, by themselves the later born, and by themselves the younglings. Swimming with whey were all the vessels, the well-wrought pails and bowls in which he milked. Here my men pressed me strongly to take some cheeses and go back. Then, later, driving the kids and lambs to our swift ship out of the pens to sail away over the briny water. But I refused. Far better had I yielded, hoping that I might see him and he might offer gifts. But he was to prove, when seen, no pleasure to my men. Kindling a fire here, we made burnt offering, and we ourselves took of the cheese and ate, and so we sat and waited in the cave until he came from pasture. He brought a ponderous burden of dry wood to use at supper time, and tossing it down inside the cave raised a great din. We hurried off in terror to a corner of the cave, but into the wide-mouthed cave he drove his sturdy flock, all that he milked. The males, both rams and goats, he left outside in the high yard. And now he set in place the huge door-stone, lifting it high in the air, a ponderous thing. No 22 carts, staunch and 4-wheeled, could start it from the ground. Such was the rugged rock he set against the door. Then, sitting down, he milked the ewes and bleating goats all in due order, and underneath put each one's young. Straightway he curdled half the white milk, and gathering it in wicker baskets, set it by. Half he left standing in the pails, ready for him to take and drink, and have it for his supper. So after he had busily performed his tasks, he kindled a fire, noticed us, and asked, "Ah, strangers, who are you? Where do you come from, sailing the watery ways? Are you upon some business, or do you rove at random as the pirates roam the seas, risking their lives and bringing ill to strangers?" As thus he spoke, our very souls were crushed within us, dismayed by the heavy voice and by the monster's self. Nevertheless, I answered thus, and said, "We are from Troy, Achaeans, driven by shifting winds out of our course across the great gulf of the sea. Homeward we fared, but through strange ways and wanderings are come hither. So Zeus was pleased to purpose. Subjects of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, we boast ourselves to be, whose fame is now the widest under heaven. So great a town he sacked, so many people slew. But chancing here, we come before your knees to ask that you will offer hospitality, and in other ways as well will give the gift which is the stranger's due. Almighty One, respect the gods. We are your suppliants, and Zeus is the avenger of the suppliant and the stranger. He is the stranger's friend, attending the deserving." So I spoke, and from a ruthless heart he straightway answered, "You are simple, stranger, or come from far away to bid me dread the gods or shrink before them? The Cyclops pay no heed to Aegis-bearing Zeus, nor to the blessed gods, because we are much stronger than themselves. To shun the wrath of Zeus I would not spare you or your comrades, did my heart not bid. But tell me where you left your staunch ship at your coming. At the far shore, or near? Let me but know. He thought to tempt me, but he could not cheat a knowing man like me, and I again replied with words of guile. The earth-shaker, Poseidon, wrecked my ship and cast her on the rocks at the land's end, drifting her on a headland. The wind blew from the sea, and I with these men here escaped from utter ruin. So I spoke, and from a ruthless heart he answered nothing, but starting up laid hands on my companions. He seized on two and dashed them to the ground as if they had been dogs. Their brains ran out upon the floor and wet the earth. Tearing them limb from limb, he made his supper, and ate as does a mountain lion, leaving nothing, entrails or flesh or marrow bones. We, in our tears, held up our hands to Zeus at sight of his cruel deeds. Helplessness held our hearts. But when the Cyclops had filled his monstrous maw by eating human flesh and pouring down pure milk, he laid himself in the cave full length among his flock. And I then formed the plan within my daring heart of closing on him, drawing my sharp sword from my thigh and stabbing him in the breast where the midriff holds the liver, feeling the place out with my hand. Yet second thoughts restrained me, for then we too had met with utter ruin, for we could never with our hands have pushed from the tall door the enormous stone which he'd sent against it. Thus, then, with sighs, we awaited sacred dawn. But when the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, he kindled a fire, milked his goodly flock, all in due order, and underneath put each one's young. Then after he had busily performed his tasks, seizing once more 2 men, he made his morning meal. And when the meal was ended, he drove from the cave his sturdy flock, and easily moved the huge door-stone, but afterwards put it back as one might put the lid upon a quiver. Then to the hills with many a call he steered his sturdy flock, while I was left behind, brooding on evil, and thinking how I might have vengeance, would but Athena grant my prayer. And to my mind this seemed the wisest way. There lay beside the pen a great club of the Cyclops, an olive stick still green, which he had cut to be his staff when dried. Inspecting it, we guessed its size, and thought it like the mast of a black ship of 20 oars, some broad-built merchantman which sails the great gulf of the sea. So huge it looked in length and thickness. I went and cut away a fathom's length of this, laid it before my men, and bade them shape it down. They made it smooth. I then stood by to point the tip, and laying hold, I charred it briskly in the blazing fire. The piece I now put carefully away, hiding it in the dung which lay about the cave in great abundance, and then I bade my comrades fix by lot who the bold men should be to help me raise the stake and grind it in his eye, when pleasant sleep should come. These drew the lot whom I myself would fain have chosen. 4 were they. For a 5th I counted in myself. He came toward evening, shepherding the fleecy flock, and forthwith drove his sturdy flock into the wide-mouthed cave, all with much care. He did not leave a sheep in the high yard outside, either through some suspicion, or God bade him so to do. Again he set in place the huge door-stone, lifting it high in air, and sitting down he milked the ewes and bleating goats, all in due order, and underneath put each one's young. Then, after he had busily performed his tasks, he seized once more 2 men and made his supper. And now it was that, drawing near the Cyclops, I thus spoke, holding within my hands an ivy bowl filled with dark wine. Here, Cyclops, drink some wine after your meal of human flesh, and see what sort of liquor our ship held. I brought it as an offering, thinking that you might pity me and send me home. But you're mad past bearing, reckless. How should a stranger come to you again from any people, when you do not act with decency? So I spoke. He took the cup, and drank it off, and mightily pleased he was with the taste of the sweet liquor, and thus he asked me for it yet again. "Give me some more, kind sir, and straightway tell your name, that I may give a stranger's gift with which you shall be pleased." "Ah, yes, the Cyclops' fruitful fields bear wine in their heavy clusters, for rain from Zeus makes the grape grow. But this is a bit of ambrosia and nectar." So he spoke, and I again offered the sparkling wine. 3 times I brought and gave. 3 times he drank it in his folly. Then, as the wine began to dull the Cyclops' senses, in winning words I said to him, "Cyclops, you asked my noble name, and I will tell it. But do you give the stranger's gift just as you promised? My name is No Man. No Man I am called, by mother, father, and by all my comrades." So I spoke, and from a ruthless heart he straightway answered, "No Man I eat up last, after his comrades, all the rest first, and that shall be the stranger's gift for you." He spoke, and sinking back fell flat, and there he lay, lolling his thick neck over, till sleep that conquers all took hold upon him. Out of his throat poured wine and scraps of human flesh. Heavy with wine he spewed it forth. And now it was I drove the stake under a heap of ashes to bring it to a heat, and with my words emboldened all my men, that none might flinch through fear. Then when the olive stake, green though it was ready to take fire, and through was all aglow, I snatched it from the fire, while my men stood around, and heaven inspired us with great courage. Seizing the olive stake, sharp at the tip, they plunged it in his eye, and I, perched up above, whirled it around, as when a man bores ship beams with a drill, and those below keep it in motion with a strap held by the ends, and steadily it runs. Even so we seized the fire-pointed stake and whirled it in his eye. Blood bubbled round the heated thing. The vapour singed off all the lids around the eye, and even the brows as the ball burned and its roots crackled in the flame. As when a smith dips a great axe or adze into cold water, hissing loud to temper it, for that is strength to steel, so hissed his eye about the olive stake. A hideous roar he raised. The rock resounded. We hurried away in terror. He wrenched the stake from out his eye, all dabbled with the blood, and flung it off in a frenzy. Then he called loudly on the Cyclops who dwelt about him in the caves, along the windy heights. They heard his cry, and ran from every side, and standing by the cave they asked what ailed him. "What has come on you, Polyphemus, that you scream so in the immortal night, and so keep us from sleeping? Is a man driving off your flocks in spite of you? Is a man murdering you by craft or force?" Then, in his turn from out the cave, big Polyphemus answered, "Friends, no man is murdering me by craft. Force there is none." But in answering him in winged words they said, "If no man harms you, then, and you are alone, illness which comes from mighty Zeus you cannot fly. Nay, make your prayer to your father, Lord Poseidon." This said, they went their way, and in my heart I laughed. My name, that clever notion, so deceived them. But now the Cyclops, groaning and in agonies of anguish, by groping with his hands took the stone off the door, yet sat himself inside the door with hands outstretched to catch whoever ventured forth among the sheep, for he probably hoped in his heart that I should be so silly. But I was planning how it all might best be ordered, that I might win escape from death, both for my men and me. So many a plot and scheme I framed, as for my life. Great danger was at hand. Then to my mind this seemed the wisest way. Some rams there were of a good breed, thick in the fleece, handsome and large, which bore a dark blue wool. These I quietly bound together with the twisted willow withes on which the giant Cyclops slept, the brute, taking 3 sheep together. One in the middle carried the man. The other 2 walked by the sides, keeping my comrades safe. Thus 3 sheep bore each man. Then, for myself, there was a ram, by far the best of all the flock, whose back I grasped, and curled beneath his shaggy belly, there I lay. And with my hands twisted in that enormous fleece I steadily held on with patient heart. Thus then, with sighs, we awaited sacred dawn. Soon as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, the rams hastened to pasture, but the ewes bleated unmilked about the pens, for their udders were well-nigh bursting. Their master, racked with grievous pains, felt over the backs of all the sheep as they stood up, but foolishly did not notice how under the breasts of the woolly sheep men had been fastened. Last of the flock, the ram stalked to the door, cramped by his fleece and me, the crafty plotter, and feeling him over, big Polyphemus said, "What, my pet ram, why do you move across the cave hindmost of all the flock? Till now you never lagged behind, but with your long strides you were always first to crop the tender blooms of grass. You were the first to reach the running streams, and first to wish to turn to the stall at night. Yet here you are the last. Oh, but you miss your master's eye, which a villain has put out, he and his vile companions, blunting my wits with wine. No man it was, not, I assure him, safe from destruction. Yet, if only you could sympathize and get the power of speech to say where he is skulking from my rage, then should that brain of his be knocked about the cave and dashed upon the ground. So might my heart recover from the ills which miserable no man brought upon me." So saying, from his hand he let the ram go forth, and after we were come a little distance from the cave and from the yard, first from beneath the ram I freed myself, and then set free my companions. So at quick pace we drove away those long-legged sheep, heavy with fat, many times turning round until we reached the ship. A welcome sight we seemed to our dear friends, as men escaped from death. Yet for the others they began to weep and wail. But this I did not suffer. By my frowns I checked their tears. Instead, I bade them straightway toss the many fleecy sheep into the ship, and sail away over the briny water. Quickly they came, took places at the pins, and, sitting in order, smote the foaming water with their oars. But when I was as far away as one can call, I shouted to the Cyclops in derision, "Cyclops! No weaklings' comrades you were destined to devour in the deep cave with brutal might. But it was also destined your bad deeds should find you out, audacious wretch, who did not hesitate to eat the guests within your house. For this did Zeus chastise you, Zeus and the other gods." So I spoke, and he was angered in his heart the more, and tearing off the top of a high hill, he flung it at us. It fell before the dark-bowed ship a little space, but failed to reach the rudder's tip. The sea surged underneath the stone as it came down, and swiftly toward the land the wash of water swept us like a flood tide from the deep, and forced us back to shore. I seized a setting pole, and shoved the vessel off. Then, inspiriting my men, I bade them fall to their oars that we might flee from danger, with my head making signs, and, bending forward, on they rowed. When we had traversed twice the distance on the sea, again to the Cyclops would I call, but my men, gathering round, sought with soft words to stay me, each in his separate wise. O reckless man, why seek to vex this savage, who even now, hurling his missile in the deep, drove the ship back to shore? We verily thought that we were lost, and had he heard a man make but a sound or speak, he would have crushed our heads and our ship's beams by hurling jagged granite, for he can throw so far. So they spoke, but did not move my daring spirit. Again I called aloud out of an angry heart, "Cyclops, if ever mortal man asks you the story of the ugly blinding of your eye, say that Odysseus made you blind, the spoiler of cities, Laertes' son, whose home is Ithaca." So I spoke, and with a groan he answered, "Oh, surely now the ancient oracles are come upon me. Here once a prophet lived, a prophet brave and tall. Telemachus, son of Eurymus, who by his prophecies obtained renown in prophetic works, grew old among the Cyclops. He told me it should come to pass in aftertime that I should lose my sight by means of one Odysseus. But I was always watching for the coming of some tall and comely person, arrayed in mighty power, and now a little miserable feeble creature blinded me of my eye, overcoming me with wine. Nevertheless, come here, Odysseus, and let me give the stranger's gift, and beg the famous land-shaker to aid you on your way. His son am I. He calls himself my father. He, if he will, shall heal me. None else can, whether among the blessed gods or mortal men. So he spoke, and answering him said I, Ah, would I might as surely strip you of life and being, and send you to the house of Hades, as it is sure the earth-shaker will never heal your eye. So I spoke, whereat he prayed to Lord Poseidon, stretching his hands forth toward the starry sky. Hear me, thou girder of the land, dark-haired Poseidon. If I am truly thine, and thou art called my father, vouchsafe no coming home to this Odysseus, spoiler of cities, Laertes' son, whose home is Ithaca. Yet if it be his lot to see his friends once more, and reach his stately house and native land, late let him come, in evil plight, with loss of all his crew, on the vessel of a stranger, and may he at his home find trouble. So spoke he in his prayer, and the dark-haired god gave ear. Then, once more, picking up a stone, much larger than before, the Cyclops swung and sent it, putting forth stupendous power. It fell behind the dark-bowed ship a little space, but failed to reach the rudder's tip. The sea surged underneath the stone as it came down, but the wave swept us forward and forced us to the shore. Now, when we reached the island where our other well-benched ships waited together, while their crews sat round them sorrowing, watching continually for us, as we ran in, we beached our ship among the sands, and forth we went ourselves upon the shore. Then, taking the Cyclops' sheep out of the hollow ship, we parted all, that none might go lacking his proper share. The ram my mailed companions gave to me alone, a mark of special honor in the division of the flock. And on the shore I offered him to Zeus of the dark cloud, the son of Cronos, who is the lord of all, burning the thighs. He did not heed the sacrifice. Instead, he purposed that my well-benched ships should all be lost, and all my trusty comrades. But all throughout that day till setting sun we sat, and feasted on abundant meat and pleasant wine. And when the sun went down and darkness came, we laid us down to sleep upon the beach. Then, as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, inspiriting my men, I bade them come on board and loose the cables. Quickly they came, took places at the pins, and sitting in order smote the foaming water with their oars. Thence we sailed on, with aching hearts, glad to be clear of death, though missing our dear comrades. Book 10. Aeolus, the Laestrygonians, and Circe. Soon we drew near the island of Aeolia, where Aeolus, the son of Hippotas, dear to immortal gods, dwelt on a floating island. All round it is a wall of bronze, not to be broken through, and smooth and steep rises the rocky shore. Within the house of Aeolus 12 children have been born, 6 daughters and 6 sturdy sons. And here he gave his daughters to his sons to be their wives. Here, too, with their loved father and honored mother, they hold continual feast. Before them countless viands lie. By day the steaming house resounds even to its court. By night they sleep by their chaste wives, under the coverlets on well-board bedsteads. Their city, it was, we reached, their goodly dwelling. For a full month here Aeolus made me welcome, and he questioned me of all, of Ilius, the Argive ships, and the return of the Achaeans. So I related all the tale in its due order. And when I furthermore asked him about my journey, and entreated him for aid, he did not say me nay, but made provision for my going. He gave me a sack, flaying therefore a 9-year ox, and in it bound the courses of the blustering winds. For the son of Cronus made him steward of the winds, to stay or rouse which one he would. Upon my hollow ship he tied the sack with a bright cord of silver, that not a breath might stir, however little. Then for my aid he sent the west wind forth, to blow and bear along my ships and men. But it was not to be. By our folly we were lost. 9 days we sailed, as well by night as day. Upon the 10th our native fields appeared, so close at hand that we could see men tending fires. Then sweet sleep overcame me, wearied as I was, for I had all the time managed the vessel's sheet and yielded it to no one else among the crew, that so we might the sooner reach our native land. Meanwhile my men began to talk with one another, and to tell how I was bringing gold and silver home as gifts from Aeolus, the generous son of Hippotas. And glancing at his neighbor, one would say, "Oh, how this man is welcomed and esteemed by all mankind, come to whose town and land he may. He brings a store of goodly treasure out of the spoils of Troy, while we, who toiled along the self-same road, come home with empty hands. Now Aeolus gives him friendly gifts. Come then, and let us quickly see what there is here, and how much gold and silver the sack holds." Such was their talk, and the ill counsel of the crew prevailed. They loosed the sack, and out rushed all the winds. Straightway a sweeping storm bore off to sea my weeping comrades far from their native land, and I, awaking, hesitated in my gallant heart whether to cast myself out of the ship into the sea and perish there, or, saying nothing, to endure and bide among the living. I forced myself to stay. Covering my head, I laid me down, the while the ships were driven by the cruel storm of wind back to the island of Aeolia, my comrades sighing sore. So here we went ashore and drew us water, and soon by the swift ships my men prepared a meal. Then, after we had tasted food and drink, taking a herald and a comrade with me, I turned me toward the lordly house of Aeolus. I found him at the feast beside his wife and children. We entered the hall, and on the threshold by the doorpost sat us down. And they all marveled in their hearts, and questioned, "How came you here, Odysseus? What hostile power assailed you? With care we sent you forth, to let you reach your land and home, or anywhere you pleased." So they spoke, and with an aching heart I answered, "A wicked crew betrayed me, they and a cruel sleep. But heal my woes, my friends, for you have power." So I spoke, addressing them in humble words. Then all the rest were silent, but the father answered thus, "Out of the island, instantly, vilest of all that live. I may not aid or send upon his way a man detested by the blessed gods. Begone, for you are here because detested by the immortals." Therewith he turned me, loud lamenting, from his door. Thence we sailed on, with aching hearts. Worn was the spirit of my men under the heavy rowing, caused by our folly too. Aid on our way appeared no more. 6 days we sailed, as well by night as day, and on the 7th came to the steep citadel of Lamos, Telepolis in Laestrygonia, where one shepherd leading home his flock calls to another, and the other answers as he leads his own flock forth. Here a man who never slept might earn a double wage, this herding kine, that tending silvery sheep. So close are the outgoings of the night and day. Now when we reached the splendid harbour, round which the rock runs steep, continuous all the way, and the projecting cliffs, facing each other, stretch forward at the mouth and narrow as the entrance, into the basin all the rest steered their curved ships, and so the ships lay in the hollow harbour, close anchored, side by side, for no wave swelled within it, large or small, but a clear calm was all around. I alone posted my black ship without the harbour, there at the point, lashing my cables to the rock. Then, climbing up, I took my stand on a rugged point of outlook. From it no work of man or beast was to be seen, only we saw some smoke ascending from the ground. So I sent sailors forth to go and learn what men who live by bread dwelt in the land, selecting 2 and joining with them a herald as a third. Leaving the ship, they took a beaten road where carts brought timber from the lofty hills down to the town below. Before the town they met a maiden drawing water, the stately daughter of the Laestrygonian Antiphates. She had come down to the clear-flowing fountain of Artacia, from which they used to fetch the water for the town. So my men, drawing near, addressed her, and inquired who was the king of the folk here, and whom he ruled, whereat she pointed to her father's high-roofed house. But when they entered the lordly hall, they found a woman there, huge as a hilltop. At her they were aghast. Forthwith she called from the assembly noble Antiphates, her husband, who sought to bring upon my men a miserable end. Straight seizing one, he made his meal of him, and the 2 others, dashing off, came flying to the ships. Thereat he raised a cry throughout the town, and hearing it, the mighty Laestrygonians gathered from here and there, seeming not men but giants. Then, from the rocks, they hurled down ponderous stones, and soon among the ships arose a dreadful din of dying men and crashing ships. As men spear fish, they gathered in their loathsome meal. But while they slaughtered these in the deep harbor, I drew my sharp sword from my thigh and cut the cables of my dark-bowed ship, and quickly inspiriting my men, I bade them fall to their oars, that we might flee from danger. They all tossed up the water in terror for their lives, and cheerily to sea, away from the beetling cliff, my ship sped on. But all the other ships went down together there. Thence we sailed on with aching hearts, glad to be clear of death, though missing our dear comrades. And now we reached the island of Ogygia, where fair-haired Circe dwelt, a mighty goddess, human of speech. She was own sister of the sorcerer Aeetes. Both were the children of the beaming sun, and of a mother, Perse, the daughter of Oceanus. Here we bore landward with our ship, and ran in silence into a sheltering harbor, God our guide. Landing, we lay 2 days and nights, gnawing our hearts because of toil and trouble. But when the fair-haired dawn brought the 3rd day, I took my spear and my sharp sword, and from the ship walked briskly up to a place of distant view, hoping to see some work of man or catch some voice. So, climbing up, I took my stand on a rugged point of outlook, and smoke appeared rising from open ground at Circe's dwelling, through some oak thickets and a wood. Then, for a time, I doubted in my mind and heart whether to go and search the matter while I saw the flaring smoke. Reflecting thus, it seemed the better way first to return to the swift ship and to the shore, there give my men their dinner, and send them forth to search. But on my way, as I drew near to the curved ship, some god took pity on me all forlorn, and sent a high-horned deer into my very path. From feeding in the wood he came to the stream to drink, for the sun's power oppressed him. As he stepped out, I struck him in the spine, midway along the back. The bronze spear pierced him through. Down in the dust he fell with a moan, and his life flew away. Setting my foot upon him, I drew from the wound the brazen spear and laid it on the ground. Then I plucked twigs and osiers, and wove a rope a fathom long, twisted from end to end, with which I bound together the monstrous creature's legs. So, with him upon my back, I walked to the black ship, leaning upon my spear, because it was not possible to hold him with my hand upon my shoulder, for the beast was very large. Before the ship I threw him down, and then with cheering words aroused my men, standing by each in turn. "We shall not, friends, however sad, go to the halls of Hades until our destined day. But while there still is food and drink in the swift ship, let us attend to eating, not waste away with hunger." So I spoke, and my words they quickly heeded. Throwing their coverings off upon the shore beside the barren sea, they gazed upon the deer, for the beast was very large. Then, after they had satisfied their eyes with gazing, they washed their hands and made a glorious feast. Thus All throughout the day till setting sun we sat and feasted on abundant meat and pleasant wine. And when the sun went down and darkness came, we laid us down to sleep upon the beach. Then, as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, holding a council, I said to all my men, "My suffering comrades, hearken to my words. For since, my friends, we do not know the place of dusk or dawn, the place at which the beaming sun goes underground, nor where he rises, let us at once consider if a wise course be left. I do not think there is, for I saw, on climbing to a rugged outlook, an island which the boundless deep encircles like a crown. Low in the sea it lies. Midway across I saw a smoke through some oak thickets and a wood." As I thus spoke, their very souls were crushed within them, remembering the deeds of the Laestrygonian Antiphates, and the cruelty of the daring Cyclops, the devourer of men. They cried aloud and let the big tears fall, but no good came to them from their lamenting. Now the whole body of my mailed companions I told off in 2 bands, and to each band assigned a leader. The one I led, godlike Eurylochus the other. Straightway we shook the lots in a bronze helmet, and the lot of bold Eurylochus leapt out the first. So he departed, 22 comrades following, all in tears, and us they left in sorrow too behind. Within the glades they found the house of Circe, built of smooth stone upon commanding ground. All round about were mountain wolves and lions, which Circe had charmed by giving them evil drugs. These creatures did not spring upon my men, but stood erect, wagging their long tails, fawning, as hounds fawn round their master when he comes from meat, because he always brings them dainties that they like. So round these men the strong-clawed wolves and lions fawned. Still my men trembled at the sight of the strange beasts. They stood before the door of the fair-haired goddess, and in the house heard Circe singing with sweet voice, while tending her great imperishable loom, and weaving webs fine, beautiful, and lustrous as are the works of gods. Polites was the first to speak, one ever foremost, and one to me the nearest and the dearest of my comrades. "Ah, friends, somebody in the house is tending a great loom and singing sweetly. All the pavement rings. A god it is, or a woman. Then let us quickly call." He spoke. The others lifted up their voice and called, and suddenly coming forth, she opened the shining doors and bade them in. The rest all followed, heedless. Only Eurylochus remained behind, suspicious of a snare. She led them in and seated them on couches and on chairs, and made a potion for them. Cheese, barley, and yellow honey, stirred into Pramnian wine, but mingled with the food pernicious drugs to make them quite forget their native land. Now after she had given the cup, and they had drunk it off, straight with a wand she smote them, and penned them up in sties. And they took on the heads of swine, the voice, the bristles, and even the shape, yet was their reason as sound as heretofore. Thus, weeping, they were penned, and Circe flung them acorns, chestnuts, and cornel fruit to eat, such things as swine that wallow in the mire are wont to eat. Eurylochus, meanwhile, came to the swift black ship to bring me tidings of my men, and tell their bitter fate. Strive as he might, he could not speak a word, so stricken was he to the soul with sore distress. His eyes were filled with tears, his heart felt anguish. But when we all, in great amazement, questioned him, then he described the loss of all his men. "We went as you commanded, noble Odysseus, through the thicket, and found within the glades a beautiful house built of smooth stone upon commanding ground. There somebody was tending a great loom and loudly singing, some god or woman. The others lifted up their voice and called, and suddenly, coming forth, she opened the shining doors and bade them in. The rest all followed, heedless, but I remained behind, suspicious of a snare. They vanished, one and all. Not one appeared again, though long I sat and watched. So he spoke. I slung my silver-studded sword about my shoulders, large it was and made of bronze, and my bow with it, and bade him lead me back the self-same way. But he, clasping my knees with both his hands, entreated me, and sorrowfully said in winged words, "O heaven-descended man, bring me not there against my will, but leave me here. For well I know you never will return, nor will you bring another of your comrades. Rather, with these now here let us speed on, for we might even yet escape the evil day." So he spoke, and answering him, said I, "Eurylochus, remain then here yourself, eating and drinking by the black hollow ship. But I will go, for strong necessity is on me." Saying this, I passed up from the ship and from the sea. But when, in walking up the solemn glades, I was about to reach the great house of the sorceress Circe, there I was met, as I approached the house, by Hermes of the golden wand, in likeness of a youth, the first down on his lip, a time of life most pleasing. He held my hand and spoke, and thus addressed me. "Where are you going, hapless man, along the hills alone, ignorant of the land? Your comrades yonder at the house of Circe are penned like swine and kept in fast-closed sties. You come to free them? Nay, I am sure you will return no more, but there, like all the rest, you too will stay. Still, I can keep you clear of harm and give you safety. Here, take this potent herb, and go to Circe's house. This shall protect your life against the evil day. And I will tell you all the magic arts of Circe. She will prepare for you a potion, and cast drugs into your food. But even so she cannot charm you, because the potent herb which I shall give will not permit it. And let me tell you more. When Circe turns against you her long wand, then, drawing the sharp sword from your thigh, spring upon Circe, as if you meant to slay her. In terror she will bid you to her bower, and do not you refuse the goddess's bower, that so she may release your men and care for you. But bid her swear the Blessed One's great oath, that she is not meaning now to plot you a fresh woe, and when you are defenseless make you feeble and unmanned." As thus he spoke, the speedy comer gave the herb, drawing it from the ground, and pointed out its nature. Black at the root it is, like milk in its blossom, and the gods call it moly. Hard is it for a mortal man to dig. With gods all things may be. Hermes departed now to high Olympus along the woody island. I made my way to Circe's house, and as I went, my heart grew very dark. But I stood at the gate of the fair-haired goddess, stood there and called, and the goddess heard my voice. Suddenly, coming forth, she opened the shining doors and bade me in. I followed her with aching heart. She led me in and placed me on a silver-studded chair, beautiful, richly wrought, with a footstool for the feet, and she prepared a potion in a golden cup for me to drink, but put therein a drug with wicked purpose in her heart. Now, after she had given the drink, and I had drunk it off, and yet it had not charmed me, smiting me with her wand, she spoke these words, and cried, "Off to the sty, and lie there with your fellows." She spoke. I drew the sharp blade from my thigh, and sprang upon Circe, as if I meant to slay her. With a loud cry she cowered and clasped my knees, and sorrowfully said in winged words, "Who are you? Of what people? Where is your town and kindred? I marvel much that drinking of these drugs you were not charmed. No man else ever withstood these drugs who tasted them, so soon as they had passed the barrier of his teeth. But in your breast there is a mind which cannot be beguiled. Surely you are adventurous Odysseus, who, the god of the golden wand, the speedy comer, always declared would come upon his way from Troy, he and his swift black ship. Nay, then, put up your blade within its sheath, and let us now turn to my bower, that there we two may know our love and learn to trust each other." So she spoke, and answering her said I, "Circe, why ask me to be gentle toward you, when you have turned my comrades into swine within your halls, and here detain me, and with treacherous purpose invite me to your bower, and to approach your side, that when I am defenseless you will make me feeble and unmanned? but I will never willingly approach your bower till you consent, goddess, to swear a solemn oath that you are not meaning now to plot me a new woe." So I spoke, and she then took the oath which I required. So after she had sworn and ended all that oath, then I approached the beauteous bower of Circe. Meanwhile, attendants plied their work about the halls, 4 maids who were the serving women of the palace. They are the children of the springs and groves and of the sacred streams that run into the sea. One threw upon the chairs beautiful cloths. Purple she spread above, linen below. The next placed silver tables by the chairs, and set forth golden baskets. A third stirred in a bowl the cheering wine, sweet wine in silver, and filled the golden cups. A fourth brought water, and kindled a large fire under a great kettle, and let the water warm. Then, when the water in the glittering copper boiled, she seated me in the bath, and bathed me from the kettle about the head and shoulders, tempering the water well, till from my joints she drew the sore fatigue. And after she had bathed me and anointed me with oil, and put upon me a goodly coat and tunic, she led me in and placed me on a silver-studded chair, beautiful, richly wrought, with a footstool for the feet, and water for the hands a servant brought me in a beautiful pitcher made of gold, and poured it out over a silver basin for my washing, and spread a polished table by my side. Then the grave housekeeper brought bread and placed before me, setting out food of many a kind, freely giving of her store, and bade me eat. But that pleased not my heart. I sat with other thoughts. My heart foreboded evil. When Circe marked me sitting thus, not laying hands upon my food, but cherishing sore sorrow, approaching me, she said in winged words, "Why do you sit, Odysseus, thus, like one struck dumb, gnawing your heart, and touch no food nor drink? Do you suspect some further guile? You have no cause for fear, for even now I swore to you a solemn oath." So she spoke, and answering her, said I, "Ah, Circe, what upright man could bring himself to taste of food or drink before he had released his friends and seen them with his eyes? But if you, in sincerity, will bid me drink and eat, then set them free, that I with my own eyes may see my trusty comrades." So I spoke, and from the hall went Circe, wand in hand. She opened the sty doors, and forth she drove what seemed like 9-year swine. A while they stood before her, and, passing along the line, Circe anointed each one with a counter-charm. So from their members fell the hair which at first the accursed drug, which potent Circe gave, had made to grow. And once more they were men younger than before, much fairer, too, and taller to behold. They knew me, and each grasped my hand, and from them all passionate sobs burst forth, and all the house gave a sad echo. The goddess pitied us, even she, and standing by my side the heavenly goddess said, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, go now to your swift ship, and to the shore, and first of all draw up your ship upon the land, and store within the caves your goods and all your gear. Then come back yourself and bring your trusty comrades." So she spoke, and my high heart assented. I went to the swift ship and to the shore, and found by the swift ship my trusty comrades in bitter lamentation, letting the big tears fall. As the stalled calves skip round a drove of cows returning to the barnyard when satisfied with grazing, with one accord they all bound forth, the folds no longer hold them, but with continual bleat they frisk about their mothers, so did these men, when they caught sight of me, press weeping round. To them it seemed as if they had already reached their land, their very town of rugged Ithaca, where they were bred and born, and through their sobs they said in winged words, "Now you have come, O heaven-descended man. We're as glad as if we were approaching Ithaca, our native land. But tell about the loss of all our other comrades." So they spoke. I in soft words made answer, Let us now first of all draw up our ship upon the land, and store within the caves our goods and all our gear. Then hasten, all of you, to follow me, and see your comrades in the magic house of Circe, drinking and eating, holding constant cheer." So I spoke, and my words they quickly heeded. Eurylochus alone tried to hold back my comrades, and speaking in winged words he said, "Poor fools, where are we going? Why are you so in love with ill that you will go to Circe's hall and let her turn us all to swine and wolves and lions, that we may then keep watch at her great house perforce? Such deeds the Cyclops did when to his lair our comrades came, and with them went this reckless man Odysseus, for through his folly those men also perished." As thus he spoke, I hesitated in my heart whether to draw my keen-edged blade from my stout thigh and by a blow bring down his head into the dust, near as he was by tie of marriage. But with soft words my comrades stayed me, each in his separate wise. "High-born Odysseus, we will leave him, if you like, here by the ship to guard the ship, but lead us to the magic house of Circe." Saying this, they passed up from the ship and from the sea. Yet did Eurylochus not tarry by the hollow ship. He followed, for he feared my stern rebuke. But in the meanwhile, to my other comrades at the palace, Circe had given a pleasant bath, anointed them with oil, and put upon them fleecy coats and tunics. Merrily feasting in her halls we found them all. When the men saw and recognized each other, they wept aloud, and the house rang around, and standing by my side the heavenly goddess said, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, let not this swelling grief rise further now. I myself know what hardships you have borne upon the swarming sea, and how fierce men harassed you on the land. Come then, eat food, drink wine, until you find once more that spirit in the breast which once was yours when you first left your native land of rugged Ithaca. Now, worn and spiritless, your thoughts still dwell upon your weary wandering. This many a day your heart has not been glad, for sorely have you suffered." So she spoke, and our high hearts assented. Here then, day after day, for a full year we sat and feasted on abundant meat and pleasant wine. But when the year was gone, and the round of the seasons rolled, as the months waned and the long days were done, then, calling me aside, my trusty comrade said, "Ah, sir, consider now your native land, if you are destined ever to be saved and reach your stately house and native land." So they spoke, and my high heart assented. Yet all throughout that day, till setting sun, we sat and feasted on abundant meat and pleasant wine. And when the sun went down, and darkness came, my men lay down to sleep throughout the dusky halls. But I, on coming to the beauteous bower of Circe, made supplication to her by her knees, and to my voice the goddess hearkened. And speaking in winged words, I said, "Circe, fulfill the promise made to send me home, for now my spirit stirs with that of all my men, who vex my heart with their complaints when you are gone away." So I spoke, and straight the heavenly goddess answered, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, stay no longer at my home against your will, but you must first perform a different journey, and go to the hall of Hades and of dread Persephone, there to consult the spirit of Tiresias of Thebes, the prophet blind whose mind is steadfast still. To him, though dead, Persephone has granted reason, to him alone sound understanding. The rest are flitting shadows." As she thus spoke, my very soul was crushed within me, and sitting on the bed I fell to weeping. My heart no longer cared to live and see the sun. But when of weeping and of writhing I had had my fill, then thus I answered her and said, "But Circe, who will be my pilot on this journey? None by black ship has ever reached the land of Hades." So I spoke, and straight the heavenly goddess answered, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, let not the lack of pilot for your ship disturb you, but set the mast, spread the white sail aloft, and sit you down. The breath of Boreas shall bear her onward. When you have crossed by ship the ocean stream to where the shore is rough, and the grove of Persephone stands, tall poplars and seed-shedding willows, there beach your ship by the deep eddies of the ocean stream, but go yourself to the mouldering house of Hades. There is a spot where into Acheron run Pyriphlegethon and Cocytus, a stream which is an offshoot of the waters of the Styx. A rock here forms the meeting point of the two roaring rivers. To this spot, then, hero, draw nigh, even as I bid, and dig a pit, about a cubit either way, and round its edges pour an offering to all the dead. First, honey mixture, next sweet wine, and thirdly water, and over all strew the white barley meal. Make many supplications also to the strengthless dead, vowing, when you return to Ithaca, to take the barren cow that is your best and offer it in your hall, heaping the pyre with treasure. And to Tiresias, separately, to sacrifice a sheep, for him alone, one wholly black, the very choicest of your flock. So, when with vows you have implored the illustrious peoples of the dead, offer a ram and a black ewe, bending their heads toward Erebus, but turn yourself away, facing the river stream. To you shall gather many spirits of those now dead and gone. Then forthwith call your men, and bid them take the sheep now lying there slain by the ruthless sword, and flay and burn them, and call upon the gods, on powerful Hades and on dread Persephone, while you yourself, drawing your sharp sword from your thigh, sit still, and do not let the strengthless dead approach the blood till you have made inquiry of Tiresias. Thither the seer will quickly come, O chief of men, and he will tell your course, the stages of your journey, and of your homeward way, how you may pass along the swarming sea. Even as she spoke, the gold-throned morning came. On me she put a coat and tunic for my raiment, and the nymph dressed herself in a long silvery robe, fine-spun and graceful. She bound a beautiful golden girdle round her waist, and put a veil upon her head. Then through the house I passed, and roused my men with cheering words, standing by each in turn. Sleep no more, nor drowse in pleasant slumber, but let us go, for potent Circe has at last made known the way. So I spoke, and their high hearts assented. Yet even from there I did not bring away my men in safety. There was a certain Elpenor, the youngest of them all, a man not very firm in fight nor sound of understanding, who, parted from his mates, lay down to sleep upon the magic house of Circe, seeking for coolness when overcome with wine. As his companions stirred, hearing the noise and tumult, he suddenly sprang up and quite forgot how to come down again by the long ladder, but fell headlong from the roof. His neck was broken in its socket, and his soul went down to the house of Hades. As my men mustered there, I said to them, "You think perhaps that you are going home to your own native land. But Circe has marked out for us a different journey, even to the halls of Hades and of dread Persephone, there to consult the spirit of Tiresias of Thebes." As thus I spoke, their very souls were crushed within them, and sitting down where each one was, they moaned and tore their hair, but no good came to them from their lamenting. Now, while we walked to the swift ship and to the shore in sadness, letting the big tears fall, Circe went on before, and there by the black ship tied a black ewe and ram, passing us lightly by. When a god does not will, what man can spy him moving to and fro? Book 11. The Land of the Dead. Now when we came down to the ship and to the sea, we, in the first place, launched our ship into the sacred sea, put mast and sail in the black ship, then took the sheep and drove them in, and we ourselves embarked in sadness, letting the big tears fall. And for our aid, behind our dark-bowed ship, came a fair wind to fill our sail, a welcome comrade sent us by fair-haired Circe, the mighty goddess, human of speech. So when we'd done our work at several ropes about the ship, we sat us down, while wind and helmsman kept her steady, and all day long the sail of the running ship was stretched. Then the sun sank, and all the ways grew dark. And now she reached earth's limits, the deep stream of the ocean, where the Cimmerian people's land and city lie, wrapped in a fog and cloud. Never on them does the shining sun look down with his beams, as he goes up the starry sky, or as again toward earth he turns back from the sky, but deadly night is spread abroad over these hapless men. On coming here, we beached our ship and set the sheep ashore, then walked along the ocean stream until we reached the spot foretold by Circe. Here Perimedes and Eurylochus held fast the victims, while drawing my sharp blade from my thigh, I dug a pit, about a cubit either way, and round its edges poured an offering to all the dead, first honey mixture, next sweet wine, and thirdly water, and over all I strewed white barley meal. And I made many supplications to the strengthless dead, vowing when I returned to Ithaca to take the barren cow that was my best and offer it in my hall, heaping the pyre with treasure, and to Tiresias separately to sacrifice a sheep for him alone, one wholly black, the choicest of my flock. So when with prayers and vows I had implored the peoples of the dead, I took the sheep and cut their throats over the pit, and forth the dark blood flowed. Then gathered their spirits from out of Erebus, of those now dead and gone, brides and unwedded youths, and worn old men, delicate maids with hearts but new to sorrow, and many pierced with brazen spears, men slain in fight, wearing their blood-stained armor. In crowds around the pit they flocked from every side, with awful wail. Pale terror seized me. Nevertheless, inspiriting my men, I bade them take the sheep now lying there slain by the ruthless sword, and flay and burn them, and call upon the gods, on powerful Hades, and on dread Persephone, while I myself, drawing my sharp sword from my thigh, sat still, and did not let the strengthless dead approach the blood, till I had made inquiry of Tiresias. First came the spirit of my man Elpenor. He had not yet been buried under the broad earth, for we left his body at the hall of Circe, unwept, unburied, since another task then pressed. I wept to see him, and pitied him from my heart, and speaking in winged words, I said, "Elpenor, how came you in this murky gloom? Faster you came on foot than I in my black ship." So I spoke, and with a groan he answered, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, Heaven's cruel doom destroyed me, and excess of wine. After I went to sleep on Circe's house, I did not notice how to go down again by the long ladder, but fell headlong from the roof. My neck was broken in its socket, and my soul came down to the house of Hades. Now I entreat you, by those left behind, not present here, by your wife, and by the father who cared for you when little, and by Telemachus, whom you left at home alone. For I know, as you go hence out of the house of Hades, you will touch with your staunch ship the island of Ogygia. There then, my master, I charge you, think of me. Do not, in going, leave me behind, unwept, unburied, deserting me, lest I become a cause of anger to the gods against you. But burn me in the armor that was mine, and on the shore of the foaming sea erect the mound of an unhappy man, that future times may know. Do this for me, and fix upon my grave the oar with which in life I rode among my comrades." So he spoke, and answering him, said I, "Unhappy man, this will I carry out and do for you." In such sad words, talking with one another, there we sat, I on the one side, holding my blade over the blood, while the spectre of my comrade on the other told of his many woes. Now came the spirit of my dead mother, Anticleia, daughter of brave Autolycus, whom I had left alive on setting forth for sacred Ilios. I wept to see her, and pitied her from my heart, but even so I did not let her, deeply though it grieved me, approach the blood, till I had made inquiry of Tiresias. Now came the spirit of Tiresias of Thebes, holding his golden sceptre. He knew me, and said to me, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, Why now, unhappy man, leaving the sunshine, have you come here to see the dead in this forbidding place? Nay, draw back from the pit, and turn your sharp blade from the blood, that I may drink and speak what will not fail." So he spoke, and drawing back I thrust my silver-studded sword into its sheath. And after he had drunk of the dark blood, then thus the blameless seer addressed me: "You are looking for a joyous journey home, glorious Odysseus, but a god will make it hard. For I do not think you will elude the land-shaker, who bears a grudge against you in his heart, angry because you blinded his dear son. Yet, even so, by meeting hardship you may still reach home, if you will curb the passions of yourself and crew, when once you bring your staunch ship to the Thrinacian island, safe from the dark blue sea, and find the pasturing kine and sturdy sheep of the sun, who all things oversees, all overhears. If you leave these unharmed, and heed your homeward way, you still may come to Ithaca, though you shall meet with hardship. But if you harm them, then I predict the loss of ship and crew. And even if you yourself escape, late shall you come in evil plight, with loss of all your crew, on the vessel of a stranger. At home you shall find trouble, bold men devouring your living, wooing your matchless wife, and offering bridal gifts. Nevertheless, on your return, you surely shall avenge their crimes. But after you have slain the suitors in your halls, whether by stratagem or by sharp sword boldly, then journey on, bearing a shapely oar, until you reach the men who know no sea, and do not eat food mixed with salt. These, therefore, have no knowledge of the red-cheeked ships, nor of the shapely oars which are the wings of ships. And I will name a sign easy to be observed, which shall not fail you. When another traveller, meeting you, shall say you have a winnowing fan on your white shoulder, there fix in the ground your shapely oar. Great rivers are between, and fearful floods, mightiest of all the ocean stream, not to be crossed on foot, but only on a strong-built ship. Are you but now come here upon your way from Troy, wandering a long time with your ship and crew? Have you not been in Ithaca, nor seen your wife at home?" So she spoke, and answering her said I, "My mother, need brought me to the house of Hades, here to consult the spirit of Tiresias of Thebes. I have not yet been near Achaia, nor once set foot upon my land, but have been always wandering and meeting sorrow since the first day I followed royal Agamemnon to Ilius, famed for horses, to fight the Trojans there. But now declare me this, and plainly tell, what doom of death that lays men low overwhelmed you? Some long disease? Or did the huntress Artemis attack and slay you with her gentle arrows? And tell me of my father and the son I left. Still in their keeping are my honours? Or does at last an alien hold them, while my people say that I shall come no more? Tell me, moreover, of my wedded wife, her purposes and thoughts. Is she abiding by her child, or keeping all in safety? Or was she finally married by some chief of the Achaeans?" So I spoke, and straight my honoured mother answered, "Indeed, she stays with patient heart within your hall, and wearily the nights and days are wasted with her tears. Nobody yet holds your fair honours. In peace Telemachus farms your estate, and sits at equal feasts where it befits the lawgiver to be a guest, for all give him a welcome. Your father stays among the fields, and comes to town no more. Bed has he none, bedstead, nor robes, nor bright-hued rugs. But through the winter he sleeps in the house where servants sleep, and in the dust beside the fire, and wears upon his body sorry clothes. Then when the summer comes, and fruitful autumn, wherever he may be about his slope of vineyard ground, a bed is piled of leaves fallen on the earth. There lies he in distress, woe waxing strong within, longing for your return, and hard old age comes on. Even so I also died and met my doom. Not that at home the sure-eyed huntress attacked and slew me with her gentle arrows, nor did a sickness come, which oftentimes by sad decay steals from the limbs the life, but longing for you, your wise ways, glorious Odysseus, and your tenderness took joyous life away. As she thus spoke, I yearned, though in my mind hesitated, to clasp the spirit of my mother, even though dead. 3 times the impulse came. My heart urged me to clasp her. 3 times out of my arms like a shadow or a dream she flitted, and the sharp pain about my heart grew only more, and speaking in winged words I said, "My mother, why not stay for me who long to clasp you, so that in the very house of Hades, throwing our arms round one another, we too may take our fill of piercing grief? Or is it a phantom high Persephone has sent to make me weep and sorrow more?" So I spoke, and straight my honoured mother answered, "Ah, my own child, beyond all men ill-fated, in no wise is Persephone, daughter of Zeus, beguiling you, but this is the way with mortals when they die. The sinews then no longer hold the flesh and bones together. For these the strong force of the blazing fire destroys, when once the life leaves the white bones, and like a dream the spirit flies away. Nay, now press quickly on into the light, and of all this take heed, to tell your wife hereafter." So we held converse there, but now the women came, for high Persephone had sent them, who were great men's wives and daughters. Round the dark blood in throngs they gathered, and I considered how to question each. Then to my mind this seemed the wisest way. I drew my keen-edged blade from my stout thigh, and did not let them all at once drink the dark blood, but one by one they came, and each declared her lineage, and I questioned all. There I saw Tyro first, of noble ancestry, who told of being sprung from gentle Salmoneus, told how she was the wife of Cretheus, son of Aeolus. She loved a river god, divine Enippus, who flows the fairest of all streams on earth. So she would walk by the fair currents of Enippus, and in his guise the land-shaker who girds the land met her at the outpouring of the eddying stream. The heaving water compassed them, high as a hill and arching, and hid the god and mortal woman. He touched the maiden, and she fell asleep. Then, on departing, he took her hand and spoke and thus addressed her. "Be happy, lady, in my love. In the revolving year you shall bear noble children, for the love of the immortals is not barren. Rear them yourself and cherish them, and now go home. Hold fast and speak it not. I am Poseidon, the shaker of the land." So saying, he plunged into the surging sea. She then bore Peleus and Neleus, who both became strong ministers of mighty Zeus. Peleus dwelt in the open country of Iolcus, rich in flocks, the other at sandy Pylos, and sons to Cretheus also this queen of women bore, Aeson and Pheres and Amythaon, the charioteer. And after her I saw Antiope, Asopus' daughter, who boasted she had been the spouse of Zeus himself. To him she bore 2 sons, Amphion and Zethus, who first laid the foundations of 7-gated Thebes and fortified it, because unfortified they could not dwell in open Thebes, for all their power. And after her I saw Alcmene, wife of Amphitryon, her who bore dauntless Hercules, the lion-hearted, as the spouse of mighty Zeus, and Megara, harsh Creon's daughter, whom the tireless son of Amphitryon took to wife. The mother of Oedipus I saw, fair Epicaste, who did a monstrous deed through ignorance of heart in marrying her son. He, having slain his father, married her, and soon the gods made the thing known to men. In pain at pleasant Thebes he governed the Cadmeans, through the gods' destroying purpose, and she went down to Hades, the strong jailer, fastening a fatal noose to the high rafter, abandoned to her grief. To him she left the many woes which the avengers of a mother bring. Beautiful Chloris, too, I saw, whom Neleus once married for her beauty, after making countless gifts, the youngest daughter of that Amphion, son of Iasus, who once held sway at Minion or Comenus. She was the queen of Pylus, and bore Neleus famous children, Nestor and Chromius, and Periclymenus the headstrong. And beside these she bore that stately Pyrrho, the marvel of mankind, whom all her neighbours wooed. But to none would Neleus give her, save to him who should drive from Phylace the crook-horned, broad-browed kine of haughty Iphiclus, and dangerous kine were they. A blameless seer alone would undertake to drive them, but cruel doom of God prevented, harsh bonds, and clownish herdsmen. Yet after days and months were spent, as the year rolled and other seasons came, then haughty Iphiclus released him on his telling all the oracles. The will of Zeus was done. Leda I saw, the wife of Tyndarus, who bore to Tyndarus 2 stalwart sons, Castor the horseman, and Polydeuces, good at boxing. These in a kind of life the nourishing earth now holds, and even beneath the ground they have from Zeus the boon that today they be alive, tomorrow dead, and they are allotted honours like the gods. Iphimedeia I saw, wife of Aloeus, who said she had been once loved by Poseidon. She bore 2 children, but short-lived they proved, Otus the godlike, and the far-famed Ephialtes, whom the fruitful earth made grow to be the tallest and most beautiful of men, after renowned Orion. For at 9 years they were 9 cubits broad, and in height they reached 9 fathoms. Therefore they even treated the immortals with raising on Olympus the din of furious war. Ossa they strove to set upon Olympus, and upon Ossa leafy Pelion, so that the heavens might be scaled. And this they would have done, had they but reached their period of full vigour, but the son of Zeus, whom fair-haired Leto bore, destroyed them both, before below their temples the downy hair had sprung and covered their chins with the fresh beard. Phaedra and Procris, too, I saw, and beautiful Ariadne, daughter of the wizard Minos, whom Theseus tried to bring from Crete to the slopes of sacred Athens. But he gained naught thereby. Before she came, Artemis slew her in sea-girt Dia, prompted by the report of Dionysus. Myrrha and Clymene I saw, and odious Eriphyle, who took a bribe of gold as the price of her own husband. But all I cannot tell, nor even name the many heroes' wives and daughters whom I saw, ere that the immortal night would wear away. Already it is time to sleep, at the swift ship among my crew, or here, my journey hence rest with the gods and you. As thus he ended, all were hushed to silence, held by the spell throughout the dusky hall. White-armed Arete was the first to speak. Phaeacians, how seems to you this man in beauty, height, and balanced mind within? My guest indeed he is, but each one shares the honour. Be not in haste then to dismiss him, nor stint your gifts to one so much in need. By favour of the gods, great wealth is in your houses. Then also spoke the old lord Echeneus, who was the oldest of Phaeacian men. My friends, not wide of the mark, nor of her reputation, speaks the wise queen. Therefore give heed. Yet word and work rest with Alcinous here. Then answered him Alcinous, and said, Even as she speaks, that word shall be, if I be now the living lord of o'er-loving Phaeacians. But let our guest, however much he longs for home, consent to stay, at all events until tomorrow, till I shall make our gift complete. To send him hence shall be the charge of all, especially of me, for power within this land rests here. Then wise Odysseus answered him, and said, Mighty Alcinous, renowned of all, if you should bid me stay a year, and then should send me forth, giving me splendid gifts, that is what I would choose, for much more to my profit would it be with fuller hands to reach my native land. Then should I be regarded more, and welcomed more by all who saw me coming home to Ithaca. Then answered him Alcinous, and said, Odysseus, we judge you by your looks to be no cheat or thief. Though many are the men the dark earth breeds and scatters far and wide, who fashion falsehoods out of what no man can see. But you have a grace of word and a noble mind within, and you told your tale as skilfully as if you were a bard relating all the Argives and your own sore troubles. But now, declare me this, and plainly tell. Did you see any of the godlike comrades who went with you to Ilios, and there met doom? The night is very long, yes, vastly long. The hour for sleeping at the hall is not yet come. Tell me the wondrous story. I could be well content till sacred dawn if you were willing in the hall to tell us of your woes." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Lord Alcinous, renowned of all, there is a time for stories and a time for sleep. Yet, if you wish to listen longer, I would not shrink from telling tales more pitiful than these, the woes of my companions who died in aftertime, the men who escaped the grievous war cry of the Trojans, to die on their return through a wicked woman's will." Well then, chaste Persephone had scattered here and there those spirits of tender women. There came the spirit of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, sorrowing. Around thronged other spirits of men who by his side had died in the house of Aegisthus, and there had met their doom. He knew me as soon as he had drunk of the dark blood, and then he cried aloud and let the big tears fall, and stretched his hands forth eagerly to grasp me. But no, there was no strength or vigor left, such as was once within his supple limbs. I wept to see him, and I pitied him from my heart, and speaking in winged words, I said, "Great son of Atreus, Agamemnon, lord of men, what doom of death that lays men low overwhelmed you? Was it on shipboard that Poseidon smote you, raising unwelcome blasts of cruel wind? Or did fierce men destroy you on the land, while you were cutting off their kine, or their fair flocks of sheep, or while you fought to win their town and carry off their women?" So I spoke, and straightway, answering me, said he, "No, high-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus. On shipboard Poseidon did not smite me, raising unwelcome blasts of cruel wind, nor did fierce men destroy me on the land. It was Aegisthus, plotting death and doom, who slew me, aided by my accursed wife, when he had bidden me home and had me at the feast, even as one cuts the ox down at his stall. So thus I died a lamentable death, and all my men with no escape were slain around me, like white-toothed swine at some rich powerful man's wedding, or banquet, or gay festival. You have yourself been present at the death of many men slain in single combat, and in the press of war. Yet here you would have felt your heart most touched with pity, to see how round the mixing bowl and by the loaded tables we lay about the hall, and all the pavement ran with blood. Saddest of all, I heard the cry of Priam's daughter, Cassandra, whom crafty Clytemnestra slew beside me, and I on the ground lifted my hands and clutched my sword in dying. But she, the brutal woman, turned away, and did not deign, though I was going to the house of Hades, to draw with her hand my eyelids down and pressed my lips together. Ah, what can be more horrible and brutish than a woman when she admits into her thoughts such deeds as these? And what a shameless deed she plotted! To bring about the murder of the husband of her youth. I used to think how glad my coming home would be, even to my children and my slaves. But she, intent on such extremity of crime, brought shame upon herself and all of womankind who shall be born hereafter, even on well-doers too." So he spoke, and answering him said I, "Alas, the house of Atreus, far-seeing Zeus, has sorely plagued with women's arts from the beginning. For Helen's sake how many of us died, and Clytemnestra plotted for you while absent." So I spoke, and straightway answering me, said he, "Never be you then gentle to your wife, nor speak out all you really mean, but tell a part, and let a part be hid. And yet on you, Odysseus, no violent death shall ever fall from your wife's hand, for truly wise and of an understanding heart is the daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope. As a young bride we left her, on going to war. A child was at her breast, an infant then, who now perhaps sits in the ranks of men, and happy too. For his dear father coming home will see him, and he will meet his father with embrace as children should. But my wife did not let me feast my eyes upon my son. Before he came, she slew me. Nay, this I will say further, mark it well. By stealth, not openly, bring in your ship to shore, for there is no more faith in woman. But now declare me this, and plainly tell if you hear my son is living still, at Orchomenus, perhaps, or sandy Pylos, or at the home of Menelaus in broad Sparta, for surely nowhere on earth has royal Orestes died. So he spoke, and answering him said I, O son of Atreus, why question me of this? Whether he be alive or dead I do not know. To speak vain words is ill. In such sad words, talking with one another mournfully, we stood, letting the big tears fall. And now there came the spirit of Achilles, son of Peleus, and of Patroclus too, of gallant Antilochus, and of Ajax, who was first in beauty and in stature of all the Danaans after the gallant son of Peleus. But the spirit of swift-footed Aeacides knew me, and sorrowfully said in winged words, High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, rash as you are, what will you undertake more desperate than this? How dared you come down hither to the house of Hades, where dwell the senseless dead, spectres of toil-worn men? So he spoke, and answering him said I, Achilles, son of Peleus, foremost of the Achaeans, I came for consultation with Tiresias, hoping that he might give advice for reaching rugged Ithaca. I have not yet been near Achaea, nor once set foot upon my land, but have had constant trouble. While as for you, Achilles, no man was in the past more fortunate, nor in the future shall be. For formerly during your life we Argives gave you equal honour with the gods, and now you are a mighty lord among the dead when here. Then do not grieve at having died, Achilles. So I spoke, and straightway answering me, said he, Mock not at death, glorious Odysseus. Better to be the hireling of a stranger and serve a man of mean estate whose living is but small, than be the ruler over all these dead and gone. Now tell me tales of my proud son, whether or not he followed to the war to be a leader. Tell what you know of gallant Peleus, whether he still has honour in the cities of the Myrmidons, or do they slight him now in Hellas and in Phthia, because old age has touched his hands and feet? I am myself no longer in the sunlight to defend him, nor like what I once was when on the Trojan plain I routed a brave troop in succouring the Argives. If once like that I could but come, even for a little space, into my father's house, frightful should be my might and my resistless hands to any who are troubling him and keeping him from honour. So he spoke, and answering him said I, Indeed, of gallant Peleus I know nothing. But about your dear son Neoptolemus I will tell you all the truth as you desire. For it was I in my trim hollow ship who brought him from Cyrus to the mailed Achaeans, and when, encamped at Troy, we held a council, he was always the first to speak, and no word missed its mark. Godlike Nestor and I alone surpassed him. Moreover, on the Trojan plain, when we Achaeans battled, he never tarried in the throng, nor at the rallying place, but pressed before us all, yielding to none in courage. Many a man he slew in mortal combat. Fully I cannot tell, nor even name the host he slew in fighting for the Argives. But how he vanquished with his sword the son of Telephus, Eurypylus the hero. Many of that Cettian band fell with their leader, destroyed by woman's bribes. So goodly a man as he I never saw, save kingly Memnon. Then, when we entered the horse Epeius made, we chieftains of the Argives, and it lay all with me to shut or open our close ambush, other captains and counsellors of the Danaans would wipe away a tear, and their limbs shook beneath them. But watching him, at no time did I see his fair skin pale, nor from his cheeks did he wipe tears away. Often he begged to leave the horse. He fingered his sword hilt and his bronze-tipped spear, longing to vex the Trojans. Yet after we overthrew the lofty town of Priam, He took his share of spoil and an honourable prize, and went on board unharmed, not hit by brazen point nor wounded in close combat, as for the most part happens in war. Haphazard Ares rages. So I spoke, and the spirit of swift-footed Aeacides departed with long strides across the field of asphodel, pleased that I said his son was famous. But the other spirits of those dead and gone stood sadly there, each asked for what he loved. Only the spirit of Ajax, son of Telamon, held aloof, still angry at the victory I gained in the contest at the ships for the armour of Achilles. The goddess mother of Achilles offered the prize, and the sons of the Trojans were the judges, they and Pallas Athena. Would I had never won in such a strife, since thus the earth closed round the head of Ajax, who in beauty and achievement surpassed all other Danaans save the gallant son of Peleus. To him I spoke in gentle words, and said, Ajax, son of gallant Telamon, will you not, even in death, forget your wrath about the accursed armour? To plague the Argives the gods gave it, since such a tower as you were lost thereby. For you, as for Achilles, son of Peleus, do we Achaeans mourn unceasingly. None was to blame but Zeus, who, fiercely hating all the host of Danaan spearmen, brought upon you this doom. Nay, king, draw near, that you may listen to our voice and hear our words. Abate your pride and haughty spirit. I spoke. He did not answer, but went his way after the other spirits of those dead and gone, on into Erebus. Yet then, despite his wrath, he should have spoken, or I had spoken to him, but that the heart within my breast wished to see other spirits of the dead. There I saw Minos, the illustrious son of Zeus, a golden sceptre in his hand, administering justice to the dead from where he sat, while all around men called for judgment from the king, sitting and standing in the wide-doored hall of Hades. Next I marked huge Orion drive through the field of asphodel, the game that in his life he slew on the lonely hills. He held a club of solid bronze that never can be broken. And Tityus I saw, the son of far-famed Gaia, stretched on the plain. Across 9 roods he stretched. 2 vultures sat beside him, one upon either hand, and tore his liver, piercing the caul within. Yet with his hands he did not keep them off, for he did violence to Leto, the honoured wife of Zeus, as she was going to Pytho through pleasant Panopus. Tantalus too I saw in grievous torment, and standing in a pool. It touched his chin. He strained for thirst, but could not take a drink, for as the old man bent, eager to drink, the water always was absorbed and disappeared, and at his feet the dark earth showed. God made it dry. Then leafy-crested trees drooped down their fruit, pears, pomegranates, apples with shining fruit, sweet figs and thrifty olives. But when the old man stretched his hand to take, a breeze would toss them toward the dusky clouds. And Sisyphus I saw in bitter pains, forcing a monstrous stone along with both his hands. Tugging with hand and foot, he pushed the stone upward along a hill. But when he thought to heave it on clean to the summit, a mighty power would turn it back, and so once more down to the ground the wicked stone would tumble. Again he strained to push it back. Sweat ran from off his limbs, and from his head a dust cloud arose. And next I marked the might of Hercules, his phantom form, for he himself is with the immortal gods, revelling at their feasts, wed to fair-ankled Hebe, child of great Zeus, and golden-sandaled Hera. Around him rose a clamour of the dead, like that of birds fleeing all ways in terror, while he, like gloomy night, with his bare bow and arrow on the string, glared fearfully as if forever shooting. Terrible was the baldric round his breast, a golden belt where marvellous devices had been wrought, bears and wild boars and fierce-eyed lions, struggles and fights, murders and bloodsheddings. Let the artificer design no more who once achieved that sword-belt by his art. Soon as he saw, he knew me, and sorrowfully said in winged words, high-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus. So you, poor man, work out a cruel task such as I once endured when in the sunlight. I was the son of Cronian Zeus, yet I had pains unnumbered, for to one very far beneath me I was bound, and he imposed hard labors. He even sent me here to carry off the dog, for nothing he supposed could be a harder labor. I brought the dog up hence, and dragged him forth from Hades. Hermes was my guide, he and clear-eyed Athena. So saying, back he went to the house of Hades, while I still held my place, hoping there yet might come some other heroes who died long ago, and more of the men of old I might have seen as I desired, Theseus and Pirithous, famous children of the gods. But ere they came, myriads of the people of the dead gathered with awful cry. Pale terror seized me. I thought perhaps the Gorgon head of some fell monster high Persephone might send out of the house of Hades. So turning to my ship, I called my crew to come on board and loose the cables. Quickly they came, took places at the pins, and down the ocean stream the flowing current bore us, with oarage first and then a pleasant breeze. Book 12. The Sirens, Scylla, Charybdis, and the Kine of the Sun. After our ship had left the current of the ocean stream, and come into the waters of the open sea, and to the island of Aegea, where is the dwelling of the early dawn, its dancing ground and place of rising, as we ran in, we beached our ship among the sands, and forth we went ourselves upon the shore, where, falling fast asleep, we awaited sacred dawn. But when the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, I sent men forward to the house of Circe, to fetch the body of dead Elpenor. Then hastily cutting logs where the coast stood out most boldly, we buried him, in sadness, letting the big tears fall. After the dead was burned, and the armor of the dead man, we raised a mound, and dragged a stone upon it, and fixed on the mound's highest point his shapely oar. With all this we were busied. Nevertheless, our coming from the house of Hades was not concealed from Circe, but quickly she arrayed herself and came to meet us. Her maids bore bread and stores of meat and ruddy sparkling wine, and standing in the midst of all, the heavenly goddess said, "Madman, who have gone down alive into the house of Hades, thus twice to meet with death while others die but once, come, eat this food and drink this wine here for today, and when tomorrow comes you shall set sail. I will myself point out the way and fully show you all, lest by unhappy lack of skill you be distressed on sea or land and suffer harm." So she spoke, and our high hearts assented. Thus all throughout the day till setting sun we sat and feasted on abundant meat and pleasant wine. And when the sun had set and darkness came, my men lay down to sleep by the ship's cables. But leading me by the hand apart from my good comrades, the goddess bade me sit, herself reclined beside me, and asked me for my story. So I related all the tale in its due order, and thus spoke potent Circe. All this is ended now, but listen to what I say, and God himself shall help you to remember. First, you will meet the Sirens, who cast a spell on every man who goes their way. Whoso draws near unwarned and hears the Sirens' voices, by him no wife nor little child shall ever stand, glad at his coming home. For the Sirens cast a spell of penetrating song, sitting within a meadow. Nearby is a great heap of rotting human bones. Fragments of skin are shriveling on them. Therefore, sail on, and stop your comrades' ears with sweet wax kneaded soft, that none of the rest may hear. If you yourself will listen, see that they bind you hand and foot on the swift ship, upright against the mast block. Round it let the rope be wound, that so with pleasure you may hear the Sirens' song. But if you should entreat your men and bid them set you free, let them with still more fetters bind you fast. After your men have brought the ship past these, what is to be your course I will not fully say, Do you yourself ponder it in your heart. I will describe both ways. Along one route stand beetling cliffs, and on them roar the mighty waves of dark-eyed Amphitrite. The blessed gods call them the Wanderers. This way not even winged things can pass, no, not the gentle doves which bear ambrosia to Father Zeus. But one of them, the smooth rock, always draws away, though the Father puts another in to fill the number. No ship of man ever escapes when once come hither. But in one common ruin planks of ships and sailors' bodies are swept by the sea waves and storms of deadly flame. The only coursing ship that ever passed this way was Argo, famed of all, when voyaging from Aeetes. But her the waves would soon have dashed on the great rocks, but Hera brought her through from love of Jason. By the other way there are two crags, one reaching up to the broad heavens with its sharp peak. Clouds gather about it darkly and never float away. Light strikes its peak, neither in heat nor harvest. No mortal man could clamber up or down it, though 20 hands and feet were his, for the rock is smooth as it were polished. About the middle of the crag is a dim cave, facing the west, an Erebus, the very way where you must steer your rounded ship, glorious Odysseus. And from that rounded ship no lusty youth could with a bow-shot reach the hollow cave. Here Scylla dwells, and utters hideous cries, her voice like that of a young dog, and she herself an evil monster. None can behold her and be glad, be it a god who meets her. 12 feet she has, and all misshapen, 6 necks exceeding long, on each a frightful head. In these 3 rows of teeth, stout and close set, fraught with dark death. As far as the waist she has drawn down within the hollow cave, but she holds forth her heads outside the awful chasm, and fishes there, spying around the crag for dolphins, dogfish, or whatever larger creature she may catch, such things as voiceful Amphitrite breeds by thousands. Never could sailors boast of passing her in safety, for with each head she takes a man, snatching him from the dark-bowed ship. The second crag is lower, you will see, Odysseus, and close beside the first. You well might shoot across. On it a fig-tree stands, tall and in leafy bloom, underneath which divine Charybdis sucks the dark water down. For thrice a day she sends it up, and thrice she sucks it down, a fearful sight. May you not happen to be there when it goes down, for nobody could save you then from ill, not even the earth-shaker. But swiftly turn your course toward Scylla's crag, and speed the ship along, for surely it is better to miss 6 comrades from your ship than all together. So she spoke, and answering her said I, Yet, goddess, tell me this in very truth, might I not possibly escape from fell Charybdis, and then beat off that other when she assails my crew? So I spoke, and straight the heavenly goddess answered, Foolhardy man! Still bent on strife and struggle, will you not yield even to immortal gods? This is no mortal being, but an immortal woe, dire, hard, and fierce, and not to be fought down. Courage is nothing. Flight is best. For if you arm and linger by the rock, I fear that issuing forth once more she may attack you with her many heads, and carry off as many men. Therefore with zeal speed on, and call on Force, the mother of this Scylla, who bore her for a bane to humankind. She will restrain her from a second onset. Next you will reach the island of Thrinacia, where in great numbers feed the kine and the sturdy flocks of the sun. 7 droves of kine, and just as many beautiful flocks of sheep, 50 in each. Of them no young are born, nor do they ever die. Goddesses are their shepherds, nymphs of fair hair, Phaethusa and Lampetia, whom to the exalted sun divine Neaera bore. These their potent mother bore, and reared, and sent them to the island of Thrinacia, to dwell afar and keep their father's flocks and crook-horned kine. If you leave these unharmed and heed your homeward way, you still may come to Ithaca, though you shall meet with hardship. But if you harm them, then I predict the loss of ship and crew, and even if you yourself escape, late shall you come, in evil plight, with loss of all your crew." Even as she spoke, the gold-throned morning came, and up the island the heavenly goddess went her way. I turned me toward my ship, and called my crew to come on board and loose the cables. Quickly they came, took places at the pins, and sitting in order smote the foaming water with their oars. And for our aid behind our dark-bowed ship came a fair wind to fill our sail, a welcome comrade, sent us by fair-haired Circe, the mighty goddess human of speech. When we had done our work at the several ropes about the ship, we sat us down, while wind and helmsman kept her steady. Now to my men with aching heart I said, "My friends, it is not right for only one or two to know the oracles which Circe told, that heavenly goddess. Therefore I speak, that, knowing all, we so may die, or, fleeing death and doom, we may escape. She warns us, first, against the marvelous sirens, and bids us flee their voice and flowery meadow. Only myself she bade to hear their song, but bind me with galling cords to hold me firm, upright against the mast-block. Round it let the rope be wound. And if I should entreat you, and bid you set me free, thereat with still more fetters bind me fast." Thus I, relating all my tale, talked with my comrades. Meanwhile our staunch ship swiftly neared the Sirens' island. A fair wind swept her on. On a sudden the wind ceased. There came a breathless calm. Heaven hushed the waves. My comrades, rising, furled the sail, stowed it on board the hollow ship, then, sitting at their oars, whitened the water with the polished blades. But I, with my sharp sword, cut a great cake of wax into small bits, which I then kneaded in my sturdy hands. Soon the wax warmed, forced by the powerful pressure and by the rays of the exalted sun, the Lord of all. Then, one by one, I stopped the ears of all my crew, and on the deck they bound me hand and foot, upright against the mast-block, round which they wound the rope. And sitting down they smote the foaming water with their oars. But when we were as far away as one can call, and driving swiftly onward, our speeding ship, as it drew near, did not escape the sirens, and thus they lifted up their penetrating voice. "Come hither, come, Odysseus, whom all praise, great glory of the Achaeans. Bring in your ship, and listen to our song. For none has ever passed us in a black-hulled ship, till from our lips he heard ecstatic song, then went his way rejoicing, and with larger knowledge. For we know all that on the plain of Troy Argives and Trojans suffered at the gods' behest. We know whatever happens on the bounteous earth." So spoke they, sending forth their glorious song, and my heart longed to listen. Knitting my brows, I signed my men to set me free, but bending forward, on they rode. And straightway Perimedes and Eurylochus arose, and laid upon me still more cords, and drew them tighter. Then, after passing by, when we could hear no more the siren's voice nor any singing, quickly my trusty crew removed the wax with which I stopped their ears, and set me free from bondage. Soon after we left the island I observed a smoke. I saw high waves, and heard a plunging sound. From the hands of my frightened men down fell the oars, and splashed against the current. There the ship stayed, for there they worked the tapering oars no more. Along the ship I passed, inspiriting my men with cheering words, standing by each in turn. "Friends, hitherto we have not been untried in danger. Here is no greater danger than when the Cyclops penned us with brutal might in the deep cave. Yet out of that, through energy of mind, through will and wisdom, we escaped. These dangers, too, I think some day we shall remember. Come then, and what I say let us all follow. You, with your oars, strike the deep breakers of the sea, while sitting at the pins, and see if Zeus will set us free from present death, and let us pass in safety. And helmsman, these are my commands for you. Lay them to heart, for you control the rudders of our hollow ship. Keep the ship off that smoke and surf, and hug the crags, or else, before you know it, She may veer off that way, and you will bring us into danger." So I spoke, and my words they quickly heeded. But Scylla I did not name, that hopeless horror, for fear through fright my men might cease to row and huddle all together in the hold. I disregarded, too, the hard behest of Circe, when she had said I must by no means arm. Putting on my glittering armor, and taking in my hands my 2 long spears, I went upon the ship's foredeck, for thence I looked for the first sight of Scylla of the Rock, who brought my men disaster. Nowhere could I descry her. I tired my eyes with searching up and down the dusky cliff. So up the strait we sailed in sadness, for here lay Scylla, and there divine Charybdis fearfully sucked the sea-water down. Whenever she belched it forth, like a kettle in fierce flame, all would foam, swirling up, and overhead spray fell upon the tops of both the crags. But when she gulped the salt sea-water down, then all within seemed in a whirl. The rock around roared fearfully, and down below the bottom showed, dark with sand. Pale terror seized my men. On her we looked, and feared to die. And now it was that Scylla snatched from the hollow ship 6 of my comrades, who were best in skill and strength. Turning my eyes toward my swift ship to seek my men, I saw their feet and hands already in the air as they were carried up. They screamed aloud and called my name for the last time in agony of heart. As when a fisher on a jutting rock with long rod throws a bait to lure the little fishes, casting into the deep the horn of stall-fed ox, then, catching a fish, flings it ashore writhing, even so were these drawn writhing up the rocks. There at her door she ate them, loudly shrieking and stretching forth their hands in mortal pangs toward me. That was the saddest sight my eyes have ever seen, in all my toils searching the ocean pathways. Now after we had passed the rocks of dire Charybdis and of Scylla, straight we drew near the pleasant island of the god. Here were the goodly broad-browed kine and the many sturdy flocks of the exalted sun. While still at sea, on the black ship, I heard the lowing of stalled cattle and the bleat of sheep. And on my mind fell the words of the blind prophet Tiresias of Thebes, and of Achaean Circe, who very strictly charged me to shun the island of the sun, the cheerer of mankind. So to my men with aching heart I said, "My suffering comrades, hearken to my words, that I may tell you of the warnings of Tiresias and Achaean Circe, who very strictly charged me to shun the island of the sun, the cheerer of mankind. For there our deadliest danger lay," she said. Then past the island speed the black ship on her way. As I spoke thus, their very souls were crushed within them, and instantly Eurylochus with surly words made answer, "Headstrong are you, Odysseus, more than man's is your mettle, and your limbs never tire. And yet you must be made of nothing less than iron, not to allow your comrades, worn with fatigue and sleep, to land, though on this sea-girt island we might make once more a savory supper. Instead, just as we are, night falling fast, you bid us journey on and wander from the island over the misty deep. But in the night rough winds arise, fatal to vessels, and how could anyone escape from utter ruin if by some chance a sudden storm of wind should come, the south wind or the blustering west, which wreck ships oftentimes, heedless of sovereign gods? No, let us now obey the dark night's bidding. Let us prepare our supper and rest by the black ship. Tomorrow morning we will embark and sail the open sea." So spoke Eurylochus. The rest assented. And then I knew some god intended ill, and speaking in winged words I said, "Eurylochus, plainly you force me, since I am only one. But come, all swear me now a solemn oath, that if we find a herd of cattle or a great flock of sheep, none in mad willfulness will slay a cow or sheep, but be content and eat the food immortal Circe gave." So I spoke, and they then took the oath which I required. And after they had sworn and ended all their oath, we moored our staunch ship in the rounded harbour near a fresh stream, and my companions left the ship and busily got supper. But after they had stayed desire for drink and food, then, calling to remembrance their dear comrades, they wept for those whom Scylla ate, those whom she snatched from out the hollow ship. And as they wept, on them there came a pleasant sleep. Now when it was the third watch of the night, and the stars crossed the zenith, cloud-gathering Zeus sent forth a furious wind in a fierce tempest, and covered with his clouds both land and sea. Night broke from the heaven. And when the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, we beached our ship, hauling her up into a hollow cave where there were pretty dancing grounds and haunts for nymphs. Then, holding a council, I said to all my men, "Friends, there is food and drink enough on the swift ship. Let us then spare the kine, for fear we come to harm, for these are the herds and sturdy flocks of a dread god, the sun, who all things oversees, all overhears." So I spoke, and their high hearts assented. But all that month incessant south winds blew. There came no wind except from east and south. So long as they had bread and ruddy wine, they spared the kine, because they loved their lives. But when the vessel's stores were now all spent, and roaming perforce they sought for game, for fish, for fowl, for what might come to hand, caught by their crooked hooks, and hunger pinched their bellies, then I departed by myself far up the island, to beg the gods to show my homeward way. And when, by a walk across the island, I had escaped my crew, I washed my hands where there was shelter from the breeze, and offered prayer to all the gods that hold Olympus. But they poured down sweet sleep upon my eyelids, while Eurylochus began his evil counsel to my crew. "My suffering comrades, hearken to my words. Hateful is every form of death to wretched mortals, and yet to die by hunger, and so to meet one's doom, is the most pitiful of all. Come, then, and let us drive away the best of the sun's kine, and sacrifice them to the immortals who hold the open sky. And if we ever come to Ithaca, our native land, we will at once build a rich temple to the exalted sun, and put therein many fair offerings. If, then, the sun, wroth for his high-horned kine, seeks to destroy our ship, and other gods consent, for my part, I would rather, open-mouthed in the sea, give up my life at once than slowly let it wear away here in this desert island." So spoke Eurylochus. The rest assented. Forthwith they drove away the best of the sun's kine out of the field close by. For not far from the dark-bowed ship the kine were grazing, crook-horned and beautiful and broad of brow. Round them they stood and prayed the gods, stripping the tender leaves from off a lofty oak, for they had no white barley on the well-benched ship. Then, after prayer, when they had cut the throats and flayed the kine, they cut away the thighs, wrapped them in fat in double layers, and placed raw flesh thereon. They had no wine to pour upon the blazing victims, but using water for libation, they roasted all the entrails. So after the thighs were burned, and the inward parts were tasted, they sliced the rest, and stuck it upon spits. And now the pleasant sleep fled from my eyelids. I hastened to the swift ship and the shore. But on my way, as I drew near to the curved ship, around me came the savory smell of fat. I groaned and called aloud to the immortal gods, "O Father Zeus, and all you other blessed gods that live forever, verily to my ruin you laid me in ruthless sleep, while my men left behind plotted a monstrous deed." Soon to the exalted sun came long-robed Lampetia, bearing him word that we had slain his kine, and straightway with an angry heart he thus invoked the immortals. "O Father Zeus, and all you other blessed gods that live forever, avenge me on the comrades of Laertes' son Odysseus, who insolently slew the kine in which I joy as I go forth into the starry sky, or as again toward earth I turn back from the sky. But if they do not make me fit atonement for the kine, I will go down to Hades and shine among the dead." Then answered him cloud-gathering Zeus, and said, "O son, do you shine on among the immortals, and on the fruitful fields of mortal men. Soon I will smite their swift ship with a gleaming bolt, and cleave it in pieces in the middle of the wine-dark sea." All this I heard from fair-haired Calypso, who said she heard it from the guide-god Hermes. Now when I came to the ship and to the sea, I chid my men, confronting each in turn. But no help could we find. The kine were dead already. Soon, too, the gods made prodigies appear. The skins would crawl, the spitted flesh, both roast and raw, would moan, and sounds came forth like those of kine. For 6 days afterwards my trusty comrades feasted, for they had driven away the best of the sun's kine. But when Zeus, the son of Cronos, brought the 7th day round, then the wind ceased to blow a gale, and we, in haste embarking, put forth on the open sea, setting our mast and hoisting the white sail. Nevertheless, when we had left the island, and no other land appeared, but only sky and sea, the son of Cronos set a dark cloud over the hollow ship, and the deep gloomed below. The ship ran on for no long time, for soon a shrill west wind arose, blowing a heavy gale. The storm of wind snapped both the forestays of the mast. Back the mast fell, and all its gear lay scattered in the hold. At the ship's stern it struck the helmsman on the head, and crushed his skull all in an instant. Like a diver from the deck he dropped, and from his frame the strong life fled. Zeus at the same time thundered, hurling his bolt against the ship. She quivered in every part, struck by the bolt of Zeus, and filled with sulphur smoke. Out of the ship my comrades fell, and then, like seafowl, were borne by the side of the black ship along the waves. God cut them off from coming home. I myself paced the ship until the surge tore her ribs off the keel, which the waves then carried along dismantled. The mast broke at the keel, but to it clung the backstay made of oxhide. With this I bound the two together, keel and mast, and getting a seat on these, I drifted before the deadly winds. And now the west wind ceased to blow a gale, but soon the south wind came and brought me anguish that I must measure back my way to fell Charybdis. All night I drifted on, and with the sunrise I came to Scylla's crag and dire Charybdis. She, at that moment, sucked the salt sea water down, and when to the tall fig tree I was upward borne, I clutched and clung as a bat clings. Yet I could nowhere set my feet firmly down or climb the tree, for its roots were far away and out of reach its branches, and these were long and large and overspread Charybdis. But steadily I clung, until she should disgorge my mast and keel. And, as I hoped, they came, though it was late. But at the hour one rises from the assembly for his supper, after deciding many quarrels of contentious men, then was it that the timbers came to light from out Charybdis. I let go feet and hands, and down I dropped by the long timbers, and getting a seat on these, rowed onward with my hands. But the father of men and gods gave me no further sight of Scylla, or else I should not have escaped from utter ruin. Thence for 9 days I drifted. On the 10th, at night, gods brought me to the island of Ogygia, where dwells Calypso, a fair-haired, powerful goddess, human of speech. She welcomed me, and gave me care. Why tell the tale? It was but yesterday I told it in the hall to you and your good wife, and it is irksome to tell a plain-told tale a second time. Part 2. The Recovery of the Kingdom.